afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I should say namaskara, vanakkam, namaskaram, or in Malayalam, one of my colleagues said namaskaram, also in Malayalam, because it's very rare to have all states from South India on one stage, but I guess that's what Rising Bharat is all about. A very warm welcome to HDFC Bank presents News 18 Rising Bharat Summit Regional Edition right here in India's global innovation hub, Bengaluru. I guess Hyderabad and Chennai might have something to say about that, but we'll come to that in a bit. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome an inspiring gathering of innovators, entrepreneurs, policy makers, industry leaders, and change makers who are shaping India's future. Over the years, News 18 Rising Bharat has emerged as one of India's foremost platforms for conversations that shape the nation's progress. Joined by the biggest national and global leaders, business pioneers, thought leaders, and cultural icons, the summit has become a powerful forum for ideas that drive action. This year, our journey is guided by one defining theme: Enterprise Nation. An India that builds, innovates, and leads, an India that transforms ideas into enterprises, regional strengths into national capabilities, and ambition into progress. Nowhere is that vision more visible than right here in South India, a region that contributes nearly 1/3 of India's GDP while leading the country in everything from technology, innovation, manufacturing, entrepreneurship, and now AI. And there could be no more fitting host than Bengaluru, a city where research becomes enterprise, engineers become entrepreneurs, and ideas born in India become global solutions. Before we begin, we extend our sincere gratitude to our presenting partner, HDFC Bank, co-presenting partner, White Gold, and associate partner, Reliance Industries Limited. With that, let's turn to the first session of the day. Now, they say the best way to predict the future is to build it, and Hyderabad has emerged as one of the most dynamic innovation hubs, home to more than 470 GCCs, a thriving life sciences ecosystem, a fast-growing engineering R&D base, and an expanding space tech and deep tech landscape. As global enterprises reconsider where they innovate and scale, this city is not waiting its turn. It's setting up the pace. So to take that conversation forward, please join me in welcoming the Money Control Managing Editor, Nalan Mehta. And joining him on stage is the leader behind this transformation. In just 30 months, he's driven India's highest greenfield GCC count and the most Fortune 500 investments in the country. He runs the government like a CEO, treats the state like a startup, and approaches every emerging technology with the curiosity of a lifelong student. Across boardrooms, they call him the GCC Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome all the way from Hyderabad. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause, Shri D. Sridhar Babu, the Honorable Minister for IT, Electronics and Communication, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, the Government of Telangana. Thank you, sir, and congratulations for Skyroot Aerospace, a startup from Hyderabad.
Thanks very much, Chandra and Mr. Babu. Thanks very much for joining us at Rising Bharat's regional edition in Bengaluru. Chandra, of course, began by talking about Bengaluru and said that as an innovation hub, and she said that Hyderabad will have something to say about that. Well, you are the right man to respond on behalf of Hyderabad. So let me begin by asking you, sir, that if you compare, say, Bengaluru or Hyderabad, now Bengaluru remains the leader in terms of the absolute number of GCCs because of its lineage and its legacy. But in the last couple of years, the most number of new GCCs have been commissioned in Hyderabad, over 80 if I'm not wrong. So if you can tell us, so Hyderabad is getting more GCCs than anybody else compared to other cities. So has this transformation been by design? And what is your vision for Hyderabad for the next 5 years?
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. In fact, it's a great pleasure to be here in Bangalore. In fact, that to the South Indian state, my colleagues are all over here. And I would like to thank Money Control and the News 18 to make everybody bring to a platform, a single platform. I can see many, investor friends over here, a many stakeholders over here who are very keen to know about Hyderabad and state of Telangana. In fact, when you mentioned about how and why of late many global capability centers are centered around Hyderabad. I would like to mention it's not been done in a decade's time. Over a period of 2 to 3 decades, the trust, the faith that we created among the companies overboard. And as you rightly told, the legacy of Karnataka, and especially the Bangalore, always leads in front. And we see Karnataka, especially the Bangalore, as our healthy competitor. We take the nuances and the best experiences and the best things what we can really imbibe from Karnataka, especially the Bangalore. And over a period of time, we could able to raise ourselves to the next level. For example, when we talk about infrastructure, when we talk about the resources, when we talk about innovation, and we talk about the government planning, these are all the 3 or 4 key areas where we take it very seriously, very piously, and to move forward. Every state has enough resources at their end. Like every state can provide land, any state can provide power, any can provide, the incentives or the subsidies, because we are in the rat race.
You were saying when we were coming outside that investors come like walking in a shopping mall and they compare different states. And so what are the discounts that you offer, sir, to investors?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I just compare, with all due respects to the investors coming to different states in the world. They would like to see what is the best for them. Like we go to the shopping mall, we just try to select the best quality shirt for me at the best reasonable price, and which should look fashionable too. All right? And all these things take shape, in the customer's mind while doing shopping, right? We cross so many shops across in the super mall, and ultimately we end taking one in one shop, depending upon our priorities and our necessities. That's what happens. Most of the investors goes to different states, sees the advantage what they can get from. For example, if they find the talent available over there, if they find the land which is available right now over there, and if they see the city or the state has the proper infrastructure, either it may be the physical infrastructure or it may be a digital infrastructure, what they want, for their own sector or their company. These are all things where they will weigh and end up in taking a conclusive statement to put their shops. So this is where what we look at. So when it has come, and over the past 2 to 3 years, we just placed our emphasis on talent creation. We have put all the emphasis on how the available talent can be curated to the global world, whether it may be the reskilling and upskilling the skill strength.
So what is the comparative advantage that Hyderabad brings in for investors compared to, say, Bengaluru or Chennai for that matter, or Telangana versus a Maharashtra or a Karnataka? And you're not just competing with them, you're also competing with Vietnam and other places globally. So what is it that you tell investors? What is the extra edge that you think Hyderabad provides, or what's your pitch to investors?
Yes, absolutely. It's not about Bangalore, or it's not about Mumbai or Pune or Noida from the north, but we are also have an equal competition between the other countries, the small countries, where the technology is leading its face. So when it comes, why somebody has to select Telangana or Hyderabad? We have the best of the infrastructure. If you see the seed which we laid about exactly 20 years back, with a $2 billion investment, although it was high capital intense project like Outer Ring Road. You know, we faced, I was in the government too. We faced so much of criticism why $2 billion investment is being made for Outer Ring Road. It doesn't fetch that sort of a return back. Now, if you see the results and the dividends which we see right now, in terms of that physical infrastructure of building Outer Ring Road, which can connect to each and every part of Hyderabad in a matter of 40 to 50 minutes. This is a beautiful facility. And the first ever private airport, privately built on the PPP model, on the international scale, the airport, the ORR, or the creation of the high-tech city. They're all made us, more, solid, strengthened over a period of these 20 years. And we haven't left that space out, not only creating the physical infrastructure, we have built the digital infrastructure. If you see Telangana right now, our optical fiber is connected to the remotest part of the village. Any company can put their office. For example, I hail from a very remote area. They can put their software company over there.
You're a five-time MLA from Manthani.
Yes, with the blessings of my people over there from Manthani have been done. The optical fiber cable is been laid to the last mile. So you, Ms. Mehta, can keep a company over there where networking is not at all a problem. A network is not a problem. And I also see that the talent is also available. So this is the main reason. And at the same time, this physical and the digital infrastructure, what we placed, and also the talent available according to the need of today, especially in the cutting edge technologies which are shaping up to. Either it may be AI or cyber security or data analytics. The skill is available right now over here. And if you see, not only specific core engineering disciplines, the GCCs have come. More 10 to 11 verticals of the industries, GCCs have come over here.
So which are the main sort of industries which are investing in Hyderabad in terms of GCCs, and which sectors are you seeing the most investments in?
Apart from, if I see, I could, on this platform, I'd like to mention 6% of %46%. And out of it, 26% of the GCCs are to the main core software industry. And few are from aerospace, few are from the defense, few are from the hospitality industry, and few are from, the pharma industry which have an existence. And one more addition where no other state has, the beauty tech industry, the first ever, have put their own GCCs like L'Oreal, which is supposed to be a multinational beauty tech industry captain, has put the GCC over here. So you just see, it's not only about the talent, about the innovation, what it takes place. It's the future. What we do over there, the technology is available over here, the expertise is available over there. And when the technical expertise can combine with their, basic industrial expertise, that goes. If you see the financial centers which have come, the banking, core financial insurance sectors which have
come. Is BFSI growing in Hyderabad?
Yes, the BFSI sector is growing at a rapid speed. So these are all sectors where we are trying to put it across. When any company comes to us, we will tell them, these are the expertise what we have and how we are creating them.
How long do companies take to get clearance in Hyderabad?
Ease of doing business is supposed to be number one, when you compare with all other states. In a matter of 21 days, we give all the permissions and all the licenses required for any industry, not only for the GCCs, for any industry. And if they don't get a proper, clearance directly. It's a deemed clearance that is supposed to be in our ease of doing business.
Right.
So that we are trying to put it across, and we have been labeled many a time by Niti Aayog also. We are the forerunners in doing and making things at ease.
So,
In
Mr.
terms
Babu,
of
one
ease
of the
doing.
things that we hear from companies also is that when they look at the tangible, so they also look at the intangible. They look at things like nightlife. They look at things like law and order.
Yeah.
They look at things like how safe is it for women, because they'll also get an international workforce and all of those things. So, A, is that what you hear from companies? And B, this very unfortunate incident which has happened of the assault on the young lady a couple of days back in Hyderabad, how does that impact sentiment, A, and what will you do about some things like that?
Absolutely, you are right. And many people, many companies, and many employees, who will be coming from all over the globe, would like to see all these things. First, security in terms of law and order. And second thing is the quality of life. And thirdly, what they look is, how they are placed, in midst of the social tranquility. So in terms of the law and order, we are supposed to be maintaining that standards where each and every individual, either it may be their privacy or it may be in terms of the security or being safeguarded. As rightly told, 1 million, CCTV cameras are put all through the city. That is one measure what we have taken. And second thing is our police.
In terms of addressing issues when incidents like this happen?
Yes. In terms of addressing it is also we take stern action and try to put the law and order in a very firm and tight condition. And thirdly, when it comes to nightlife and all other social living conditions, we are equally amenable. But we take all the measures too. For example, we and our Chief Minister, our government vision is to see that it's a drug-free state. So keeping all those things into picture.
So let me ask you a broader question then. One is we've been focusing on what the state is doing and the state's competitive advantage. But there's also another player here, which is the central government, right? So you also have to work in tandem with that. So when you deal with the central government on investments and things like that, what are the challenges that you see there? And what are the kinds of changes you would expect from the central government or support from the central government that you're looking for? Are you getting the support that you need or do you want more?
In this federal polity, and especially all states require assistance from the central government. There are so many schemes, so many programs by the central government which tries to drive all the states to move forward. And that's how the Rising Bharat, as you takes place. Sometimes what we literally face is the stepmotherly treatment of some central government policies, what we face a wrath with, our people are literally facing. For example, if I can quote, we have an Indian Semiconductors Mission, ISM mission, wherein we would like to take the advantage. Either it may be, this state of Karnataka, or my state of Telangana, or it may be Tamil Nadu, or it may be Kerala, or it may be the Pondicherry. These are the states which have solid skill. We have, all these states have the capability of building a chip, manufacturing a chip, which we are competent enough. We have all the design companies. For example, Hyderabad owes all the top 5 design companies over there. We design basically for the chip. And when any chip manufacturing comes down to us, and the same application is being processed for the central government to be considered under the ISM. When it is not being considered, the apathy of the central government, is ultimately affecting our Telangana people and our Telangana software professionals and our Hyderabad designers who does the chip design for not only for India, many companies outside abroad. So when we are not considered, when any company who comes forward to put their manufacturing here, it is not being considered by ISM. That gives lots of heartburn for us. So we appeal to the central government many a time. You have to give all the positive encouragement to the states like Telangana. And also, I would like to say this state and other states which have the capability to build the chip. When it is not been done, I'm not disputing whether if some state is being selected, let central government give the encouragement for those states too to build up the capacities and make them compete with all other states. And this is how the Rising Bharat or tomorrow's 2047, what the central government is trying to build, it will happen. Until unless they take it in a right and equitable manner, you can't make Rising Bharat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Babu has also been a top-class cricketer. He's played for Nizam College and for the University of Hyderabad. He's clearly batting on the front foot here on the central government issue as well. So, sir, when you have issues with the central government, do you take it up with them? What is their response when you raise these issues with the central
government? Yes, many a time, we take up these issues with the senior colleagues at the union government, and they do the pep talk that next time we would like to literally see and do what best we can. We always, live our lives in hope. So in terms of the hope, hopefully in ISM 2.0, we will be getting our due share. So this is my hope, and we would like to really convince the central government too. And they would really understand the real issues, what a real competent IT state and the employees or our people can make it happen. How they would like to really understand and put it across is most important. Then we will, time and again, we will put our pressure, we will put our thinking, and we will put all the, answers what has been required before them to get a chip manufacturing here, back in Hyderabad, back in Telangana.
Last question, so we're running out of time. Hyderabad, of course, is a technology hub. You have a lot of greenfield projects coming in, but other cities have other catchment areas as well. Do you have plans to expand beyond Hyderabad for investments and creating other hubs in the state?
Yes, right question. Telangana is a very small state, and Hyderabad is the focal point. So we are also on the lines of building tier 2, tier 3 cities. I just mentioned about the digital infrastructure, which we have extended to tier 2, tier 3, and the smaller villages too. That is being done, and the talent is rightly available over here. And we are encouraging many, investors or companies to come put their GCCs over here and try to move forward. And we are trying to evolve a policy in terms of incentives and subsidies to come and put the shops in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And one more point I would like to mention. Over here, and India has to literally look forward. Over a period of time, we have been the back offices for many multinational corporations. And, it's like in the older times, you export dough and get back the bread at a higher cost. That is what we have been doing in terms of IT too. Now, this is the time when technology is taking a new turn, and Hyderabad and the state of Telangana is literally thinking that all these capability centers should become the value centers.
So one quick question, sir. With data centers, there are a lot of concerns about the environmental costs as well, right? Around water, cost of electricity and all of that. So how would you address those concerns around sustainability? Because you are a big growth center for them.
Yep. So, the new technologies that require the data centers, especially for the AI, the processing speed, which all the companies counts upon. The two important guzzlers, as you know, the water and the power.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we are trying to put it across, and we would like to, because we have enough power, we have enough water, we will try to give them whatever they require and move forward. And this is all what we require. We are trying to put all the infrastructure in place to see that, the data centers comes into our place so that the AI-based companies are stationed in Hyderabad and move forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mr. Sridhar Babu for talking the talk on Hyderabad. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those valuable insights, sir. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nabila Jamal, and Nalin and our minister from Telangana had a great chat, insightful indeed. Now, to move on, artificial intelligence that's rapidly transforming healthcare. Studies have estimated that AI could help reduce diagnostic errors, accelerate drug discovery, and also improve clinical decision making, and further automate routine healthcare processes, allowing doctors to spend a lot more time with patients while also expanding access to quality care. Now, as India strengthens its healthcare ecosystem, the opportunity lies completely in combining technology with sound public policy to make healthcare not only smarter, but also more accessible and affordable. So how can AI, public policy, and medical innovation really come together seamlessly to improve patient outcomes while ensuring quality healthcare reaches every citizen? To deep dive into that and explore those questions, let me be joined in and welcome Vivek Narayan of Network 18 on stage, please. And also joining him is a leader committed to strengthening Tamil Nadu's healthcare ecosystem through public health, medical education, healthcare infrastructure, and also wider access to quality care. Let me welcome Dr. K.G. Arun Raj, Honorable Minister for Health, Medical Education and Family Welfare, the Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Nabila. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure.
As journalists, we often meet politicians, and there are some politicians who are different, but there are some who are completely flabbergasted us, even seasoned journalists. One of them is Dr. Arun. How is he different as a young doctor? He's worked in rural Tamil Nadu in Krishnagiri. He's seen at the grassroots level, what are the challenges before common people, before healthcare professionals? Then, as a civil servant, as a part of the Indian revenue service, he's done sterling service there, and then he quit his revenue service at the peak. Just as his career was budding to join politics as part of Mr. Vijay's TVK, fought the elections, won the elections, has become the health minister. In 1 year of politics, he's become one of the top individuals in the government of Tamil Nadu and is handling a very sensitive portfolio. First question, Dr. Arun. This transition from a doctor, I'm sure you must have been asked this question, but from a person who's seen this, been there, done that in health, to a revenue service officer, to a politician, how has the transition been, and which one is the toughest of the jobs?
First of all, let me begin with a deep sense of gratitude to the people of Tamil Nadu for giving us this mandate. Okay, the people of Tamil Nadu, this mandate was secured under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru C. Joseph Vijay. This is not yet another electoral victory. It represents the hopes and aspirations of millions of youth, the trust of all the family members of this Tamil Nadu for a clean, transparent government. So this mandate has given us enormous credibility. Previously, governments were won based on money power or muscle power. This government was won. This mandate was won based on a promise, based on the promise of clean, transparent government. And this, as I said, this gives us enormous credibility, and because of that, it gives us huge strength. At the same time, this gives us huge responsibility also. So, under our under the leadership of our CM, we are fully focused and fully geared up to fulfill the aspirations of the hopes of the people of Tamil Nadu. Coming back to your question, yes, as you mentioned, I was a trained doctor by profession. Then I entered into civil service. Then I quit, and now I'm into politics. The first thing I learned in medicine is empathy. This is the thing every doctor gets trained, because once we know the pain of the poor, pain of the sick, then the words and the language we speak to them, it heals half of the disease. And also, I happen to work in a remote village in Krishnagiri district. And by that, I had the unique opportunity of knowing what exactly is the problems of a rural poor who tries to access the healthcare. He looks upon a rural doctor for want of a health service was looked upon as a sort of mercy from the doctor, not as a matter of right, but as a matter of a mercy or a kindness from the doctors or the treating staff nurses. At the same time, next when I entered into civil service, it gave me huge administrative experiences. One of the fundamental principles in administration is that no one is indispensable. System is always bigger. So all these things have come in handy when I'm handling now this health ministry. So definitely it gives me an unique opportunity and unique strengths to handle this very sensitive ministry of health.
So Tamil Nadu has been known as a state. Yeah, please go ahead.
You asked me which is the toughest of all the three. Of course, politics is the most tough one, because see, we are always in the limelight for right or wrong reasons. Being in a bureaucracy, it gives us huge security, both professionally and also from every other aspect. But here we are always in the limelight. Any small mistakes just gets flared up, and we are answerable to the people. We have to look after our constituency, and also, as I had earlier mentioned, this hopes and expectations of the people of Tamil Nadu is huge. So we have this huge responsibility to fulfill those expectations.
So the burden of all the hope which is coming from the people of Tamil Nadu, the big challenge. But traditionally, Tamil Nadu is known as a state where bureaucracy is very strong. Traditionally, Tamil Nadu is known as a state where healthcare system is quite robust. I mean, you've done well, whether it be primary healthcare centers. What is the next big challenge for you?
As you mentioned, Tamil Nadu is one of the better performing states as far as healthcare is concerned. Now, time is ripe for the next big leap in healthcare in the state of Tamil Nadu. So, under the leadership of our CM, we have some 5-6 core areas which will form the focus of our governments. And I would like my tenure to be judged on these aspects. First is to bring specialist care to the rural and district hospitals. Presently, that access to primary health care is almost reached. Now, this next challenge is to bring specialist care at the district level, taluk level hospitals. Second, this cancer care treatment. If there is one diagnosis which can shatter the family, both physically, emotionally, and also financially, it is the diagnosis of cancer for any member of a family. Now we have a comprehensive CM health insurance scheme, but many times this cost of the treatment is much bigger than this coverage. So we want to expand this cancer care network to every district. And third, another unfocused area previously has been mental health. Mental health problems is one of the, as per WHO, 1 in 7 persons across the world, they suffer from one mental health illness or the other. And it is the second leading causes of years spent with disability. So our government has recognized this need, and I think this is going to be a first step in improving mental health among the poor. And apart from this, I would also say our government has special focus to improve the positive health among the people. See, all along these priorities of this government have been towards treatment, building new hospitals, buying latest medical equipments. All these were treatment oriented. Sufficient, I would say, this sufficient focus was not given to preventive aspect, primordial prevention like. So under the leadership of a CM, we want to give more focus on promoting positive health among the people, right from dietary advice, what foods not to have, and also this daily exercise routine. When we see many Western countries being fit and following daily exercise routine is part of their daily routine. Even if they come late, they don't tend to miss their routine. All these things we want to promote so that positive health is promoted among this community. And lastly, I would say we want to improve patient experience in a government hospital. Just like that people go for a shopping and that experience is measured, we want a patient's experience in a government hospital to be improved, starting from this waiting time and the cleanliness and the ambience of the hospital to the quality of the restrooms, the neatness of the restroom, the cleanliness of the restrooms, and the provision of proper drinking water facilities. All this we want to focus on so that overall patient experience is improved.
Yes, this may look very basic, but of course it's extremely important. But going back to one or two points that you said, one is the tobacco ban in Tamil Nadu, which has been quite effectively done. Pardon? Tobacco ban, the ban on Gutka, the way you have banned it and the way it's been carried out by the government, that is exceptional, the way it's part of your healthcare program also. Second is mental health care that you spoke about. Some of the pictures, for example, when one watches TV or social media, some of the most scary pictures come when you have this unrequited lover killing the lady. All these things are outcome of a society where there are issues which have not been addressed. So these two are interlinked, whether it be of abuse of substance or of people acting in certain manner. So aren't you focusing specifically on these two issues?
Definitely. I mean, drug abuse is one of the key reasons for crimes, and especially crimes against women. So that this prevalence of drugs has increased in the last 5-10 years. It's because of poor implementation of law and order in the state, and also not giving the due importance it deserves. So one of the first things our government did was to appoint a regular DGP, which the post of which was vacant for nearly 2 years in the previous regime. And also this crimes against women, which you mentioned, they have to be addressed in a more holistic manner. See, right from school, we have to teach our students to respect the opposite sexes. It's not that just like having a relationship and it's not a matter of right. That other sex, they have a right to say no. We have to respect the decisions. All these things have to be cultivated and they have to be taught right from the school ages, and that's how these kind of incidents can be prevented.
As a journalist, I cannot but ask you a political question. As a doctor, you have passed the NEET exam, not the entrance examination. You've been through that rigmarole, that challenge. Now you have students protesting on one hand. You have the government of Tamil Nadu, which has a slightly different approach towards a common entrance examination. What is your reading? What is your solution to the challenge?
See, India is a federal country and also a very vast country. So lakhs of students take up this entrance exam for this medical admissions. See, our party, even before these elections, have taken a very consistent stand that let education and this medical education and healthcare be brought to the state list. As a federal government, it has enough things to do. Let it take care of this economy, defense, communications. Let it do it more effectively. Let these things be handled by the respective states. See, conducting one common entrance exam for this lakhs and lakhs of students across the length and breadth of the country, it's definitely challenging for any government, any party which is at the union level. So why have this great inclination and great stubbornness in saying that it is me who will conduct. It is one agency which will conduct an entrance exam for the entire length and breadth of the state, because every respective states have taken great pain and efforts to establish medical colleges at their own cost.
Counter to that, doctor. You also passed the civil services.
Yeah.
MBBS you passed, civil services you passed. The union public service examinations are very well conducted by the union government. There has never been a challenge to that. You cleared that also.
No, I would respectfully disagree because you should ask a lot of UPSC aspirants about the credibility of UPSC. Let me be very fair. Okay. See, for a job at a corporate, we have multiple levels of interview. First, technical interview, HR interview. Here in UPSC, the final stage of exam is the personality test, which is commonly referred to as interview. There, 5 members sit and they decide the future of the nation by selecting or not selecting a particular candidate in 25 minutes. And that too, that decisions being taken in the UPSC panel is not democratic. That board chairman has the overriding authority to override the marks awarded by other members of the board. Secondly, there has always been an accusation that the candidates are called for during that interview process according to their community. First, general categories are called. Next, OBC candidates are called. Next, SC candidates are called. Then ST candidates are called. If you see the average marks scored by the general category, OBC, SC, ST students, there is always a gap. So the thing is, the board knows which community the candidate belongs. So the top performer of OBC and the equally top performer of SC, they don't get the same marks. This bias is always there. This has been written and talked about by lakhs and lakhs of students over the years. This is not, this issue of the problems in UPSC scheme of things is not restricted to this interview alone. Even in this mains exam, there is a system of grading or normalizing marks. See, we have some 22 different optionals. Maybe in a particular year, geography may be easy, and some other year, political science or public administration may be easy. So they have a system of normalizing marks. See, this is all not transparent at all. And I had put an RTA when I had got a very low marks in one of my attempts. I had put an RTA whether this double evaluation system is followed. Because why I asked is that my own mother was working in college. She was a college lecturer, professor, and she used to evaluate the mark sheets without awarding marks. She used to put it in a separate sheet of paper. I asked why. She said, I along with another evaluator would evaluate the papers and an average would be taken. If the difference is more, it will go to a third evaluator. So why can't this system be followed in a very highly important exam like civil service exams? So which decides who will be this bureaucrats of the state. So definitely UPSC also needs reform. I want to make a strong statement from this stage.
Thank you, Dr. Arun there for your kind words. Dr. Arun Raj, the Minister for Health, Medical Education of Tamil Nadu government. Thanks a lot for joining us and giving us your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. And thank you, Vivek. A wonderful chat there. I should remind our audience here that South India is an emerging major force when it comes to deep tech journey and bringing together world-class research institutions and engineering talent, entrepreneurs working across space technology, robotics, semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, clean technology, and artificial intelligence. We are indeed a hub in this space. The question is no longer whether India can innovate, but how these breakthroughs can really become globally competitive enterprises built and scaled in India. Now, to explore how South India is leading that front, that transformation, please join me in welcoming Chandra Srikanth back to the stage. And joining her for that conversation, our founders and ecosystem leaders who are building this globally competitive technologies from the south of India. We're so proud of them, and we have them right here. Kavikrut, CEO, T-Hub. Sanjay Nikanti, founder and CEO of Dhruva Space. Kaushik Mudda, co-founder and CEO, Ethereal Machines. Bhakta Keshavachar, founder and CEO of Chara Technologies. And Dr. Paulami Chaudhary, co-founder and CEO of Helix. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabila. Two back-to-back very good sessions from the ministers of Telangana and Tamil Nadu. And, what was very refreshing for me is they really meant business. Both of them knew exactly, what they wanted to talk about and so very deeply involved with their portfolio. So it actually felt like hearing, two CEOs, if I can add. Can you please give all our speakers a huge round of applause? I think 3 of them have come from Hyderabad, 2 from Bangalore. And as Nabila said, deep tech is the hottest theme of the year or of the last 2 years, and certainly of the last week, because of Skyroot's extraordinary achievement. But before I begin, because you all might not be familiar with who we have on stage, I want you all to take 1 minute to talk about what you do, and then we'll sort of begin with the questions. Kavi. I think Kavi has the easiest description of what he does.
Thank you, Chandra. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always energizing to come to Bangalore. We always look up to this city to take energy for everything in startups. Kavikrut, Kavi's easy. I work for T-Hub. It's the world's largest home for startups based in Hyderabad, a very unique public-private partnership. We're an incubator, an investor, an accelerator, and a bunch of other things. Lots to do ahead, and very excited that as Hyderabad, we are also rising as a startup capital.
Great. Paulami?
Hi, everyone. Very glad to be here. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Helix. At Helix, we are building high-quality genomic medicines to solve for kidney diseases. We have our own proprietary lipid nanoparticles that enables us to get to the kidney. We are pioneers in that field. We are working towards an indication called autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease that impacts 9.6 million patients who do not have a cure. And we are in late preclinical stages. We are a hybrid company based out of Hyderabad and Boston. Looking forward to the conversations. Thank you.
I think 90% of that went above my head. I have to
Then
say
I didn't do a good job.
You have to do a Let Me Explain series for me. Sanjay.
Thanks, Chandra, for having me. My name is Sanjay. I'm the founder and CEO of Dhruva Space. We are India's first private space technology company. Started the company in 2012. Been in the business for the last 14 years. We've gone to space about 6 times so far.
Okay, you've gone to space. Your satellites have gone to space.
The company has launched to space about 6 times so far on multiple launch vehicles. Upper sleeve is launching India's first 2 private satellites, Skybolt 1 and 2, after the formation of InSpace. Broadly building, launching and operating satellites from India, for India and also the rest of the world.
Great. Kaushik.
Hey, thanks for having me
Thank you for coming. By the way, I know some international clients of yours are waiting at your office, but thank you for making
It's
it.
difficult to say no to all of you. Anyways, thanks for having me here. I'm Kaushik, co-founder of Ethereal Machines. We are at the forefront of India's advanced manufacturing revolution that's going on. We build multi-axis CNC machines, which are used to make precision components for aerospace, defense, energy, semiconductor, and healthcare. So we do work across all of these sectors, and we are tackling some of India's most advanced manufacturing problems as of today.
Great. Bhakta.
Hi, my name is Bhakta Keshavachar. I'm founder and CEO of Chara Technologies. It'll take a little bit longer. It's always harder to explain what we do. So climate change is the biggest threat to mankind. One way to avoid this is to go electric. And these electric futures motors will be the engines of the future economy. All the motors today have these magnets which make them work. These are called rare earth magnets, and they're all coming from our friendly neighboring country. And last year we saw the geopolitical eruption based around this. So what we do at Chara, which stands for motion in Sanskrit, is very simple. We build rare earth-free motors and controllers for automotive and various other applications.
Great. To the founders on this panel. Is it very cool to be a deep tech startup now? Because for the longest time, people would go after, oh wow, you're building a quick commerce company, an e-commerce company, a D2C company, but now deep tech is the in thing. How has public perception, investor perception changed? Sanjay, maybe I'll come to you first. You've been at it for 14 years.
Yeah, I think definitely the perception has changed. I think, when we started in 2012, hardware being done in India was not seen the right way. It was mostly, seen with the lens of, is this even possible? And I think thanks to a lot of initiatives from the government, today I think we're investing quite a lot in hard technologies that will power India's own growth and also the global growth. So I think from that perspective, we've really come a long way.
Kaushik?
So we've been...
investors seem to love you, but...
Well, so I say this whenever I meet a new investor, that there is no investor in India or no VC firm in India that has not passed on us and has not come back to us to see if there is some allocation that they can garner. And huge credit to the central government for this because of the RDI fund scheme that's happening. So I would say that deep tech is now the cool thing because the central government decided to go ahead with the RDI fund, and people need to start looking for deep tech funds to be able to tap into that pool of money. So it's good. It's good to be, because this is what the country needs. This is what a few of us have been shouting for the top of our voices for more than a decade. We've been at it since 14. These guys have been at it since 12. So we've been saying this for the longest time, and it's fantastic to see, I think, the beneficiaries of this, right? Like I would say we are beneficiaries of what companies like IdeaForge, Tomboy Imaging, Grey Orange, Aether did. And thanks to what's happening now, there will be a lot more beneficiaries downstream where people are attempting even braver things and even cooler things.
Right.
I'm not sure whether it's cool to be a deep tech startup, but it's definitely hard. But things have changed quite a bit, as Kaushik was telling. Over the past decade or so, there's a lot more recognition both by the government policy and the investors. And everybody has their own reason. I mean, for us, it was like India as a country, as a society, is a net importer of technologies. I think we need to fix this to grow up the value chain. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we should do deep tech startup. And now it's a good time to do it in India.
Great. Polly?
Yeah, I would say the perception has changed definitely. So 5 years back when we started Helix and we approached many of the investors in India and we said, oh, you know what, we want to be building gene therapies. And they looked at my face and like, that's a moonshot. Like, that's not going to happen. It's like a sci-fi movie. And then they also asked me after the whole conversation that, oh, to iska app banega kya? And then I was like,
10 minutes mein gene editing deliver.
So then I was like, okay, I think we're addressing the wrong market. But I'm very proud to say that we closed our recent seed round and it was led by Indian VCs.
Round of applause for that.
That's
not
definitely
easy.
a change. Definitely a change, yeah.
Kavi?
I mean, our perspective is slightly different. Not
Because
as
you're
founders.
the incubator that's sort of
Right,
trying
right.
to...
I think we have to, so just to off on others were saying, the DPIT recently announced a couple of months ago that the new startup definition is now 20 years. And deep tech, see, VCs and investors and founders, the best talent of India wants to start a company. What do we bet on, right? You always want to bet on whatever is the next frontier. That's what we're seeing. But I just want to remind that, the iPhone is 19 years old, so is Flipkart. It's only 19 years old. What we're talking about that has burgeoned and grown is only 20 years old in India. 20 years back, nobody was starting companies. So the fact that today we are doing deep tech and we have 20 years ahead, right? And that's how we're defining startups is phenomenal. We at T-Hub and what we're seeing in Hyderabad is, from our lens, is primarily two things. People want to solve hard problems. And I think that is fantastic. That's where talent, money, and time should go. And the second is that capital, ecosystem players, partners, everybody is willing to be patient. So if you're willing to put all the resources and be patient, then, people call deep tech hard tech, tough tech, deep tech, long tech. There are a lot of names for it. But I think if we are patient and we have resources, nothing like it. So very, very encouraged and excited. It being a cool is the effect, not the cause.
Right. Kaushik, you brought up the RDI fund. 1 lakh crore is a huge corpus and someone told me now every VC fund wants to be known as a deep tech fund, or every VC has become a deep tech investor. Again, as founders, are people really interested in deep tech, or is it one of those FOMO themes, or is there a genuine realization now that, what, we haven't invested in hard tech, which is why we are losing out to countries like China in critical sectors?
So there are both sides of it, right? There are genuine cases, and then there are some which are definitely riding the FOMO wave. So this was one of the discussions I was having with some of the bureaucrats who were at Bharat Innovates, and News just was there last month. He was also, we were there together. That it's very important and on who you are allocating this from a fund of fund perspective to, because we've had, like she was saying, right, like iska app ban sakta hai kya, right? Like now we were building something called a CNC machines, multi-axis CNC machines, never been attempted in India, has been done in Germany, Japan, etc. Never been done. And there were so many investors who came in and said, no, this will not be done in a timeline, this is not VC investable. But suddenly, because there's the RDI fund, everybody's like, oh, this is VC investable. No, it doesn't work like that.
Because the thesis changed overnight.
Yeah, it doesn't happen, right? Because like you can call it cool, but you will still have to spend years and years in your garage. I don't know if you, yesterday I tweeted a picture from 2019 May when I couldn't afford backup of electricity. So I literally pulled in my car into the garage and was using the headlights to continue building. Right? Wow. Because yesterday there was somebody who posted something about our work and that had blown up. I said, guys, so all of this is fine, but you'll still have to put in all of this. So it's cool, uncool, whatever you want to call it. So it's if you look at it from the VC investor perspective, right? Somebody like a Bloom Ventures, right? 2019, they were investors in us. Stuck along, still continue to believe, double down in the last round that we just closed a couple of months ago. We just did a 30 million round. Double down in that round too. So there are definitely genuine cases like this, and they did carbon clean solutions. They did gray orange robotics. There are very genuine cases like Yali Capital, right? Ganapati Subramaniam, who was in Celesta, did Idea Forge, did Twondo Imaging, now was doing Yali Capital purely in deep tech. So there are a bunch of genuine cases, and there are a bunch of people who are just trying to ride the wave. So it's very important for the government to actually check, create a mechanism either. So that was a conversation I was having at Nice, where how do you even create a mechanism for this? I said, trust me, there are lots of founders out there who tried to do things in deep tech and have interacted with people over time.
Right. Bloom also happens to be your investor.
Yeah. So I think, honestly,
now,
from a space tech sector standpoint, I think the need has existed for a long period of time. See, we're a country with 1 billion people. We are one of those countries which has had its own capabilities in space. We have our own launch vehicles. We have our own communication, navigation satellites. But if you look at the numbers, right, we have not really industrialized the ecosystem, right? So today, India operates roughly about 60 odd satellites. If you were to look at US and China, US government has about 1,000 satellites. Chinese government has 1,000 satellites. And there are private companies in the US which are launching thousands of satellites. SpaceX is just one example. So from that perspective, I think, there has been a need to build a India product stack that can truly service India's own needs, and at the same time power the rest of the world too. And in that context, I think, space in general is also multidisciplinary engineering. So it's like a combination of deep tech companies working together, right? So we can use quantum sensors on the satellite. We can use, different sources of energy on satellites, so on and so forth. That way, I think government, we are also the beneficiaries of RDIF. I think we were really looking for government to support some of these really hard.
Bangalore, what's it like building a deep tech startup out of Hyderabad? I'm obviously not going to ask Kavi because he'll be biased. But what's the biggest plus? What's the biggest minus?
So I didn't have a choice in the sense that I was born and brought up here. So, but I think Bangalore for.
But you also, would the minus be that, at least till now, deep tech is lower in the food chain. Now maybe you're above. But automatically, disproportionate amount of attention among Bangalore VCs goes towards consumer internet and apps, as she said.
Yeah, I think Bangalore had one advantage from before. I think probably because of its geographical.
If you can hold the mic closer.
Yeah, because of its geographical location deep in the south, a lot of these DRDO institutions were installed here.
Yeah.
I think there was a trained tech manpower which helped the startup ecosystem, and definitely the deep tech ecosystem. The other cultural reasons probably. I think those things were the main reasons for Bangalore being the kind of the leader in tech and deep tech. But now others are also catching up, and I think in full honesty, I think there should be more centers in India than just one center. Yeah, I think that part is true. But picking on the RDIF fund, I think even before ANRF was announced, investors had turned around. I mean, you guys were funded. There was a definite trend. I think about 7-8 years ago, when investors started looking at deep tech as an investable opportunity. I think that was a welcome move, and I think this ANRF and RDIF will give a massive push to that effort.
Got it. Follow me?
Yeah, I think I'll answer the Hyderabad piece and what gives us the advantage. So just to start with, right, like Telangana is known as the vaccine capital when you look at it globally. And it is not by accident. It is because of the infrastructure. It is also because of the people who are there. There is presence of something called Genome Valley there. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. It is mind-blowing to go and see what's happening over there, right? Like the biggest companies, Novartis, Lonza, Biogen, Amgen, they all are having presence there. And there is a reason why. So there's a lot of push. We have regular meetings with the Telangana Life Sciences, the association, to kind of think about how can we become from just like manufacturers to innovators. So I think there's a lot of push that comes. So that is a constant support that I've gotten. There are great VC funds who are out there, like India Partners, who actually host events almost at a regular basis, where we get to interact and talk about the tough questions with the regulators as well. We are kind of, going on a path which is absolutely novel for India, where we are looking at in vivo gene therapies. So there are no guidelines that exist. So it's really important for us to have that conversation with the VCs, with the regulatory bodies, and that is made possible in Hyderabad by IKP, by T-Hub, by many others who actually proactively take up that and ensure that we get the answers that we really want. So that really gives me the confidence of building what I'm building in Hyderabad.
Chandra, you have to give me a minute on this.
Okay.
Obviously, Polumi did a good job of describing the city, but having lived in...
Chandra will be happy in India.
Yes, I've lived in Bangalore for several years, and now I'm in Hyderabad. There is one very important difference, which either we can say we want to solve for, take for granted, or build upon. And that difference is having enough startup heroes to look at. So in Bangalore, you go back many years, Infosys.
Way back to,
Infosys happened,
Infosys.
right? And then Flipkart happened. And then all the Swiggy, Razor Pays of the world are happening, and now everything else around us. You look at Gurgaon, right? He said grey orange, happened long ago. You look at Paytm, Oyo, Zomato.
Yeah,
In Hyderabad,
Make My Trip.
In Hyderabad, we missed the first consumer app internet wave. No unicorn or big notable company. When I say hero, you can measure it in many ways. Came out in the first decade. In the second decade, we missed the SaaS wave. Darwin Box, Zenoti and HighRadius came out of it, obviously. But I think, genetically we were thinking SaaS is ITES, so we got lost there. But this deep tech wave we won't miss. And as T-Hub, as how I think about it just personally, I feel like Bangalore has heroes, so do other cities, and Hyderabad doesn't. Now we're in a good place to say, because India's first private space rocket company, Skyroot's come from Hyderabad. You guys are speaking to Pawan later. It's a week-old news. Dhruva's here. I think to spawn ecosystems and build for this nation, even with Chennai and what happened with Freshdesk and all the other companies there, we just need to find and back all potential heroes. And Hyderabad lacks that today, right? When you have heroes, capital comes, talent comes, people come, everything just explodes. That, I think, is the fundamental difference between us and all the other cities I mentioned. And I think it makes a huge difference.
That you will have heroes in the deep tech wave that will spawn
we definitely want to, and we want to throw the kitchen sink behind making that happen.
Got it. I think we have 5 more minutes, so I'm just going to take closing comments. In terms of, while India is producing a lot of deep techs, how do you sort of convince customers, both in India, global customers, to buy breakthrough technology from India? Or, is that an old problem? Now people kind of know because of what we've managed to show with Apple and the whole China Plus One push. If you can give us your own perspective on how customer perceptions have changed about sourcing from deep tech companies in India.
So, in our case, what we have seen is that the large companies in India are a little bit more risk aware in using new technologies like ours for various reasons, startup risk, new technologies and all that. That is slowly changing. I think we are getting a little bit of support from the large companies, but that has to change a lot to make sure that the deep tech companies like all of us here grow commercially. I think that support has to come from the corporate sector so that they buy our stuff, to put it simply, right? They buy our stuff. Apart from investment and RDIF and all that, I think a lot of deep tech companies have trouble growing up, and I think that problem needs to be fixed. And there we are seeing that the companies outside India are a little bit more risk averse than the corporates in India.
Got it. Kaushik?
I've always had the reverse problem.
Oh.
So it's 70% of my revenue today is exports. It used to be 90% at one point in time. We've had customers from Italy, UK, Japan, US, always willing to take the leap of faith. I've always found it tougher in India. But outside, it's always been easy, repeatable business. Last month, we were at Eurosatory, we were exhibiting there. Some of my team members are in Farnborough right now in UK. We have a stall there. I'm running out of a meeting with some American customers. I'm going to run back into a meeting with American customers. So we've always had it different for us. And I only see that increasing and increasing as I see more and more queries coming to us from the western part of the world. So China Plus One is real. If you were to look at it from a manufacturing perspective, China Plus One is very real. India is being considered as a very serious alternative as a reliable advanced manufacturing partner. I see a lot more components, lot more projects moving into India.
Great.
Yeah, from our perspective, I think the initial few years was very, very slow. Primarily because, in this sector, customers would actually like to see how the product is functioning, right? And this is quite literally space. So, people would expect that, you would have launched, you have built some credibility, so on and so forth. And I think that's where government kind of pitched in a very big way. So government has been the first backer of some of these technologies, which kind of built the trust not just within India, but also outside of India. Once we started generating revenues, we did about 10 crores, and then we did 80, and today our order book is more than 500 crores with a pipeline running into a few thousand crores.
Wow. And
besides this, I think building on the trust that India has globally, we are seeing a lot of, the global south looking at how we can service them. So we are today exporting to other countries. In a few cases, actually powering champions in those countries. So that way, I feel the policies and the frameworks that have come up by the government have all been adding as the fuel quite literally to all the rocket ship companies.
Got it. Palmi?
So for us, it's very different because, we are one of the first companies from India who's actually building gene therapies for the global market, right? So from day one, it has been about relationship building with the bigger biopharma, and it takes time to kind of build that trust. So building one therapy takes about 8 years, and now we are 5 years down the journey. And there's never been a question about trust in the data that we have produced. In fact, we are in a stage where we are having material transfer agreements with bigger companies which are based out of US to do a head-to-head comparison of what our product looks like against theirs. So there's definitely that. And what we've always been appreciated for is the capital efficiency and the pace. So with China, in terms of therapeutics, one of the things that they've really accelerated is to do first-in-human trials. So literally from discovery of the drug to testing it in patient takes about 16 months, which is insane because in reality it should take about 6 to 8 years. But they're really considering India as an alternative, and that's why our go-to is to do phase 1/2 trials in India because it's an orphan drug. We want the regulatory support to enable that. So if it has to be a China plus one model, we really have to build the infrastructure. We have to ensure that the regulatory bodies are aligned and there is enough capital because you need patient capital in order to kind of build something that innovative. So I think that's what is needed.
Got it. We're in the last 4 seconds, so Kavi, I'm going to let you have the last word. We covered the government's role with respect to the RDI fund and, how investors also have warmed up to the sector. But are you seeing India Inc. invest, in a big way? I mean, we spoke to the head of Google DeepMind India last week, and he said it's disappointing how, as a percentage of R&D, India is way lesser than what Chinese companies and American companies spend. Again, do you see that changing, or is it... because they're still not spending that much on R&D. I don't know if that's because they are listed and their incentives are different. It's geared towards shareholders.
Great question, Chandra. I'll not take too much time. I think at T-Hub we work with about 100 companies to find proof of concept pilots from startups for these companies, right? There are two lenses for this that matter. The first is, what does a founder need early stage? They need either capital or they need an endorsement which can come from a invoice.
Yeah.
It could be free too. And I think India Inc. is behind. Family offices are investing in companies, but how many CVCs, corporate venture capital firms, do we have? So even if you're not doing R&D, because that takes a lot of commitment, are you actually investing and supporting startups, right? And I just want to, so it's behind, and I think we need to do a lot of work for getting out of the next 20-year deep tech wave and to build companies. I think India Inc. has to step up. It has to do free POCs, it has to do paid pilots, it has to take experiments and bets and CVCs. And I think we are far behind. We don't even need Google to do it. We have enough large Indian companies, that are large companies from India for the world. I want to just quote one example and wrap up with that. I think the government is ahead on this, interestingly enough. We have a vantage point as T-Hub. We are the largest defense incubator in the country, lesser known fact. We've hosted about 70 plus challenges now, IDEX challenges, right? So IDEX, which is launched by Ministry of Defense, you guys should look it up if you don't know. Just from our startups, more than 350 crores has come up in purchase orders, right? So if Indian defense buys, it answers the previous question also we were talking about, which is, quality. Yeah. Of manufacturing from India, because we are at a very interesting eclipse. There's sovereignty, macroeconomics, geopolitics at play. India is building real stuff. Indian defense is buying from Indian companies, right? So if more companies can do that, take a straw from IDEX, launch problem statements, get more startups to participate. There is actually a law in India which requires a startup winning an IDEX challenge. It requires the combined forces to only buy from that startup outside of the procurement process, right? So if companies can do that, we would have truly brought this ecosystem together and unlocked, not just for ourselves, but for the world.
Great. On that note, thank you all very much. A huge round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks all of you. Wonderful conversation there, insightful indeed. Empowering all our guests. I really appreciate you joining us, including Chandra. We're breaking into lunch. We have an exciting lineup right after this, several conversations that includes actor and entrepreneur Rakul Preet Singh, who joins us. We also have Olympic medalist Saina Nehwal, Karnataka's Chief Minister himself, DK Shivkumar, who will be in. So enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back right after. Artificial intelligence that's rapidly transforming healthcare. Studies have estimated that AI could help reduce diagnostic errors, accelerate drug discovery, and also improve clinical decision making, and further automate routine healthcare processes, allowing doctors to spend a lot more time with patients while also expanding access to quality care. Now, as India strengthens its healthcare ecosystem, the opportunity lies completely in combining technology with sound public policy to make healthcare not only smarter, but also more accessible and affordable. So how can AI, public policy, and medical innovation really come together seamlessly to improve patient outcomes while ensuring quality healthcare reaches every citizen? To deep dive into that and explore those questions, let me be joined in and welcome Vivek Narayan of Network 18 on stage, please. And also joining him is a leader committed to strengthening Tamil Nadu's healthcare ecosystem through public health, medical education, healthcare infrastructure, and also wider access to quality care. Let me welcome Dr. K.G. Arun Raj, Honorable Minister for Health, Medical Education and Family Welfare, the Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Nabila. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure.
As journalists, we often meet politicians, and there are some politicians who are different, but there are some who are completely flabbergasted us, even seasoned journalists. One of them is Dr. Arun. How is he different as a young doctor? He's worked in rural Tamil Nadu in Krishnagiri. He's seen at the grassroots level, what are the challenges before common people, before healthcare professionals? Then, as a civil servant, as a part of the Indian revenue service, he's done sterling service there, and then he quit his revenue service at the peak. Just as his career was budding to join politics as part of Mr. Vijay's TVK, fought the elections, won the elections, and has become the health minister. In 1 year of politics, he's become one of the top individuals in the government of Tamil Nadu and is handling a very sensitive portfolio. First question, Dr. Arun. This transition from a doctor, I'm sure you must have been asked this question, but from a person who's seen this, been there, done that in health, to a revenue service officer, to a politician, how has the transition been, and which one is the toughest of the jobs?
First of all, let me begin with a deep sense of gratitude to the people of Tamil Nadu for giving us this mandate. Okay, the people of Tamil Nadu, this mandate was secured under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru C. Joseph Vijay. This is not yet another electoral victory. It represents the hopes and aspirations of millions of youth, the trust of all the family members of this Tamil Nadu for a clean, transparent government. So this mandate has given us enormous credibility. Previously, governments were one based on money power or muscle power. This government was one. This mandate was one based on a promise, based on the promise of clean, transparent government. And this, as I said, this gives us enormous credibility, and because of that, it gives us huge strength. At the same time, this gives us huge responsibility also. So, under the leadership of our CM, we are fully focused and fully geared up to fulfill the aspirations of the hopes of the people of Tamil Nadu. Coming back to your question, yes, as you mentioned, I was a trained doctor by profession. Then I entered into civil service. Then I quit, and now I'm into politics. The first thing I learned in medicine is empathy. This is the thing every doctor gets trained, because once we know the pain of the poor, pain of the sick, then the words and the language we speak to them, it heals half of the disease. And also, I happen to work in a remote village in Krishnagiri district. And by that, I had the unique opportunity of knowing what exactly is the problems of a rural poor who tries to access the healthcare. He looks upon a rural doctor for want of a health service was looked upon as a sort of mercy from the doctor. Not as a matter of right, but as a matter of a mercy or a kindness from the doctors or the treating staff nurses. At the same time, Next, when I entered into civil service, it gave me huge administrative experiences. One of the fundamental principles in administration is that no one is indispensable. System is always bigger. So all these things have come in handy when I'm handling now this health ministry. So definitely it gives me an unique opportunity and unique strengths to handle this very sensitive ministry of health.
So Tamil Nadu has been known as a state. Yeah, please go ahead.
You asked me which is the toughest of all the three. Of course, politics is the most tough one because, see, we are always in the limelight for right or wrong reasons. Being in a bureaucracy, it gives us huge security, both professionally and also from every other aspect. But here we are always in the limelight. Any small mistakes just gets flared up, and we are answerable to the people. We have to look after our constituency, and also, as I had earlier mentioned, this hopes and expectations of the people of Tamil Nadu is huge. So we have this huge responsibility to fulfill those expectations.
So the burden of all the hope which is coming from the people of Tamil Nadu, the big challenge. But traditionally, Tamil Nadu is known as a state where bureaucracy is very strong. Traditionally, Tamil Nadu is known as a state where healthcare system is quite robust. I mean, you've done well, whether it be primary healthcare centers. What is the next big challenge for you?
As you mentioned, Tamil Nadu is one of the better performing states as far as healthcare is concerned. Now, time is ripe for the next big leap in healthcare in the state of Tamil Nadu. So, under the leadership of our CM, we have some 5-6 core areas where which will form the focus of our governments. And I would like my tenure to be judged on these aspects. First is to bring specialist care to the rural and district hospitals. Presently, that access to primary health care is almost reached. Now, this next challenge is to bring specialist care at the district level, taluk level hospitals. Second, this cancer care treatment. If there is one diagnosis which can shatter the family, both physically, emotionally, and also financially, it is the diagnosis of cancer for any member of a family. Now we have a comprehensive CM health insurance scheme, but many times this cost of the treatment is much bigger than this coverage. So we want to expand this cancer care network to every district. And third, another unfocused area previously has been mental health. Mental health problems is one of the, as per WHO, 1 in 7 persons across the world, they suffer from one mental health illness or the other. And it is the second leading causes of years spent with disability. So our government has recognized this need, and I think this is going to be a first step in improving mental health among the poor. And apart from this, I would also say, our government has special focus to improve the positive health among the people. See, all along these priorities of this government have been towards treatment, building new hospitals, buying latest medical equipments. All these were treatment oriented. Sufficient, I would say, this sufficient focus was not given to preventive aspect, primordial prevention like. So under the leadership of a CM, we want to give more focus on promoting positive health among the people, right from dietary advice, what foods not to have, and also this daily exercise routine. When we see many Western countries being fit and following daily exercise routine is part of their daily routine. Even if they come late, they don't tend to miss their routine. All these things we want to promote so that positive health is promoted among this community. And lastly, I would say we want to improve patient experience in a government hospital. Just like that people go for a shopping and that experience is measured, we want a patient's experience in a government hospital to be improved, starting from this waiting time and the cleanliness and the ambience of the hospital to the quality of the restrooms, the neatness of the restroom, the cleanliness of the restrooms, and the provision of proper drinking water facilities. All this we want to focus on so that overall patient experience is improved.
Yes, this may look very basic, but of course it's extremely important. But going back to one or two points that you said, one is the tobacco ban in Tamil Nadu, which has been quite effectively done. Pardon? Tobacco ban, the ban on gutka, the way you have banned it and the way it's been carried out by the government, that is exceptional, the way it's part of your healthcare program also. Second is mental health care that you spoke about. Some of the pictures, for example, when one watches TV or social media, some of the most scary pictures come when you have this unrequited lover killing the lady. All these things are outcome of a society where there are issues which have not been addressed. So these two are interlinked, whether it be of abuse of substance or of people acting in certain manner. So aren't you focusing specifically on these two issues?
Definitely. I mean, drug abuse is one of the key reasons for crimes, and especially crimes against women. So that this prevalence of drugs has increased in the last 5-10 years. It's because of poor implementation of law and order in the state, and also not giving the due importance it deserves. So one of the first things our government did was to appoint a regular DGP, which the post of which was vacant for nearly 2 years in the previous regime. And also this crimes against women, which you mentioned, they have to be addressed in a more holistic manner. See, right from school, we have to teach our students to respect the opposite sexes. It's not that just like having a relationship, and it's not a matter of right that other sex, they have a right to say no. We have to respect the decisions. All these things have to be cultivated, and they have to be taught right from the school ages, and that's how these kind of incidents can be prevented.
As a journalist, I cannot but ask you a political question. As a doctor, you have passed the NEET exam, not the entrance examination. You've been through that rigmarole, that challenge. Now you have students protesting on one hand. You have the government of Tamil Nadu, which has a slightly different approach towards a common entrance examination. What is your reading? What is your solution to the challenge?
See, India is a federal country and also a very vast country. So lakhs of students take up this entrance exam for this medical admissions. See, our party, even before these elections, have taken a very consistent stand that let education and this medical education and healthcare be brought to the state list. As a federal government, it has enough things to do. Let it take care of this economy, defense, communications. Let it do it more effectively. Let these things be handled by the respective states. See, conducting one exam, one common entrance exam for this lakhs and lakhs of students across the length and breadth of the country, it's definitely challenging for any government, any party which is at the union level. So why have this great inclination, great stubbornness in saying that it is me who will conduct? It is one agency which will conduct an entrance exam for the entire length and breadth of the state, because every respective states have taken great pain and efforts to establish medical colleges at their own cost.
Counter to that, doctor, you also passed the civil services.
Yeah.
MBBS, you passed civil services, you passed the union public service examinations are very well conducted by the union government. There has never been a challenge to that. You cleared that also.
No, I would respectfully disagree because you should ask a lot of UPSC aspirants about the credibility of UPSC. Let me be very fair. Okay. See, for a job at a corporate, we have multiple levels of interview. First, technical interview, HR interview. Here in UPSC, the final stage of exam is the personality test, which is commonly referred to as interview. There, 5 members sit and they decide the future of the nation by selecting or not selecting a particular candidate in 25 minutes. And that too, that decisions being taken in the UPSC panel is not democratic. That board chairman has the overriding authority to override the marks awarded by other members of the board. Secondly, there has always been an accusation that the candidates are called for during that interview process according to their community. First, general categories are called. Next, OBC candidates are called. Next, SC candidates are called. Then ST candidates are called. If you see the average marks scored by the general category, OBC, SC, ST students, there is always a gap. So the thing is, the board knows which community the candidate belongs. So the top performer of OBC and equally top performer of SC, they don't get the same marks. This bias is always there. This has been written and talked about by lakhs and lakhs of students over the years. This is not, this issue of the problems in UPSC scheme of things is not restricted to this interview alone. Even in this mains exam, there is a system of grading or normalizing marks. See, we have some 22 different optionals. Maybe in a particular year, geography may be easy, and some other year, political science or public administration may be easy. So they have a system of normalizing marks. See, this is all not transparent at all. And I had put an RTA when I had got a very low marks in one of my attempts. I had put an RTA whether this double evaluation system is followed. Because why I asked is that my own mother was working in college. She was a college lecturer, professor, and she used to evaluate the mark sheets without awarding marks. She used to put it in a separate sheet of paper. I asked why. She said, I along with another evaluator would evaluate the papers and an average would be taken. If the difference is more, it will go to a third evaluator. So why can't this system be followed in a very highly important exam like civil service exams? So which decides who will be this bureaucrats of the state. So definitely UPSC also needs reform. I want to make a strong statement from this stage.
Thank you, Dr. Arun there for your kind words. Dr. Arun Raj, the Minister for Health, Medical Education of Tamil Nadu government. Thanks a lot for joining us and giving us your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Babu, thanks very much for joining us at Rising Bharat's regional edition in Bengaluru. Chandra, of course, began by talking about Bengaluru and said that as an innovation hub, and she said that Hyderabad will have something to say about that. Well, you are the right man to respond on behalf of Hyderabad. So let me begin by asking you, sir, that if you compare, say, Bengaluru or Hyderabad, now Bengaluru remains the leader in terms of the absolute number of GCCs because of its lineage and its legacy. But in the last couple of years, the most number of new GCCs have been commissioned in Hyderabad, over 80 if I'm not wrong. So if you can tell us, so Hyderabad is getting more GCCs than anybody else compared to other cities. So has this transformation been by design? And what is your vision for Hyderabad for the next 5 years?
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. In fact, it's a quite pleasure to be here in Bangalore. In fact, that to the South Indian state, my colleagues are all over here. And I would like to thank Money Control and the News18 to make everybody bring to a platform, a single platform. I can see many, investor friends over here, and many stakeholders over here who are very keen to know about Hyderabad and state of Telangana. In fact, when you mentioned about how and why of late many global capability centers are centered around Hyderabad, I would like to mention it's not been done in a decade's time. Over a period of 2 to 3 decades, the trust, the faith that we created among the companies overboard. And as you rightly told, the legacy of Karnataka, and especially the Bangalore, always leads in front. And we see Karnataka, especially the Bangalore, as our healthy competitor. We take the nuances and the best experiences and the best things what we can really imbibe from Karnataka, especially the Bangalore. And over a period of time, we could able to raise ourselves to the next level. For example, when we talk about infrastructure, when we talk about the resources, when we talk about innovation, and we talk about the government planning, these are all the 3 or 4 key areas where we take it very seriously, very piously, and to move forward. You know, every state has enough resources at their end. Like every state can provide land, any state can provide power, any can provide, the incentives or the subsidies, because we are in the rat race.
You were saying when we were coming outside that investors come like walking in a shopping mall and they compare different states. And so what are the discounts that you offer, sir, to investors?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I just compare, with all due respects to the investors coming to different states in the world. They would like to see what is the best for them. Like we go to the shopping mall, we just try to select the best quality shirt for me at the best reasonable price, and which should look fashionable too. All right? And all these things take shape, in the customer's mind while doing shopping, right? We cross so many shops across in the super mall, and ultimately we end taking one in one shop, depending upon our priorities and our necessities. That's what happens. Most of the investors goes to different states, sees the advantage what they can get from. For example, if they find the talent available over there, if they find the land which is available right now over there, and if they see the city or the state has the proper infrastructure, either it may be the physical infrastructure or it may be a digital infrastructure, what they want, for their own sector or their company. These are all things where they will weigh and end up in taking a conclusive statement to put their shops. So this is where what we look at. So when it has come, and over the past 2 to 3 years, we just placed our emphasis on talent creation. I have put all the emphasis on how the available talent can be curated to the global world, whether it may be the reskilling and upskilling the skill strength.
So what is the comparative advantage that Hyderabad brings in for investors compared to, say, Bengaluru or Chennai for that matter, or Telangana versus a Maharashtra or a Karnataka? And you're not just competing with them, you're also competing with Vietnam and other places globally. So what is it that you tell investors? What is the extra edge that you think Hyderabad provides, or what's your pitch to investors?
Yes, absolutely. It's not about Bangalore, or it's not about Mumbai or Pune or Noida from the north, but we are also have an equal competition between the other countries, the small countries, where the technology is leading its pace. So when it comes, why somebody has to select Telangana or Hyderabad? We have the best of the infrastructure. If you see the seed which we laid about exactly 20 years back, with a $2 billion investment, although it was high capital intense project like Outer Ring Road. We face, I was in the government too. We face so much of criticism why $2 billion investment is being made for Outer Ring Road. It doesn't fetch that sort of a return back. Now, if you see the results and the dividends which we see right now, in terms of that physical infrastructure of building Outer Ring Road, which can connect to each and every part of Hyderabad in a matter of 40 to 50 minutes. This is a beautiful facility. And the first ever private airport, privately built on the PPP model, on the international scale, the airport, the ORR, or the creation of the high-tech city. They're all made us, more, solid, strengthened over a period of these 20 years. And we haven't left that space out, not only creating the physical infrastructure, we have built the digital infrastructure. If you see Telangana right now, our optical fiber is connected to the remotest part of the village. any company can put their office. For example, I hail from a very remote area. They can put their software company over there.
You're a five-time MLA from Manthani.
Yes, with the blessings of my people over there from Manthani have been done. The optical fiber cable is been laid to the last mile. So you, Ms. Mehta, can keep a company over there where networking is not at all a problem. A network is not a problem. And I also see that the talent is also available. So this is the main reason. And at the same time, this physical and the digital infrastructure, what we placed, and also the talent available according to the need of today, especially in the cutting-edge technologies which are shaping up to. Either it may be AI or cyber security or data analytics. The skill is available right now over here. And if you see, not only specific core engineering disciplines, the GCCs have come. More 10 to 11 verticals of the industries, GCCs have come over here.
So which are the main sort of industries which are investing in Hyderabad in terms of GCCs, and which sectors are you seeing the most investments in?
Apart from, if I see, I could, on this platform, I'd like to mention the 46% of the greenfield GCCs have come over the past 2 years only to Hyderabad. 46%. And out of it, 26% of the GCCs are to the main core software industry. And few are from aerospace, few are from the defense, few are from the hospitality industry, and few are from, anyway, the pharma industry which have an existence. And one more addition where no other state has, the beauty tech industry, first ever, have put their own GCCs like L'Oreal, which is supposed to be a multinational beauty tech industry captain, has put the GCC over here. So you just see, it's not only about the talent, about the innovation, what it takes place. It's a fusion. What we do over there, the technology is available over here, the expertise is available over there, and when the technical expertise can combine with their, basic industrial expertise, that goes, if you see the financial centers which have come, the banking, core financial insurance sectors which have
come. Is BFSI growing in Hyderabad?
Yes, the BFSI sector is growing at a rapid speed. So these are all sectors where we are trying to put it across. When any company comes to us.
How long do companies take to get clearance in Hyderabad?
Ease of doing business is supposed to be number one, when you compare with all other states. In a matter of 21 days, we give all the permissions and all the licenses required for any industry, not only for the GCCs, for any industry. And if they don't get a proper, clearance directly, it's a deemed clearance that is supposed to be in our ease of doing business. Right. So that we are trying to put it across, and we have been labeled many a time by Niti Aayog also. We are the forerunners in doing and making things at ease.
So one of the things that we hear from companies also is that when they look at the tangible, so they also look at the intangible. They look at things like nightlife. They look at things like law and order. Yeah. They look at things like how safe is it for women, because they'll also get an international workforce and all of those things. So A, is that what you hear from companies? And B, this very unfortunate incident which has happened of the assault on the young lady a couple of days back in Hyderabad, how does that impact sentiment, A, and what will you do about some things like that?
Absolutely, you are right, and many people, many companies, and many employees, who will be coming from all over the globe, would like to see all these things. First, security in terms of law and order. And second thing is the quality of life. And thirdly, what they look is, how they are placed, in midst of the social tranquility. So in terms of the law and order, we are supposed to be maintaining that standards where each and every individual. Either it may be their privacy or it may be in terms of the security or being safeguarded. As rightly told, 1 million, CCTV cameras are put all through the city. That is one measure what we have taken. And second thing is our police.
In terms of addressing issues when incidents like this happen?
Yes. In terms of addressing it, is also we take stern action and try to put law and order in a very firm and tight condition. And thirdly, when it comes to nightlife and all other social living conditions, we are equally amenable. But we take all the measures too. For example, we and our Chief Minister, our government vision is to see that it's a drug-free state. So keeping all those things into picture.
So let me ask you a broader question then. One is we've been focusing on what the state is doing and the state's competitive advantage. But there's also another player here, which is the central government, right? So you also have to work in tandem with that. So when you deal with the central government on investments and things like that, what are the challenges that you see there? And what are the kinds of changes you would expect from the central government or support from the central government that you're looking for? Are you getting the support that you need, or do you want more?
In this federal polity, and especially all states require assistance from the central government. There are so many schemes, so many programs by the central government which tries to drive all the states to move forward. And that's how the Rising Bharat, as you captioned it, really takes place. Sometimes what we literally face is the stepmotherly treatment of some central government policies, what we face a wrath with, our people are literally facing. For example, if I can quote, we have an Indian Semiconductors Mission, ISM mission, wherein we would like to take the advantage. Either it may be, this state of Karnataka, or my state of Telangana, or it may be Tamil Nadu, or it may be Kerala, or it may be the Pondicherry. These are the states which have solid skill. We have, all these states have the capability of building a chip, manufacturing a chip, which we are competent enough. We have all the design companies. For example, Hyderabad owes all the top 5 design companies over there. We design basically for the chip. And when any chip manufacturing comes down to us, and the same application is being processed for the central government to be considered under the ISM, when it is not being considered, the apathy of the central government, is ultimately affecting our Telangana people and our Telangana software professionals and our Hyderabad designers who does the chip design for not only for India, many companies outside abroad. So when we are not considered, when any company who comes forward to put their manufacturing here, it is not being considered by ISM, that gives lots of heartburn for us. So we appeal to the central government many a time. You have to give all the positive encouragement to the states like Telangana. And also, I would like to say this state and other states which have the capability to build the chip. When it is not being done, I'm not disputing whether if some state is being selected, let central government give the encouragement for those states too, to build up the capacities and make them compete with all other states. And this is how the Rising Bharat or tomorrow's 2047, what the central government is trying to build it will happen. Until unless they take it in a right and equitable manner, you can't make Rising Bharat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Babu has also been a top-class cricketer. He's played for Nizam College and for the University of Hyderabad. He's clearly batting on the front foot here on the central government issue as well. So when you have issues with the central government, Do you take it up with them? What is their response when you raise these issues with them?
Yes, many a time, we take up these issues with the senior colleagues at the union government, and they do the pep talk that next time we would like to literally see and do what best we can. We always, live our lives in hope. So in terms of the hope, hopefully in ISM 2.0, we will be getting our due share. So this is my hope, and we would like to really convince the central government too. And they would really understand the real issues, what a real competent IT state and the employees or our people can make it happen. How they would like to really understand and put it across is most important. Then we will, time and again, we will put our pressure, we will put our thinking, and we will put all the, answers what is being required before them to get a chip manufacturing here back in Hyderabad, back in Telangana.
Last question, so we're running out of time. Hyderabad, of course, is a technology hub. You have a lot of greenfield projects coming in, but other cities have other catchment areas as well. Do you have plans to expand beyond Hyderabad for investments and creating other hubs in the state?
Yes, right question. Telangana is a very small state and Hyderabad is a focal point. So we are also on the lines of building tier 2, tier 3 cities. I just mentioned about the digital infrastructure which we have extended to tier 2, tier 3 and the smaller villages too. That is being done and the talent is rightly available over here. And we are encouraging many, investors or companies to come put their GCCs over here and try to move forward. And we are trying to evolve a policy in terms of incentives and subsidies to come and put the shops in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And one more point I would like to mention. Over here and India has to literally look forward. Over a period of time, we have been the back offices for many multinational corporations. And, it's like in the older times, you export dough and get back the bread at a higher cost. That is what we have been doing in terms of IT too. Now, this is the time when technology is taking a new turn and Hyderabad and the state of Telangana is literally thinking that all these capability centers should become the value centers.
So one quick question, sir. With data center, there are a lot of concerns about the environmental costs as well, right? Around water, cost of electricity and all of that. So how do you address those concerns around sustainability? Because you are a big growth center.
Yes, the new technologies that require the data centers, especially for the AI, the processing speed, which all the companies counts upon. The two important guzzlers, as you know, the water and the power.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we are trying to put it across and we would like to, because we have enough power, we have enough water, we will try to give them whatever they require and move forward. And this is all what we require. We are trying to put all the infrastructure in place to see that, the data centers comes into our place so that the AI-based companies are stationed in Hyderabad and move forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mr. Sridhar Babu for talking the talk on Hyderabad.
South India is an emerging major force when it comes to deep tech journey and bringing together world-class research institutions and engineering talent, entrepreneurs working across space technology, robotics, semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, clean technology and artificial intelligence. We are indeed a hub in this space. The question is no longer whether India can innovate, but how these breakthroughs can really become globally competitive enterprises built and scaled in India. Now, to explore how South India is leading that front, that transformation, please join me in welcoming Chandra Srikanth back to the stage. And joining her for that conversation are founders and ecosystem leaders who are building this globally competitive technologies from the south of India. We're so proud of them and we have them right here. Kavikrut, CEO, T-Hub. Sanjay Nikanti, founder and CEO of Dhruva Space. Kaushik Mudda, co-founder and CEO, Ethereal Machines. Bhakta Keshawachar, founder and CEO of Chara Technologies, and Dr. Polamy Chaudhary, co-founder and CEO of Helix. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabila. Two back-to-back very good sessions from the ministers of Telangana and Tamil Nadu. And, what was very refreshing for me is they really meant business. Both of them knew exactly, what they wanted to talk about and so very deeply involved with their portfolio. So it actually felt like hearing, two CEOs, if I can add. Can you please give all our speakers a huge round of applause? I think 3 of them have come from Hyderabad, 2 from Bangalore. And as Nabila said, deep tech is the hottest theme of the year or of the last 2 years and certainly of the last week because of Skyroot's extraordinary achievement. But before I begin, because you all might not be familiar with who we have on stage, I want you all to take 1 minute to talk about what you do, and then we'll sort of begin with the questions. Kavi. I think Kavi has the easiest description of what he does.
Thank you, Chandra. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always energizing to come to Bangalore. We always look up to this city to take energy for everything in startups. Kavi Krut, Kavi's easy. I work for T-Hub. It's the world's largest home for startups based in Hyderabad, a very unique public-private partnership. We're an incubator, an investor, an accelerator, and a bunch of other things. Lots to do ahead, and very excited that as Hyderabad, we are also rising as a startup capital.
Great. Polamy?
Hi, everyone. Very glad to be here. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Helix. At Helix, we are building high-quality genomic medicines to solve for kidney diseases. We have our own proprietary lipid nanoparticles that enables us to get to the kidney. We are pioneers in that field. We are working towards an indication called autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease that impacts 9.6 million patients who do not have a cure. And we are in late preclinical stages. We are a hybrid company based out of Hyderabad and Boston. Looking forward to the conversations. Thank you.
I think 90% of that went above my head. I have to
Then
say
I didn't do a good job.
You have to do a Let Me Explain series for me. Sanjay.
Thanks, Chandra, for having me. My name is Sanjay. I'm the founder and CEO of Dhruva Space. We are India's first private space technology company. Started the company in 2012. Been in the business for the last 14 years. We've gone to space about 6 times so far.
Okay, you've gone to space. Your satellites.
I mean, the company has launched to space about 6 times so far on multiple launch vehicles. Upper sleeve is launching India's first 2 private satellites, Skybolt 1 and 2, after the formation of InSpace. Broadly building, launching and operating satellites from India, for India and also the rest of the world.
Great. Kaushik.
Hey, thanks for having me
Thank
here.
you for coming. By the way, I know some international clients of yours are waiting at your office, but thank you for making
It's
it.
difficult to say no to all of you. Anyways, thanks for having me here. I'm Kaushik, co-founder of Ethereal Machines. We are at the forefront of India's advanced manufacturing revolution that's going on. We build multi-axis CNC machines, which are used to make precision components for aerospace, defense, energy, semiconductor, and healthcare. So we do work across all of these sectors, and we are tackling some of India's most advanced manufacturing problems as of today.
Great. Bhakta.
Hi, my name is Bhakta Keshawachar. I'm founder and CEO of Chara Technologies. It'll take a little bit longer. It's always harder to explain what we do. So climate change is the biggest threat to mankind. One way to avoid this is to go electric. And these electric futures motors will be the engines of the future economy. All the motors today have these magnets which make them work. These are called rare earth magnets, and they're all coming from our friendly neighboring country. And last year we saw the geopolitical eruption based around this. So what we do at Chara, which stands for motion in Sanskrit, is very simple. We build rare earth-free motors and controllers for automotive and various other applications.
Great. To the founders on this panel, is it very cool to be a deep tech startup now? Because for the longest time, people would go after, oh wow, you're building a quick commerce company, an e-commerce company, a D2C company, but now deep tech is the in thing. How has public perception, investor perception changed? Sanjay, maybe I'll come to you first. You've been at it for 14 years.
Yeah, I think definitely the perception has changed. I think, when we started in 2012, hardware being done in India was not seen the right way. It was mostly, seen with the lens of, is this even possible? And I think thanks to a lot of initiatives from the government, today I think we're investing quite a lot in hard technologies that will power India's own growth and also the global growth. So I think from that perspective, we've really come a long way.
Kaushik?
So we've been...
investors seem to love you, but...
Well, so I say this whenever I meet a new investor, that there is no investor in India or no VC firm in India that has not passed on us and has not come back to us to see if there is some allocation that they can garner. And huge credit to the central government for this because of the RDI fund scheme that's happening. So I would say that deep tech is now the cool thing because the central government decided to go ahead with the RDI fund, and people need to start looking for deep tech funds to be able to tap into that pool of money. So it's good. It's good to be because this is what the country needs. This is what a few of us have been shouting for the top of our voices for more than a decade. We've been at it since 14. These guys have been at it since 12. So we've been saying this for the longest time, and it's fantastic to see, I think, the beneficiaries of this, right? Like I would say we are beneficiaries of what companies like IdeaForge, Tombow Imaging, Grey Orange, Aether did. And thanks to what's happening now, there will be a lot more beneficiaries downstream where people are attempting even braver things and even cooler things.
Right.
I'm not sure whether it's cool to be a deep tech startup, but it's definitely hard. But things have changed quite a bit, as Kaushik was telling. Over the past decade or so, there's a lot more recognition both by the government policy and the investors. And everybody has their own reason. I mean, for us, it was like India as a country, as a society, is a net importer of technologies. I think we need to fix this to grow up the value chain. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we should do deep tech startup. And now it's a good time to do it in India.
Great.
Yeah, I would say the perception has changed definitely. So 5 years back when we started Helix and we approached many of the investors in India and we said, oh, you know what, we want to be building gene therapies. And they looked at my face and like, that's a moonshot. Like, that's not going to happen. It's like a sci-fi movie. And then they also asked me after the whole conversation that, oh, to iska app banega kya? And then I was like,
10 minutes mein gene editing deliver.
So then I was like, okay, I think we're addressing the wrong market. But I'm very proud to say that we closed our recent seed round and it was led by Indian VCs.
Round of applause for that.
That's
not
definitely a change. Definitely a change, yeah.
Kavi?
I mean, our perspective is slightly different.
Because you're the incubator that's sort of
right.
trying to...
I think we have to... So just to off on others were saying, the DPIT recently announced a couple of months ago that the new startup definition is now 20 years. And deep tech, see, VCs and investors and founders, the best talent of India wants to start a company. What do we bet on, right? You always want to bet on whatever is the next frontier. That's what we're seeing. But I just want to remind that, the iPhone is 19 years old, so is Flipkart. It's only 19 years old. What we are talking about that has burgeoned and grown is only 20 years old in India. 20 years back, nobody was starting companies. So the fact that today we are doing deep tech and we have 20 years ahead, right? And that's how we are defining startups is phenomenal. We at T-Hub and what we're seeing in Hyderabad is, from our lens is primarily two things. People want to solve hard problems. And I think that is fantastic. That's where talent, money and time should go. And the second is that capital, ecosystem players, partners, everybody is willing to be patient. So if you're willing to put all the resources and be patient, then, people call deep tech hard tech, tough tech, deep tech, long tech. There are a lot of names for it. But I think if we are patient and we have resources, nothing like it. So very, very encouraged and excited. It being a cool is the effect, not the cause.
Right. Kaushik, you brought up the RDI fund. 1 lakh crore is a huge corpus and someone told me now every VC fund wants to be known as a deep tech fund, or every VC has become a deep tech investor. Again, as founders, are people really interested in deep tech, or is it one of those FOMO themes, or is there a genuine realization now that, we haven't invested in hard tech, which is why we are losing out to countries like China in critical sectors?
So there are both sides of it, right? There are genuine cases, and then there are some which are definitely riding the FOMO wave. So this was one of the discussions I was having with some of the bureaucrats who were at Bharat Innovates, and News just was there last month. He was also, we were there together. That it's very important and on who you are allocating this from a fund of fund perspective to, because we've had, like she was saying, right, like iska app ban sakta hai kya, right? Like now we were building something called a CNC machines, multi-axis CNC machines, never been attempted in India, has been done in Germany, Japan, etc. Never been done. And there were so many investors who came in and said, no, this will not be done in a timeline, this is not VC investable. But suddenly, because there's the RDI fund, everybody's like, oh, this is VC investable. No, it doesn't work like that.
Because the tech changed overnight.
Yeah, it doesn't happen, right? Because like you can call it cool, but you will still have to spend years and years in your garage. I don't know if you, yesterday I tweeted a picture from 2019 May when I couldn't afford backup of electricity. So I literally pulled in my car into the garage and was using the headlights to continue building. Right? Wow. Because yesterday there was somebody who posted something about our work and that had blown up. I said, guys, so all of this is fine, but you'll still have to put in all of this. So it's cool, uncool, whatever you want to call it. So it's if you look at it from the VC investor perspective, right? Somebody like a Bloom Ventures, right? 2019, they were investors in us. Stuck along, still continue to believe, double down in the last round that we just closed a couple of months ago. We just did a 30 million round. Double down in that round too. So there are definitely genuine cases like this, and they did carbon clean solutions. They did gray orange robotics. There are very genuine cases like Yali Capital, right? Ganapati Subramaniam, who was in Celesta, did Idea Forge, did Twondo Imaging, now was doing Yali Capital purely in deep tech. So there are a bunch of genuine cases, and there are a bunch of people who are just trying to ride the wave. So it's very important for the government to actually check, create a mechanism either. So that was a conversation I was having at Nice, where how do you even create a mechanism for this? I said, trust me, there are lots of founders out there who tried to do things in deep tech and have interacted with people over time.
Right. Bloom also happens to be your investor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think, honestly, from a space tech sector standpoint, I think the need has existed for a long period of time. See, we're a country with 1 billion people. We are one of those countries which has had its own capabilities in space. We have our own launch vehicles. We have our own communication, navigation satellites. But if you look at the numbers, right, we have not really industrialized the ecosystem, right? So today, India operates roughly about 60 odd satellites. If you were to look at US and China, US government has about 1,000 satellites, Chinese government has 1,000 satellites. And there are private companies in the US which are launching thousands of satellites. SpaceX is just one example. So from that perspective, I think there has been a need to build a India product stack that can truly service India's own needs, and at the same time power the rest of the world too. And in that context, I think space in general is also multidisciplinary engineering. So it's like a combination of deep tech companies working together, right? So we can use quantum sensors on the satellite. We can use different sources of energy on satellites, so on and so forth. That way, I think government, we are also the beneficiaries of RDIF. I think we were really looking for government to support some of these really hard problems, which otherwise is difficult to find a source of funding. So that way, I think it's very exciting to solve for these problems and truly look at India as a product nation over the years to come.
Great, got it. But a broader geography question for you and Polemy. What's it like building a deep tech startup out of Bangalore? What's it like building a deep tech startup out of Hyderabad? I'm obviously not going to ask Kavi because he'll be biased. But what's the biggest plus? What's the biggest minus?
So I didn't have a choice in the sense that I was born and brought up here. So, but I think Bangalore for...
But also, would the minus be that, at least till now, deep tech is lower in the food chain. Now maybe you're above. But automatically, disproportionate amount of attention among Bangalore VCs goes towards consumer internet and apps, as she said.
Yeah, I think Bangalore had one advantage from before. I think probably because of its geographical.
If you can hold the mic closer.
Yeah, because of its geographical location deep in the south, a lot of these DRDO institutions were installed here.
Yeah.
I think there was a trained tech manpower which helped the startup ecosystem, and definitely the deep tech ecosystem. The other cultural reasons probably. I think those things were the main reasons for Bangalore being the kind of the leader in tech and deep tech. But now others are also catching up, and I think in full honesty, I think there should be more centers in India than just one center. Yeah, I think that part is true. But picking on the RDIF fund, I think even before ANRF was announced, investors had turned around. I mean, you guys were funded. There was a definite trend. I think about 7-8 years ago, when investors started looking at deep tech as an investable opportunity. I think that was a welcome move, and I think this ENRF and RDIF will give a massive push to that effort.
Got it. Follow me?
Yeah, I think I'll answer the Hyderabad piece and what gives us the advantage. So just to start with, right, like Telangana is known as the vaccine capital when you look at it globally. And it is not by accident. It is because of the infrastructure. It is also because of the people who are there. There is presence of something called Genome Valley there. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. It is mind-blowing to go and see what's happening over there, right? Like the biggest companies, Novartis, Lonza, Biogen, Amgen, they all are having presence there. And there is a reason why. So there's a lot of push. We have regular meetings with the Telangana Life Sciences, the association, to kind of think about how can we become from just like manufacturers to innovators. So I think there's a lot of push that comes. So that is a constant support that I've gotten. There are great VC funds who are out there, like India Partners, who actually host events almost at a regular basis, where we get to interact and talk about the tough questions with the regulators as well. We are kind of, going on a path which is absolutely novel for India, where we are looking at in vivo gene therapies. So there are no guidelines that exist. So it's really important for us to have that conversation with the VCs, with the regulatory bodies, and that is made possible in Hyderabad by IKP, by T-Hub, by many others who actually proactively take up that and ensure that we get the answers that we really want. So that really gives me the confidence of building what I'm building in Hyderabad.
Chandra, you have to give me a minute on this.
Okay.
Obviously, Palumi did a good job of describing the city, but having lived in...
Chandra will be happy, in India.
Yes, I've lived in Bangalore for several years, and now I'm in Hyderabad. There is one very important difference, which either we can say we want to solve for, take for granted, or build upon. And that difference is having enough startup heroes to look at. So in Bangalore, you go back many years, Infosys.
Way back to,
Infosys happened, right? And then Flipkart happened. And then all the Swiggy, Razorpays of the world are happening, and now everything else around us. You look at Gurgaon, right? He said grey-orange, happened long ago. You look at Paytm, Oyo, Zomato.
Yeah,
in Hyderabad,
Make My Trip.
In Hyderabad, we missed the first consumer app internet wave. No unicorn or big notable company. When I say hero, you can measure it in many ways. Came out in the first decade. In the second decade, we missed the SaaS wave. Darwin Box, Zenoti and HighRadius came out of it, obviously. But I think, genetically we were thinking SaaS is ITES, so we got lost there. But this deep tech wave we won't miss. And as T-Hub, as how I think about it just personally, I feel like Bangalore has heroes, so do other cities, and Hyderabad doesn't. Now we're in a good place to say, because India's first private space rocket company, Skyroot's come from Hyderabad. You guys are speaking to Pawan later. It's a week-old news. Dhruva's here. I think to spawn ecosystems and build for this nation, even with Chennai and what happened with Freshdesk and all the other companies there, we just need to find and back all potential heroes. And Hyderabad lacks that today, right? When you have heroes, capital comes, talent comes, people come, everything just explodes. That, I think, is the fundamental difference between us and all the other cities I mentioned. And I think it makes a huge difference.
That you will have heroes in the deep tech wave that will spawn.
We definitely want to, and we want to throw the kitchen sink behind making that happen.
Got it. Got it. I think we have 5 more minutes, so I'm just going to take closing comments. In terms of, while India is producing a lot of deep techs, how do you sort of convince customers, both in India, global customers, to buy breakthrough technology from India? Or, is that an old problem? Now people kind of know because of what we've managed to show with Apple and the whole China Plus One push. If you can give us your own perspective on how customer perceptions have changed about sourcing from deep tech companies in India.
So, in our case, what we have seen is that the large companies in India are a little bit more risk aware in using new technologies like ours for various reasons, startup risk, new technologies and all that. That is slowly changing. I think we are getting a little bit of support from the large companies, but that has to change a lot to make sure that the deep tech companies like all of us here grow commercially. I think that support has to come from the corporate sector so that they buy our stuff, to put it simply, right? They buy our stuff. Apart from investment and RDIF and all that, I think a lot of deep tech companies have trouble growing up, and I think that problem needs to be fixed. And there we are seeing that the companies outside India are a little bit more risk averse than the corporates in India.
Got it. Kaushik?
I've always had the reverse problem.
Oh.
So it's 70% of my revenue today is exports. It used to be 90% at one point in time. We've had customers from Italy, UK, Japan, US, always willing to take the leap of faith. I've always found it tougher in India. But outside, it's always been easy, repeatable business. Last month, we were at Eurosat 3, we were exhibiting there. Some of my team members are in Farnborough right now in UK. We have a stall there. I'm running out of a meeting with some American customers. I'm going to run back into a meeting with American customers. So we've always had it different for us. And I only see that increasing and increasing as I see more and more queries coming to us from the western part of the world. So China Plus One is real. If you were to look at it from a manufacturing perspective, China Plus One is very real. India is being considered as a very serious alternative as a reliable advanced manufacturing partner. I see a lot more components, lot more projects moving into India.
Great.
Yeah, from our perspective, I think the initial few years was very, very slow. Primarily because, in this sector, customers would actually like to see how the product is functioning, right? And this is quite literally space. So, people would expect that, you would have launched, you have built some credibility, so on and so forth. And I think that's where government kind of pitched in a very big way. So government has been...
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for staying on. We promise some very exciting sessions coming up. Look, success is rarely defined by talent alone. It is shaped by purpose, by resilience, and of course the choices that we make along the way. Our next conversation explores what it means to build a career with purpose, embrace new opportunities, and create an impact beyond one's primary profession. To lead this conversation, please welcome Nabila Jamal back on the stage. And joining her is an actress who continues to redefine success with every step of her journey, from delivering back-to-back box office hits to winning hearts with her versatile performances, and from building a thriving entrepreneurial portfolio to, of course, gearing up for one of the most anticipated films of this year. She truly embodies talent, ambition, and grace. Please join me in welcoming the incredibly talented Rakulpreet Singh.
Thank you, Rakul, for joining us. 7 years ago, I met Rakulpreet in Bengaluru. She was as stunning then. She's still absolutely stunning. She was an actor then, and now she's transitioned way beyond just being an actor. An entrepreneur, a wife, and
I was like, what beyond entrepreneurship? Oh, yeah.
What beyond entrepreneurship? Being a wife is easy, difficult.
I think it's amazing. I think the best part is, good afternoon, everyone, firstly, before we dive into questions and answers. I think, touch wood. It's just been about 2 years, 2.5 years, but I think the best part is that we don't feel a difference. I think we both have sort of very easily, smoothly sailed into this phase, and touch wood. It feels great.
Yeah, Jackie Bagnani is also comes from a film family, and did that kind of pique your interest all the more in doing creative roles in films that you may have? Has any of that union changed your?
No, I think to begin with, when both of us started dating, it was a very individual individual approach. It wasn't like, oh, he's from a film industry, so great, he'll understand my profession. I think it was two individuals that really got along, are similar actually to the core when it comes to a lot of things, when it comes to our lifestyle. And beyond that, I think both of us also right now they take our own decisions. I don't think it's sort of influenced, but of course there are entrepreneurial sectors that both of us sort of do together because we have similar interests. But I don't think creatively there has been an influence, because I think I've been an actor for many years. He comes from a certain journey, and we choose to not influence one another's decisions of what we want to do in our career. Having said that, yes, there are certain brands that we've co-founded together, that we're working on together because our ideologies match. So yeah.
Amazing. I started off because I know you're newly married and I wanted to touch upon that.
Not so new anymore. It's 2.5 years. But yeah, it feels like new.
Lovely. You're looking gorgeous. And
Thank
I know
you.
fitness is your beat.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And you've, apart from being an actor, I'll stress again, she's an entrepreneur where she's built brands around health and fitness and food that's tasty yet healthy.
Yes.
Tell us about your entrepreneurial journey before I jump into your South film career.
So I'll tell you, it was 2015 when I had my first brush with entrepreneurial, sector. I was barely 25. And because fitness was always a way of life, because I'm from an army background, and I think it is the way, it's an everyday routine. I started this chain of gyms called F45 in Hyderabad. So that was my first venture. And then eventually I always knew that I will try and experiment with different things. So there are certain companies that I'm investor in, like we were talking about well-being nutrition just right now, where I was one of the first investors. Then another brand that's very, very close to my heart is Arambam, which I don't know, people in Bangalore, if anybody knows of Arambam. It's a South Indian millet-based restaurant, which comes at an extremely affordable pricing. And the idea and the thought was, everybody I meet, they're like, oh, you know what, you're always on a diet. And I said, no, it's not diet. Clean eating is not diet. Diet's a very depressing word. And, I wanted to bring in that change that even like clean eating, you can have ghar ka khana, you can have home food with healthier ingredients, and it can still taste the same. And that was the thought behind Arambam. And now we're over 40 stores in about 2 years, all across the country. Largely in Bangalore, Hyderabad, a lot of Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka. We've gone to Madhya Pradesh right now. So Bombay on Swiggy. We're looking at a standalone.
Amazing.
Yeah, so that's the growth there. Then Jackie and I have co-founded a wellness clinic called Nuvana. As of now, we have one space in South Bombay, but we look at expanding that across the country. And again, the idea was that when we travel the world to these, wellness centers and wellness retreats, what makes them stand apart from what we have in the country is the kind of doctors we have. Why there are certain names which are very popular across the globe and people spend lakhs of money is because they have great team of doctors that address the root cause. And in the kind of lifestyle that everybody is in, with stressors, with, mobile radiation, with the kind of burnouts that we have. It's very important to reset your body and align your body. And we wanted to create that space. Again, affordability coming into play, that not everyone should need to travel. So we have things ranging from Chinese acupuncture to, your hydrogen therapies and red light and, all of that.
Amazing. I mean, so you're really moving into that space.
Yeah, because,
that's
it's
booming
really,
right now in India
absolutely,
and worldwide.
Absolutely. And can I tell you, it really hurts me. It boils my blood when I see people. Yesterday, I met somebody who said, oh, you know what, if I'm diabetic, it's going to be a way for me. I have to work around it. But no, that's not the truth. You can reverse everything. If you have the right lifestyle, your body is a genius. It can reverse everything. And I think that's what I want to sort of push,
I mean, yeah, you're a great example, a good brand ambassador. Rakul Preet is fit and how. What's your cheat day like?
I don't call it a cheat day. I call it a treat day.
Treat day.
Treat day.
Nice.
And then I don't think you should put that guilt of calling it cheat. But I'm somebody who eats, I will, even on my treat day, if you tell me to eat something that's deep fried or something that's white sugar, I think over the years it's just become a lifestyle where I don't want to do that. I can't do that. So even then, it'll be healthier choices, just larger quantity. So I'll eat like maybe a gluten-free crust pizza, but I'll have the entire pizza, So yeah, that's my treat day. I eat a lot.
I wouldn't imagine that for an actor, eating a lot.
Oh, trust me, I can go crawling out of a room when I'm eating, because I can't walk anymore. Trust me on that.
You're South India's sweetheart. You're here today. We're holding Rising Bharat Summit, the South edition, and Rakul Preet Singh was the fit face to have with us because of the number of Telugu films, Tamil films that she's done. And I should say, if one knows, she's also done a Kannada film in 2009.
One Kannada film, yes.
And so for someone who did not know the language, wasn't familiar with the geography, the lay of the land, she really cultivated and nurtured herself, grew in the industry, became so popular that now she's acing it in multiple languages, right?
I mean, I think God's great. That's all I can say. The Kannada film actually was just by chance. I was just out of school. I'd done my pictures. I wanted to start modeling, and my dad said, turn 18 and start. So I was 18, and the third day I got my pictures done, and somebody got those pictures, and it's really fun. It's really actually amazing that the team at that point, they reached out to my dad and they said, we'd like to cast her. And I had no idea. I was studying mathematics honors. I'm a maths graduate. So I was in first year of college, and I said, I don't know if I can find time for a film right now, but suddenly you get a film. And they said, we saw her date of birth and she's going to be a big star one day, and we want to be the one to launch her. And that happened from someone in the Kannada industry. And I was like, what? They're saying this? They are very nice people. I want to work with them. And the reason I did that film was because I was getting paid in lakhs, like 5 lakhs for a first year college student, and I thought I will be the first one in my friends to have a car.
Gilly, what was it called?
Gilly, yes.
Gilly, yeah.
And I'll be the first one in my friends to have a car, and I'll be the coolest. So that was my first reason of doing a film. But thanks to that film, thanks to the experience that I had in the Kannada film industry, that those 40 days of shoot made me realize this is what I love. I love the experience of being in front of the camera, and I'd love to explore this. And that's what made me decide that I want to act, but I'll finish my graduation and then I will come back and act. And which is why there was a gap, and then I debuted in 2013 in Telugu.
And very tactful move, right? Because Telugu, the fact is, it's the largest revenue generating industry.
There was no tactic at that point. Now you understand these
good
things.
Move, yeah, in
at
hindsight.
That point, it's like, when you're not from the industry, when you really don't know what is right, what is wrong, what should be the tactful move. I think for me, I've learned everything on the go. I had no idea. People would call me after Gilly released. Actually, I used to get a lot of calls from Telugu, And there are big films that I said no to because I was still in college and I fell short of attendance and they would throw me out. So I said no. And I remember Mr. Puri Jagannath had called me for some film at that point, and he told my dad that ye degree kya gale mein tangegi, like what is she going to do? And my dad said, I can't force her to leave studies, you know, I mean, I can't do that. And so I didn't know.
I hope you got your degree finally.
Of course I did.
What did you study?
Mathematics.
Wow.
So hopefully those numbers help on the entrepreneurial side.
That's what I was about to ask. Are you someone who's looking at the spreadsheet all the time?
I am
to check on numbers, profit loss.
Let's just say that I'm good with numbers. Decent with numbers. Like, I mean, if there's budgeting, I always tell Jackie, I said, put me on the budgeting side, creative you handle. You know, that's a joke between us because I think I'm good with budgeting.
Hey, you're good with a lot of things because it's difficult to get to a place where, you know, a city where you hardly know the language and then learn the language so thoroughly. I heard you speak in Telugu and I was zapped. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are a bunch of Telugu people.
So the thing is that if I meet a Telugu person, I end up talking in Telugu. This morning, the driver who came to pick me up from the airport was Telugu, and I start speaking. So every time I meet a Telugu person, because Telugu industry is the one that shaped me into who I am. And I say this very openly because those were my conditioning years. You know, I was really young. I went to Hyderabad. I got a lot of love. I worked with all the actors that I worked with and the directors, and those couple of years, the 7-8 years, shaped me into who I am. So before I transitioned to any other industry or Hindi, Telugu's been my home ground. So I think my soul is half Telugu.
Hey, why don't you give us a line? How is Bengaluru treating you, Rakul?
Chala baundi, chala baundi.
What?
So you're going to ask me a question in English and I'm going to say in Telugu?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Okay, great.
How is Bengaluru hege ansta ide? That's in Kannada.
Now, Kannada I don't understand. I'm not so multilingual. I can understand Tamil. You want to try Tamil?
I'm not that good at it. I can try Malayalam.
Okay, no, I'm not good at that.
Let's do. How do you like Bengaluru?
నాకు చాలా ఇష్టం బెంగళూరు. యాక్చువల్లీ బెంగళూరుతో నాకు చాలా మంచి మెమరీస్ ఉన్నాయి. నా ఫస్ట్ స్కూల్ బెంగళూరులో ఉంది.
Which one?
It was a small kindergarten, ఆశా kindergarten అని. అండ్ నా తమ్ముడు కూడా బెంగళూరులో పుట్టాడు. కరెక్ట్ చెప్పాను కదా? ఎనీ తెలుగు పీపుల్ కరెక్ట్ కదా?
You get a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So, my brother was born in Bangalore. My dad's from the army, like I said, so we were posted here. And my first school, my kindergarten school was here. It was called Asha Kindergarten. So I have a lot of, yesterday this morning I was passing Cubbon Park.
Yeah.
And I used to go there as a kid and run around, so videos of that. So I was just telling my team, I said, you know, hey, we used to come here and I used to call it Banana Park. So
Yeah, the nostalgia. Never
the
leaves
nostalgia,
you,
yeah.
Amazing. So give us a little bit about your film journey, Rakul. Today in a space where there's OTT, you have so much more talent out there, so easy to tap into, you know, roles. There are multiple roles that people are essaying and they get opportunities. It's a lot more robust than what it used to be earlier, thanks to OTT. So in the face of OTT, how would you see an industry like Bollywood or Tollywood growing? And how are you finding your footing?
I think the way people consume content always keeps evolving. You know, initially there were theaters and then there was satellite. And then, you know, slowly now OTT has come in. And I just feel the ways will keep evolving. The kind of content will keep evolving. But theaters will have its own charm. Certain stories will be for the big screen because the magnetic aura of certain stars, I mean, you like to see them on the big screen. You want to see that action. You want to see that dance on the big screen, right? You can't take that away. Having said that, OTT has created a great space for experimenting with content, you know, pushing the boundaries. And I think it's amazing because it gives opportunity to a lot of new budding actors, or also for us to experiment something which possibly theatrically may or may not work, you know, because at the end of the day, people, I think, have realized that they want to go to the theater and spend that kind of money if it's an experience. So I think both will have their own space.
Which one do you enjoy more?
I mean, I'd be lying if I say I haven't done a straight OTT show or anything. Of course, I've done a film, but I'd be lying if I say, I mean, I became an actor in the era of just theaters. So, of course, theaters, you know, I mean, it's just a different magic to see yourself on the big screen.
And that excitement of the Friday box
the
office.
Friday excitement, nervousness, yeah.
Tension,
you don't sleep.
sweating.
Yeah, you don't sleep till the reviews start pouring in, and then you know till the audience reviews comes in. So I think they've got both have their own boon and you know bane, and you gotta just there'll be just different stories for different things, and OTT has its own positives. There's no stress. You know that it'll reach a certain audience. I think what's amazing is that even if theatrically there are certain films that don't do well, not because the films aren't great, but it's just that how many films will people watch, right? They still find an audience on OTT. And I think that's beautiful because for every maker, the ultimate goal, or for every actor, the ultimate goal is that their film needs to reach the audience.
Was it your song that did multi-billion on YouTube? A movie, right?
Yes.
Tell us.
Yes.
I mean, that's a great example.
That's the first movie in the world to hit that number. Even
What
I
was
was
the
amazed.
number? So Rakul Preet's movie that didn't quite release the way it had to release on you.
No, it released. It released. It did. I don't know. Some portals were writing that it didn't do very well, but at that point also it did decently
Tell us
well.
the story, please.
There's no story. There's this film called Jaya Janaki Nayaka, which where I play the central character of Janaki, and very senior director, Mr. Boyapati, you know, the very seasoned director. And that film had released in 2017. It did decently well. It was an above-average film on box office, so it wasn't like blockbuster, but it was a hit. It was given a hit verdict, and turns out 7 years later. Yeah, about 7 years later, it's hit 1 billion views on YouTube. So when
no movie has hit that number on YouTube.
No movie has hit that number.
Yeah.
It's the first film in the world to hit 1 billion views. Now, look at the reach, right? I mean, who would have thought at that time that 1 billion people will watch that film? And it's very strange when I go to the interiors of it's really amazing, actually, not strange. When I go to, you know, you end up going to the interiors of certain cities, you go to some place in Rajasthan or some place in MP, and your tier 3 has really consumed those films. And it's amazing. I mean, that's how you get the reach. And who would have thought? Like, none of us thought. So the day I got this news, I actually went on YouTube and I was like, really? And I literally typed, I said, is it a fake news? And then, of course, we got the official messaging as well that it has.
Yeah, I remember we covered it as news, as piece of news.
Right.
So lovely. So the shelf life that there is on digital is insane. And on
I think
OTT as well. All right, we'd like to, of course, welcome Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar, joining us here.
A huge, huge round
Before
of
we
applause
have- yeah,
for the Chief
thank you.
Minister of Karnataka, who joins us here at the Rising Bharat Summit.
Let me also thank Rakul Preet.
Thank you.
We can just have...
Thank you very much, Rakul. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to request everyone to please settle down. We have the Chief Minister of Karnataka with us. Everyone, please settle down. We'd love to start the session as soon as possible. Now, Karnataka is one of India's strongest growth engines, contributing nearly 9% of the country's GDP and over 40% of its software exports. With more than 400 multinational R&D centers, the state has established itself as a global hub for technology, innovation and enterprise. Its next phase of growth will depend on stronger infrastructure, deeper industrial competitiveness and greater investment across AI, electronics, aerospace, biotech and advanced manufacturing. And driving its vision is a leader focused on translating policy into progress and creating new centers of opportunity beyond Bengaluru. It's an absolute honor to welcome Shri D.K. Shiv Kumar, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, to share his vision for Karnataka's next chapter of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause. So, before we begin your keynote, may I request you to kindly light the ceremonial lamp with Rahul Joshi, the Managing Director of Network 18 Group. Us, just wanted to request you before starting your speech, since this is your first Network 18 event, after becoming the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Harish and I had a couple of questions. This is a platform for South India that we are hosting from Bengaluru. What would your larger message be, given we have representation from all southern states today? We had the ministers from Telangana and Tamil Nadu in the morning. We're going to have Andhra Pradesh as well in the evening. What would your message on Karnataka's potential be?
Good afternoon to all of you. Ellargu namaskara. So my message is very clear. Just today morning had a Bangalore Tech Summit CEOs meeting. More than about 300 friends were there. So in that, the speech will be later. I think just
yes,
I'm asking.
After this, it's your speech.
Okay. In that meeting, I think almost all the important leaders had come. This city with great potential, not only on talent, weather, culture, whatever you have from the primary education, from the days of Wadiyar. You are in a city and a state where the entire Asia, the lamp was lit from Karnataka, from Shiv-Samudra. We went to Mysore, it went to Bangalore, it went to KGF. From there we started. Our engine did not start today. It started more than hundreds of years back. We have a big history at the time of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Maharajas. The Indian Institute of Science, it may be HL, it may be BL, it may be ISRO or anything. It started. The greatest talent of this country starts from Bangalore and Karnataka. That is the biggest strength. So I am not here to compete with Chennai or Hyderabad or Telangana or Andhra, Visakhapatnam, anything. It is a team, Southern India. We contribute more than about 30% to India. And as far as Karnataka is concerned, almost 43%. We are supporting them. And from our support of South India, totally together, we are helping the other parts of the country in the northern India. That is the biggest talent strength. You may take us to Delhi, we are ready to compete there. You may take us to Mumbai, definitely, though it is a bigger state, that is a financial hub, still our talent. I had a meeting in Davos after with the chief minister there. All my friends, international friends, businessmen were trying to meet me, telling that. The other chief minister was asking them, why not in Mumbai? Why are you only looking at Bangalore, Karnataka? They were telling that, yes, we have a space there to work within $1, but if you want to be in Mumbai, it is $3.5. We can't work. That is the situation. So the talent hub, you have 250 engineering colleges in Karnataka. You have 13,940 doctors every year produced in Karnataka. And more than 100,000 engineers and 100,000 medical professionals. These two can't be matched anywhere, any part of the world. As earlier, you see that in the earlier talent book, you will just go through the records. California has 1.6 million engineers working there. But Bangalore has 2.6 million engineers working, IT professionals working in India. That is the strength. So, this has a great strength. Thanks for all of you. Bharat or India is rising Bharat is done from the south. It can't come from the north. So,
That's an amazing way of putting it.
see, you can see this lamp which has lit. It glows from the south, so not from the north. So India is been shining through the southern part. That is the strength of South India. I'm not telling only Bangalore. It is the South India.
So we also have to highlight that before you became Chief Minister, you were at another Network 18 event. We asked you if you would end up becoming Chief Minister by the time monsoon session starts. It's happening in a few days' time. And a good 70 days after becoming Chief Minister, you're here at another Network 18 event. You've always spoken about leaving behind a legacy. What would your focus be, sir, for the remaining term?
Legacy means we all are not permanent. We all are not permanent. I don't believe in reading history. I don't believe in reading history or writing history. I believe in creating history. I was a power minister earlier at the time of Siddaramaiah ji. It was the worst situation. Our capacity of power was 11,000 megawatt. All of my friends said, why are you? There was two options, to take industry ministry or power ministry. I took power. Then I took out this one. I saw that. I saw the sun. I saw this one. You just inquire about, you make a big research. All of our friends shout that for small acquisitions and all. 13,000 acres of land. I did not acquire a single acre of land. All the lands was with the farmer, with the partnership of the farmer. I came out with a formula to set up a solar park. It is the world's biggest solar park. Still the land belongs to the farmer. The farmer is also partner with it. We started generating 2,400 megawatt in a single place. That is the history which has been created in Karnataka. Whether someone agrees or not, no one can change history. Like that, in all the taluks, I started with 20 megawatt, 30 megawatt, 40 megawatt. Now the central government has come out and they have changed the new name for that, coming out with a Kusum scheme or something. So like that, without power, see in Karnataka, everyone is looking at power. Again 12%, 13%, 14% growth is being said. Why growth is there? Industries are wanted to come here. Business wanted to flourish here. That is why power is being looked at more. That is what I am trying to tell. We believe in creating some history. Still, we have a great knowledge power. We are coming out, just now, today morning I said that I am coming out with an AI university. That is the first to start. So always Karnataka has stood first in various sectors. It is not only one sector. It is not only health, not only IT. You go to the institution. When the world leaders came starting at the 25 years back, they came only one request. They wanted an international schools. Why? For their children. After September 11th, what happened in America? The world leaders thought that it is the only place in South India and Bangalore. They looked at Mumbai, they looked at Hyderabad, they looked at Delhi, they looked at Chennai and all. They thought that this is the only place which they can be safe with a good culture and a quality education here. They requested for an international school. Then we started. India has 140 big schools, that means international school. But Bangalore and Karnataka has 38 such schools. That means almost 36% of the international schools are there in Bangalore to compete with the world map, and 2 lakh the 2 lakh foreign passports are working in Bangalore. That is the strength of Bangalore today.
Thank you very much, sir. On that note, we invite you to the podium to give your keynote address. Thank you very much.
Water, eh? Okay, let me. Okay, you're giving water? Oh, here it is there. Leave it, I'm angry. Namaskar. Ellargu namaskara. So, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. With lot of love, I have lit this lamp. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dana sampadam. Jnana shakti swarupasya deepa jyoti prakashitam. For everyone, there should be light, health, welfare, goods. So with lot of love and aspiration, with the love to all of you, I have lit this lamp so that everyone should grow, everyone should bread, and the entire country should rise with peace. That is what I have lit this lamp along with my colleague of your media friends. Anyway, friends, it is a privilege to join all of you at this Rising Bharat Summit today. The theme today before us is the Southern Growth Engine. I believe the Southern, as I rightly said, we all have to work together. We have great policies, progress. There could hardly be more appropriate place than Bangalore. I think there is no place than Bangalore. It is now that it has, in this conversation, in every century, it has been defining economics. Every great economy has its great regions. This industrial revolution that has in this mainland. Today we are just looking at England, we are looking at American century, the Silicon Valley, the China, whereas it may be. There is a remarkable change in all the parts of the world, even in the eastern coast. And now I believe that today in India, in the Indian century, this is that it could be that especially the South India, it is a great engine that is powering the journey for the success of this country. I do hope that East and North come up at additional engines, but still we have a genuine that every in the triple engine economy, the South India growth is making a robust growth. I hope you all agree that is what I was telling you, that this light is also glowing from the south to make the entire India shining more stronger. So, but let us come to the history of the entrusted, which is with a great responsibility. Today, India stands at the extraordinary moment. The entire world is also looking at India. We are looking at, so as such, with a great confidence, we all are working toward. As rightly I have said in various occasions, on one day I said about Atal Bihari Vajpayee when he was the Prime Minister of this country. He came to Bangalore to lay the foundation of the Bangalore International Airport. Even today morning also I expressed that. He said that the world leaders, within 3-4 months, world 3 leaders, China Prime Minister, Japan Prime Minister, Poland Prime Minister and the British Prime Ministers came to Bangalore to lay the foundation to various programs. Then the Atal Bihari Vajpayee said that there was a time when these leaders first used to come to Delhi, then they used to choose a different part of the state. Now the situation has changed. Now first they are coming to Bangalore, then they are coming to Delhi. That is what Atal Bihari Vajpayee said. Why is that? As I rightly said earlier, it is the talent hub, the human resources. Never before that such time the nation looks at Bangalore. Now we have a talent, a technology, manufacturing, innovation, leadership, everything we have. So that is how we have become one of the fastest, largest growing economy of the world, and the entire world is looking at Bangalore. And now we are one of the top 3 size around in all the greatness. So let us, all of you are measuring this nation. So it has a greatest ability, a greatest opportunity to create more opportunity. That is that we are looking out. And we have, of course, we have many challenges and various opportunity also lies where. You want this to question? Okay. A lot of issues are there. So why this has come out? As my friends who I was telling earlier, in medical, just I am telling, we have a big history on various leadership. We have a number of, Mr. Patil is here, he is also running a medical college. He leads the medical college, one of the medical colleges. We have 13,940 doctors every year, produced in Karnataka. 1 lakh engineers produced in Karnataka. 1 lakh medical staff, that is the pharmacy, nurses, whatever is there, paramedical, we produce. Which other state has such a greatest position in health and the IT or the engineering profession? No other state has. So the entire country looks at us. So it is not, we are not creating only for Karnataka, we are creating a great human resources for the entire country and the world. The best students have been picked by all over the world. It is not only Karnataka or not only India. You go to any university in the world, the kind of people who have been our academicians, various students who have been done well, they have been picked up with the different part of the world university and they are growing up. And again, they are trying to partner with us, they knowing the talent. So let us all work together. Again, I would like to request you that in any other issue, so we are creating more entrepreneurs. The policies what government of Karnataka has given all the way, which we are looking. We are not looking individually. We are partnering with them. We are partnering often with various states. We are partnering with various governments. We are partnering with various countries. As Henry Ford said once, joining together is the beginning. Discussing together is the progress. Working together is success. So we believe that to discuss things, to work together, and that is the vision of this government also. As a politically also, I just comment on this to various friends. Let us work together unitedly on various issues. So I am here. So here is a place where talented people are there. Let us move in the same direction. The lesson of South India offers 5 southern states accountability, which is India's 1/5 of the Indian population. Yet together we can produce India's greatest economic strength. That is 20% of the people are producing 33% of the country's GDP. That is the strength and the numbers. No one can change this number. So many may be trying, we all are fighting, southern Indian states are fighting for various shares. But that is not politics. It is the truth what we are fighting. Because more financial strength we are getting. Whenever I meet the Prime Minister of this country, whenever I had opportunity, I always tell him, we are helping you, you also have to help us. You don't distribute our money to different parts. But it is a policy I don't want to discuss much. Still again I tell, recently also when I met the Prime Minister, he was looking at DK, be cautious, all the GCs are looking at you. Everyone is looking at Bangalore. I said, yes, fine. Bangalore is a global city, but you should help us financially. Without helping financially, nothing can work. That is what I am telling. That is, as a UD minister, I was there for Bangalore minister. I think under Siddaramaiah ji also, we worked out a greater plan. 1.5 crores of financial planning we have done only to develop on Bangalore and the mobility of Bangalore. I agree that Bangalore is not a planned city, but still we have to do, because Bangalore generates a lot of financial strength, not only for Karnataka, for the country it is developing. All my IT and other professional manufacturer, anything you go, today aerospace, they have come, startups have come, lot of investors have come, very opportunity. I think Mr. Patil is here, he will try to explain more of that. So many are coming to invest on education, invest on healthcare, and wherever, even agriculture. This is the second biggest state in the country. After Rajasthan, it is Karnataka. The agriculture sector, and even in the dairy farming, I think we are the second after Maharashtra and Gujarat. I think we are the second there. We are doing our best now. We have the highest production of milk is also from the state. And the silk, after Kashmir, it is the Tipu Sultan who started this silk here. One of the best silks available in this country. And the world is from, after China, it is India. It is India. We produce the best fabric also. Then this is all. As you know, in power sector, we are leading. We set an example in the entire country for especially the green energy. It is maybe in wind or it may be solar. And now we may not have big rivers as we have in Himachal Pradesh or different part of the country for the renewable energy like other where they are producing. But still we have a great potential. We have seen that at no point of time there is any problem on power. That is why all the entrepreneurs, businessmen, industrialists are trying to come here. In any sector, manufacturing sector, our doors are open. So we'll work together. I still request all of you. Media plays an important role in helping all of us, because you are the one, you should be our ambassadors. You know the weather, the culture. Morning also I was discussing with my friends. Some of them telling India has been, Karnataka has given great things, India, they have supported, their policy is good, everything is good, they were telling. I said, you have not forgotten, you have beautiful weather here, good pubs are here, the highest number of pubs are also in Bangalore. That is also you are all enjoying. That is, I made a small joke with that, they all are very happy. So this is merely a numbers, it is an evidence, it is much deeper. So I would like to tell you, investments are going in education, strong institution, the ability to everyone, all the entrepreneurs, businessmen are there. So capital also may be attracted with late. I think Patil will explain to you what all the incentives we are giving to them, confidence we are creating, ease of business we are doing. So for decades, we all are working together. Whichever political party we may be, sometimes we may win, we may lose, but we never change our policies. We stick on to our policies, whatever earlier governments, whether we like them or not, politically we might have differences. We never fight like other states. We just look at whatever a government has taken a decision, we will pull on to them. So I request you, I think morning I had a big discussion on the CSR schools. I requested all my friends, you first invest whatever your CSR money on the rural villages. We want urban, almost 44% of the population are there in urban now. We want to stop the children coming to the urban sector for their education and employment. That is why I requested that we have come out with a new CSR policy that compulsorily we are requesting everyone to see that they help in our rural school, because panchayat level schools are very much important, because our children now have to compete globally. They are not competing with Bangalore or any district headquarters or in the country. All our children has to compete globally. That is one great initiative we have took up. I want you also to move our gesture. So because almost 15 to 20,000 crores every year, I think CSR money is available. Some of them are trying to misuse, divert and earn here and spend some other place. We want them to see that they invest in Karnataka itself. That is why I have spoken to all of them. Anyway, I request you for in Karnataka philosophy, it is our see that wherever we work, we should. Because people in believers, whatever we speak, we deliver. You know, in our guarantee scheme also, even the Prime Minister was commenting on our guarantee scheme, various other BJP leaders commenting, but ultimately they stuck to us. Anyone, if they wanted to win election, they decided with the Karnataka model. Our 5 guarantees till today are the guarantees of this country. It is not Karnataka. Whatever we have given. In a few states, there were some small programs. But our guarantee scheme, what we did, it has become a model of the country. Forcibly, even the BJP government started to adopt. It may be Maharashtra, it may be Rajasthan, not Rajasthan, I'm telling you this, Madhya Pradesh, it may be Haryana, it may be Calcutta, it may be Bihar. Everyone had to follow up. So I think all of them are looking at because the prices are going very high and the income is coming very less to all the common man. You know that prices are rising for a common man. It is very difficult to face all of them. So anyway, we have come out this. But anyway, as far as Karnataka is concerned as a government, a good governance has been there. We are looking at various issues. We will give a very transparent government. We are coming out with various schemes. Even after I took over as the Chief Minister, I am coming with various programs within the next 100 days. I think we want to change the system. We want to give efficiency. We want to give a very good, I think, already we are trying to clean up Bangalore. Mr. Krishna Bairegowda has taken up this responsibility. He is also doing a great job. Patil is doing a great job. Our Home Minister is doing a great job. All of us are working together. See that Karnataka is proud. So I want you also to invest your mind, your strength, support us. We all will be there. So there is a lot of things to discuss in later. So I think for our, as far as South India is concerned, let us all work together. It has been, let us take everything forward. When Karnataka grows, India will grow. When Tamil Nadu succeeds, India will succeed. When Telangana innovates, India will innovate. When Andhra Pradesh exports, India will export. When Kerala strengthens human development research. This is the true meaning of cooperative federalism. But as a collective progress, let us conclude that South India has achieved a remarkable progress. Karnataka has achieved remarkable progress. By history, will always reward, and we are being satisfied. So again, let us all join together and let us work together for the betterment of this country. And I hope that with these southern states, Bharat will rise. Earlier also we thought that at the time of Vajpayee, Rising Bharat, some slogan was there. Now it is again Rising India or some slogan was there. India shining. Now Rising Bharat has to happen only from southern India. I think all of you agree with this. Anyway, and thank you for your opportunity. Next time I'll come and share a lot of things with you. So this is a great story of South India. So Karnataka stands committed. Let us all work for the betterment of future of this country. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Let's give a huge round of applause to the Karnataka Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, the Honorable Chief Minister, who left us with so many powerful messages. I think the most powerful was that we must work towards a unified South India and that rising Bharat happens from the South. Thank you very much, sir. A huge round of applause. We request everyone to settle down because coming up next is another power-packed session right after the Chief Minister's session. we have a scintillating conversation coming up with the Industries Minister. I'm going to request everyone to please settle down for a conversation with the Industries Minister of Karnataka, Shri M.B. Patil. Can I please request everyone to please take your seats so we can continue this amazing event? Requesting everyone to please settle down. We have a conversation with the Industries Minister coming right up. Everyone, please take your seats. Yes. Thank you very much to the Chief Minister as he Thank you very much, sir, for an amazing and inspiring session and many headlines as always. But as promised, the action doesn't end there, because after one power-packed session, we have another lined up for you right here. Now, as India strengthens its position as a global investment destination, Karnataka continues to set the benchmark with its leadership in technology, manufacturing, innovation, and ease of doing business. The state's next phase of growth will be shaped by its ability to attract global capital, strengthen industrial ecosystems, and create opportunities for the future. Now, to lead the conversation, we have Nalin Mehta, the Managing Editor of Money Control, on stage. And it's an honor to have the person who's been at the forefront of Karnataka's industrial growth, driving investments, strengthening manufacturing, and positioning the state as the preferred global business destination. Please welcome Shri M.B. Patil, the Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development, Government of Karnataka, with a huge round of applause. Take it away, Nalin.
Thanks very much, Chandra. Mr. Patil, thanks very much for coming to Rising Bharat and our Bengaluru edition.
Pleasure to be
Pleasure
here.
to have you, sir.
Yeah, please.
So, Mr. Patil, Karnataka has attracted record investment proposals in recent years, right? So, at the Invest Karnataka event in 2025, there were commitments of about over 10 lakh crore of possible investments with the potential to generate maybe over 6 lakh jobs. So, since then, so how confident are you of these MOUs translating into real investments? And what is the current conversion rate?
To be very straight and honest, when I took over as the industry minister, my commissioner, myself, we all decided, one thing. Whatever MOUs you sign have to be real MOUs, not on paper. We had a scrutiny of all the people who used to sign MOUs. And there are states, like they announced that signed 30 lakh crores, 40 lakh crores, 50 lakh crores. And I don't know how much it is translated there. So I do not believe in that. Neither I believe now also. So we had all the genuine MOUs and understandings whatsoever. And we signed an MOUs and commitments of around 10.27 lakh crores. And I'm happy to share now, today, 5 lakh crores has been already realized in various stages. And we continue so, and probably I think my target is to reach around 75% of that. So, which is a fair amount of this one. That's because these are all realistic. Apart from that, about 10.27 lakh crores, and Davos we had a little, I have a different, this one vision of the Davos, this one there. Many a times we feel that the Indian companies, we go and sign the MOUs there in Davos. So, Davos is the only thing to this is networking, it is to hear the people, the views, and all this. So signing MOUs also in Davos is one thing, I don't know, even I think Prime Minister also, last time I was told by the Union ministers, he advised not to sign with Indian companies and all this. Okay, whenever there are global companies, you can do that. Signing, taking Jindal here and going sign there in Davos is, I don't think, the proper way to do. And apart from that, 10.27 lakh crores, Davos we had around 1 lakh crores plus. After that we had a summit also.
we had around 1.5 lakh crores. Today, yesterday also I had a meeting. So nearly about 17,500 crores of investments are being tapped on now. And today also I did have some meeting in the morning. So there are other investments around 20,000 crores. We had to facilitate with them the land, the policy now, the new PLI scheme of semiconductors comes, so how that with applied materials, Lam Research, and many other companies, who have qualified in the semiconductor mission 2.0.
So sir, we had the Commerce Minister from Telangana here earlier this morning, Mr. Babu, and he was making the point that Hyderabad has got over 46% of new GCC investments in the country in the last year or 2 years. So the question I'm asking is that Bangalore remains the leader for GCCs because of its legacy and its old history. But new investments, you're also getting new competition from cities like Hyderabad. So what is your plan to kind of counter that competition and keeping Bangaluru?
There's no question of we countering anyone. We compete with the world, number one. Basically, when we say you got the FDI now, we have surpassed Maharashtra, we are number one in FDI. That tells the story. It's not this one. It's the statistics there. And when you say GCCs, we have only 875 GCCs here. You name any global Fortune 500 companies, 400 plus companies have their GCCs here, design houses, R&D and all this. And my new industry policy now, I said, when you design here, manufacture here in Karnataka, I have given up to 15% of special incentives to see that manufacturing is also done in Karnataka. So it should translate into manufacturing here. So Hyderabad, every state has got their own right. We compete. Some states say one rupee per for an acre of land. All going on, but Karnataka doesn't record. We have ecosystem, we have talent.
So sometimes companies complain, sir, about delays in land acquisitions, in approvals, utility connections as an issue. So any specific reforms that you are introducing to improve the ease of doing business and to improve implementation?
See, we are a democratic country. We are not China or any other country. See here, we do have, when we want to have to acquire land, we have to acquire the farmer's land. We have to be sensitive. And there is, in the democratic process, they have got the right to protest. We don't want to do agriculture. And we have to then classify which other lands are not suitable for agriculture and all this. And I am under so much of pressure. Every industry, they want to come around Bangalore. We are trying to go beyond Bangalore. We have 3 zones like incentives are lesser. Urban, of course, we don't have any incentive. The other zone number 3 has lesser incentive around Bangalore. So as you go to my district, Vijaypur or Gulbarga, they all comes in zone 1. We have higher incentives. All these things have been done. So naturally, in a democratic process, it doesn't happen like China. The day, whether it is industries or national level, when we acquire land for any other purposes, whichever state, even government of India, we face this one in India. And we have to bear with it.
So let me ask you a specific question. So you proposed the Queen City area, near the Kempegoda International Airport and the Swift City near Sarjapur. So what is the timeline for these projects and how will they kind of differentiate themselves from existing technology parks or existing...
Queen City already, the first MOU has been signed by Toyota. They're coming with a testing, research and a development center over there. We have... given them 300 acres parcel of that. The process has started. By December, I think there are, I don't know to name them, we have around 7-8 universities, including some of the top institutions in the country. They are all there, and there are some foreign universities and all this in December. Apart from the Queen, this one, we are also having yesterday also I made an announcement again that we'll have a semiconductor park. Apart from applied materials where we have given it to next to the airport of the KSIDC land, we went all out to give that land to that semiconductor park, which is in the semiconductor next to the airport. So Queen City this one has started. December we'll have a full-fledged event in Queen City. the first phase of Queen City will be completed.
Mr. Patil, I mean, there are often people when they complain about, say, traffic congestion in Bengaluru. Any particular solutions that you've been thinking about, and also as the minister in charge for the Bangalore suburban railway project, when can we see, which have been delayed for a long time in the past, so when can we see significant movement on infrastructure issues like that?
See, Karnataka, no, as my chief minister was mentioning about various things of this one in his long talk. See, Karnataka ecosystem is not now. It is pre-independence, 100 years back. You take HAL, BL, BHAL, ISRO, Indians of Science. So that led to the earlier ecosystem which our elders have built for us. And that was the second thing, as my chief minister was telling, the educational institutions. We are pioneers in professional education. Started with Manipal, with KLE, and so many universities. If you take 3 decades before, an entire country, the children used to come study, pursue their studies in Karnataka, in engineering, medicine, in a private capacity. I am also a president of an university. So this developed an entire country. There were no much colleges in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra also, although I've been neighboring this one. So the entire North India, they all used to come to this one to sort of pursue. If you take Sajjan Jindal, the product of MS Ramaya. So that was the talent we developed, and that with that talent, it led with our homegrown companies, prestigious or Infosys or Wipro. That where the IT, this one started during S.M. Krishna's chief minister's period. So that was where the second revolution, the ecosystem was developed. Now, of course, service sector, we are number one. Now, when we say Karnataka, they always say the Silicon Valley of India. But that's not the story. The story is much more bigger. That is the story, of course, but there is much bigger things. You should understand, we are number one in machine tools. Aerospace and defense, and a whopping 65% of the contribution comes from Karnataka. 65% of the contribution. Biotechnology, you take 40% of the contribution comes from Karnataka. Electronics, 40% from Karnataka. So this is a great ecosystem, a great talent. So people have faith in Karnataka. They invest here in Karnataka. And also the political scenario also, as my chief minister told, whichever government is there, the previous government had some policies and some project sanction project. The successive government continues.
So, a quick question, so we're running out of time. There's also another player in the ecosystem, which is the central government. So in terms of, you talked about the contribution of Karnataka at different sectors. Do you get enough cooperation from the central government? Is there anything that, is it adequate, the support that you get in terms of what you need from the central government, or would you like to see some changes in that?
To be honest, this has been happening of late, if you take semiconductor industries. 3-4 big semiconductor industries were interested to be in Karnataka. In one case, we even had a lunch together. I don't want to name them. It's not fair to name them. We concluded, when they went to Delhi, they were diverted. This should not happen. Karnataka is in India. The entire India, wherever the merit, wherever the ecosystem, wherever the talent, wherever the policy, wherever the environment, whatsoever, it should be happening. It has happened a little bit. But I do not want to blame. We're still pursuing. Hopefully, things will be all right.
Right. On that note, thank you very much, Mr. Patil, for joining us and telling us a bit more about the investment climate and the next steps and the roadmap for Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mr. Patil.
So, to conclude, I'll tell you, Karnataka has a great environment ecosystem. We are the startup capital. We are the AI. We could come to the AI. We are this one here. We have applied materials, lab research, Foxconn, the biggest electronics, this one for manufacturing 20 million iPhones at a $2.7 billion investment. So that is Karnataka. And beyond Bangalore also, we have our own Acres company who's been from the aerospace and defense program, a private aerospace park. There are so many stories. We are getting into beyond Bangalore also. We are coming with the Chief Minister's new policy. Industrial backward districts also we are planning with much more incentives so that at least in deep tech and certain sectors of this one, that even the other parts of Karnataka have to be developed. That's and I invite everyone. have confidence in us. We have reposed confidence always, and we will support you wholeheartedly. And this government is your government, and it's your state, it's your city. You're most welcome to approach us anytime. My commissioner, my principal secretary, and myself will be available to you. So see that Karnataka, we compete with the world. We do not compete with their states. We compete with the world, and we are on the right path, and we will fully support you. Thank you.
And on that positive note, ladies and gentlemen, big hand for Mr. Patil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Such an insightful conversation, Sir M.B. Patil. Really appreciate you joining us here. Thank you, sir. All right, up next, champions do a lot more than just win medals. They redefine what's possible, inspire a generation to dream bigger, to elevate a nation's confidence. They play an integral role on a global stage. Behind every triumph lies years of discipline, resilience, sacrifice, and an unwavering pursuit of excellence. Our next conversation explores that mindset of a champion, the lessons learned from success and setbacks, and the responsibility that comes with inspiring millions. To lead this conversation, of course, let me first welcome our moderator, Rupa Ramani, on stage, please. And joining her is the woman who's transformed Indian badminton forever, from her early training days in Hyderabad all the way to becoming the first Indian woman to win an Olympic medal in badminton, a former world #1, world championship medalist, and Padma Bhushan awardee. Her journey has really indeed inspired an entire generation of athletes to believe that India can compete with the very best. My favorite, Sania Nehwal, thank you very much. Welcome on stage.
Nice to see you again, Saina. Yes. Feels like we just met some days ago.
Months ago.
How you been?
Good, very good.
You know, we had this event here, Rising Bharat South Edition.
Yeah.
We hear so much conversations around South India and the power of South India. What is it different about athletes from here that sort of sets you all apart, and you being the primary example of that?
I guess academies are good here in the south. We are improving in the north, but I think a lot of north people are coming here and winning the titles. But otherwise, I would say system is very good in south to get champions out. And you know, we had Gopi sir, we had Prakash Padukone sir, and then of course me, Sindhu, Shrikant. I mean, all of us are from south. But I can only say that system is very, very strong. Good coaches, good trainers, good physios, and that is required to produce a champion. And I guess if we have many more academies, many more sponsorships, because I guess somewhere all the talented athletes stop playing because they don't have proper jobs or they don't have good sponsorships, and they struggle to play at the highest level because they feel that how much can they spend on their own. So that is the challenges, I think, which the sports persons are facing. Otherwise, we have the same champions, you know, coming out from so many years. You know, by now, you know, if you see China, other countries, they get, you know, the next batch again in top 5. Again, if they retire, they have the next batch coming in. So something like that should happen in India. I can see in every school, in every colleges, they are trying to, you know, get some sports culture. But if they don't increase the timing, if they don't actually show them what sport is, how will they even learn about it? You know, how will they understand the intensity of the sport? So we are capable of doing very big things in sports. It's just that I think except cricket, we don't go anywhere and see any other sport. In fact, if you have such big tournaments in India, we don't even know about. Suppose we have the India Open in Delhi. I see very few people going there. We also have World Championships in August, which I think most of us don't even know about it. But I think these are the tournaments where the school children should go and watch and understand how sport is. And I think that is when we will produce many more champions.
So you mentioned, of course, comparison with China, and the reason why we're saying it because there's so many champion sides, and they have this mindset that we want to be a sporting superpower. What is it that's one thing that's missing here? You're speaking, of course, about people just following cricket and not the other sport. But apart from that, what is the thing that is missing here in the Indian sporting landscape, infrastructure-wise or whatever, that we can learn from, even the East or the West?
I guess getting more tournaments in, because cricket is also popular because they have very good system, very good leagues. And they are consistently showing them on TV, their matches. And the other sports, I guess, the tournaments are going on, but only the lovers will go and watch it on the particular channel. But I guess if you have, this is in a way, I think association should come in and Sports Authority of India should come in and market the sport very well and do the publicity of the sport very well. And that is when I think you can get the results, how cricket is getting. But, that way I salute the way cricket has done their system and perfectly, if the 16-year-old, just see at Suryavanshi how he's performed. And I mean, that is the kind of support you need, how they're giving him. And I think we are lacking at that point somewhere. When I started playing, I didn't have a physio or a trainer or anyone. I got my first physio at the age of 19 and I have played already for 10 years. I have played in the Olympics, I have won tournaments, that too only with Gopi sir. But later I realized that you need a team to win championship where you actually also need the dietitian, the mental trainers, and nowadays you also have trainers who can make you sleep as well in between tournaments, because you don't even get sleep. You're just thinking about what will happen in the match. The whole night your mind is active. To relax it, you do meditation, of course, but again you have those thoughts coming in. How do you stop that? So these are the challenges which I initially, obviously, if I would have got it maybe at the age of 9, 10, you never know, the results would have been a little bit more different. But now I'm happy that at least the younger generation know about what is Saina doing, or what is Sindhu doing, or what is Pranoy doing, or what is Shrikant doing, and what tournament they have won. We are consistently getting medals. It's only because of our hard work, our initial push. My father took a lot of loans. My mom was 24/7 behind me. She's a housewife. She dreaming about me becoming an Olympic champion or a world champion. I'm surprised, till today, how did she get that kind of a thought when we didn't have a female player playing at that level? But I salute for her dedication and the way she's pushed me throughout, all these years. And she always kept me grounded, which is the result I could get so many titles. And but yeah, this was not something like I had the sponsorship from the age of 9 or 10. Everything what the other sports people get it is only after the performances. And I think that is where we lack. We have killed ourselves, we have got the championships, we are consistent, and that is when we get everything. But if you give the young sports person what it is required from the age of 9 and 10 to achieve the best at the highest level, and that can happen, you can see the results. If not, you can anytime come out of that sponsorship and, you can leave the kid. But I think this is what is China, Korea, Japan doing, where they have every village has an academy, every village has like 30,000-40,000 players playing. So, yeah.
But you mentioned your mom and she's right here. So big round of applause for you, ma'am. Thank you so much for producing and playing a part in producing a champion over here. And you're speaking about, we've got to bring in that South aspect for sure here, Saina. There's something about the upbringing of athletes here. You're speaking about the system, but what is it that sort of instills something different in you and the pipeline, especially in badminton, all from the South?
As I just mentioned, I think food is the same.
Something in the food.
Everything is same. Only, I think it comes down to good coaches and good trainers, which are there in the South. You have many centers which are very big. And now Guwahati is producing good players. They are also coming up very well. But this was there long before, I think, in South. And that's why I think we are able to produce many more champions from here. And I knew someone like Gopi sir because he was the national champion. He was doing extremely well at the highest level. So I had at least, I was seeing him, I was seeing Lakshmi, his wife, I was seeing Jwala Gutta, I was seeing Shruti Kuri, I was seeing some top players. But if I was in Haryana maybe, there is nobody, right? So I think that is where we are lacking. So if we have champions, and then if you're looking at them every day, suppose I saw my parents play in Hisar, they played at a club level, they were playing every day. And I never played badminton before that. And, I learned so much by looking at how they are playing. And the first shot I played in Hyderabad was a smash. So it was because I saw them play, that is what I learned from them.
So inspiration starts at home, and is that how it should be, and is that how you can actually inspire?
At home, I think kid has to be very motivated. I know it's not easy. Many of the times you give up, you feel, why is my mom scolding? Why is my father pushing me so much? But you won't realize you're only 9, 10. You will just have to follow their instructions. You are going to, even if you get hit, even if you get scolded, but I think you will forget in that age. You won't remember much. And by the time you're 13, 14, you're capable of thinking yourself. So I think initially what support you require should be there, but finally it's up to the kid. If the kid is motivated, if they really want to do well, and for me, I don't know, I just loved sports, I loved competition, I was ready at 4 a.m. every day in the morning to travel for 20.
That is tough.
That is tough.
But who is the good cop and the bad cop in your home?
You can see
The bad cop.
is there.
Yeah, obviously, can't tell. Just sitting there and watching you quietly.
Bad cop is always, very tough to handle because, I used to feel that she's very strict, she's very tough on me. But today I'm Saira Nehwal only because of her. I will give my father a lot of, even he encouraged me a lot. But what she did for me is, I was blessed, to have my mom as a housewife. Otherwise, today's mom, they come and ask me, how do we make our kids champion? And I'm standing there and I'm like, kya aap is pe haath utha sakte ho? And she's like, no, I can't do that to my kid. My kid is like my friend. I'm like, then champion is not made like this. You cannot think of having a friend, and it's very tough. There should be some strictness if you have to serve the country. You are finally serving the country. You are finally playing for the country. You cannot just say, let her do whatever she wants. It's okay, you let her do whatever she's doing, but don't expect her to be a champion just like that by saying you can play on the phone, you can just be watching TV, or you can just go out with your friends. It's not going to happen.
What would you tell kids today? We look at Gen Z, we're looking at a time when Gen Zs are so proactive, so,
Yes.
in your face. What do you tell a Gen Z kid who has to be more disciplined, has to learn sacrifice, has to learn that, okay, I will forego my parties and I want to, there's a larger thing that I'm working towards. What is it that you're going to tell those kids out there today to succeed?
I feel it's finally up to the parents. Gen Zs are very intelligent, very smart, there's no doubt. But physically, are we there? No. Physically, we don't like to work out. Physically, we don't want to kill ourselves to become something. It's like if I say something, they will say, "ठीक है ना, आपने कर लिया." So, ठीक है, मैंने कर लिया, and I'm happy about it. I'm proud that I could do something for my country. If you want to do it, it will not just happen. You'll have to push yourself. You will have to not make excuses, even if you're smart. Finally, hard work pays off, discipline pays off, and you'll have to. Suppose the best and the best people of the world are saying we hardly can sleep without doing our work, and that's the thing we want to do, and we're thinking about it 24/7. At certain point of time, money is not what you're thinking about. Money will come if you have done well. But you cannot be away from the work you love, right? So that is what should be your aim. If you really want to make your parents popular by your name, then I think you will challenge yourself. If your parents are giving you enough money, gaadi, mein jao, aao, then I think it is all very nice, very happy things which you can continue doing. I think it's not we have a lot of money, we have a lot of knowledge. My whole family members have doctors, scientists, engineers. And if I tell today to any of the kid also, I just look at them first, how they talk, because नहीं तो पहले आ जाएगा मैं depression में हूँ, मैं anxiety में हूँ. I said, okay. Those are very heavy words, and you cannot, at the age of 12, even I didn't know what they're talking about, but they know a lot of things. That is very good. But they should not compare themselves to what is happening in social media. काफी लोग, they want to be happy on social media. They want to show that everything is nice, but it is not nice. You will have to work hard even to prove yourself on social media. So those are the things I think you have to somewhere think that I will, make name for myself and not just give back answers. I can see them giving back answers very easily to their parents as well. And if I am standing there, they can, Apne, you have done it. My knees are not so good. My ankles are not so good. And I'm like, how old are you? Just 8-9 years old, know so much about the injuries part. Lucky, in a way that I didn't have a physio at that point of time. Otherwise, I would have been with the physio only full time, sitting there and showing my back, my shoulder, my neck. And in a way, it was good and also bad. But today's generation coming in sports, I don't know how many marks I will give them. But I think just our generation where we had 10-15 players in top 20, now I think we are facing that difficulty somewhere, to produce champions, because they are very impatient. They just want result next day. They want to become world champions next day. And sometimes, I tell them, I started playing at the age of 9. I got my Olympic medal at 22. I was world number 2 in 2010. I became world number 1 in 2015. So you will have to go through a lot of ups and downs, lot of matches, lot of difficult moments. You can cry, you can share with your parents. But aajkal to parents ko dekhna hi nahi hai. I mean, they just feel like, no, parents are our, they don't know anything. I know Ronaldo, I know Messi, I know Virat Kohli. But the amount of hard work they do you know that? I mean, that's something which even when I see their stories or I read about them, I feel like, oh my God, what kind of hard work is this,
Is this something that you see only with kids here, or have you seen this sort of reaction overseas, or are you even aware of how they are outside? Is China, for example, far more diligent no matter the generation?
They start playing at the age of 3. And when I say something and the parents are saying that he's only 8, I'm saying 8
Too
is
late.
Too late. 3, 4, you should start them into some sports, gymnastics, swimming, so that they become a little stronger physically. I did karate for a year, and I was really strong physically to push for 11 hours physically. And imagine if you're pushing so much, how will you recover the next day?
Karate helped your badminton as well, Saina?
Very much. You become flexible, you become strong, now you have gone through all the difficult stunts there, and you are ready to face any kind of challenge. No fear at all. And I think that's why you get that confidence as well. And I think I was lucky to do karate before that. But I've heard that even in China or different countries, they do some kind of sport before playing professionally, like gymnastics or swimming or skating or karate. And that is when, they pick up tennis or badminton or whatever sport they like. So I think somewhere it makes you strong, flexible, confident, and you are into sport, you know how difficult it is. And sports person become mature very fast, I guess. They also think too much how to win, how to...
They're never happy,
results.
that is for sure. Never satiated.
Because you're playing 17 tournaments in a year, and the moment you get happy, you have next tournament coming up. You have to again show up on court. There is no sad day. You cry, you feel bad. But the others who are losing in first rounds are coming next day in training. And your coaches are then saying that, learn from her. She's there next day morning, and you can't do that.
That's the worst part.
That's the worst. They are ready to pinch you at every moment. And I think that pinch is required. And at home, one person should be there to pinch you. Otherwise, you will be so satisfied that hunger to win more. Suppose if you can see An Se-young from Korea, she is world number 1 today, and she's not giving up. I mean, she's played 60 Super Series finals, and she's won, 56 of them. And I saw her crying recently. I was like, why is she crying? She's won so many tournaments. But that is the hunger, if you have people pushing behind you, if you have them keeping you on your toes and ready for all the challenges, and every tournament is like a new challenge. That is when you want to, become one of the best in the world, and maybe have 2-3 Olympic golds and 2-3 world championships. And you're never satisfied if you have that kind of team. Of course, she knows she's the best, but she wants to achieve more.
We're speaking about not being satisfied. We're speaking about moments of doubt as well. Recently, I have to bring this up, PV Sindhu, after what's been a very long break, she won a title, and what an incredible achievement. Again, someone you've played alongside. tell me how she would be feeling, Saina, because you've seen highs and lows. How important is this win for India, for PV?
I think what she played last week was fantastic. After a long time, I saw her attacking very well, moving very well. I mean, you cannot write a champion off because they are very experienced. They have played at that level. They know how to control their emotions. But I think more than the relief, she must be feeling very happy that she's back to that kind of performances she was doing in 2019 and 2020. And World Championship is coming ahead, and there is Asian Games as well. So, I mean, that is what I said, we have Sindhu doing well from last couple of years, but by now we should even have 4 or 5 other younger players to be behind her. And maybe when, she retires, there will be other players. But we're still waiting for, other women player, yes. And the same goes with men player as well. We don't have anybody in line, maybe after Lakshya. There is Ayush Shetty as well, but Lakshya is, yeah. That is, I think, that is where we're missing the bus somewhere.
We obviously, you want the youth to be energized, you want the youth to be inspired. Your story is one of it. We mentioned Asian Games. The Commonwealth Game is underway. How disappointing is it that a sport like badminton doesn't feature over there? Is that also another aspect that sort of can be defeating for, the next generation to want to come and...
I mean, we have so many gold medals in Commonwealth Games in badminton, hockey, shooting. I think these are the sports not there in Commonwealth Games, and it's very surprising that how are the players feeling, because we have played all the Commonwealth from 2006 to 24 or 22, and it's very surprising because again 2030 we have it in India, and I'm sure these events will be there. But I don't know how can they just remove such big games, but it's very disappointing, but players will never stop. They will have to keep working hard. They will have to look forward to next tournament. But it's obviously very tough for the youngsters. They will think that one tournament is gone. But I think, yeah, maybe Unnati would have got chance this time. Yeah, so that is one thing, Good experience tournament. And she's missing that chance. But anyways, let us see how she performs in Asian Games,
Asian Games is coming up. But speaking about your journey, we want to come back to that as well. Saina, you spoke about how it is important to keep forging ahead. Were there moments in your past as well where you probably thought, bahut ho gaya? I mean, I think there's enough now and I should probably take a pause. Were there moments like that?
Every day you feel you want to give up. Every day you feel, why should I torture myself? But that feeling of, I don't know, there's some feeling when I won the first tournament, standing on the podium, receiving that small amount, becoming like a hero in the school, and everyone is like, okay, you can take 2 periods off. Every good student is looking at me and they're like, she's a good sports person. And I'm like, okay, you're the front bencher, right? You got the first rank. Please help me with the notes, So all this kind of thing used to be funny, and I never thought I'll be a top sports person from my country who will do well. I was just thinking about the state level, national level, and one day maybe I will get a good job to, and that will be all. That is what is happening from so many years. But I don't know, she and Papa were like, it's not that you're playing for money, it's not that you're playing for job. For us, we want you to win medals. Give us the best you can, and we are there to support you in every way. I'm like, okay, because I don't know what to say. They have.
So in that sense, is it important to have those challenges and hardships in the earlier phase? It is important to have heartbreaks, if you want to get to that big goal. Do you think that is necessary? Like, thoda sa harna, thoda sa challenges are important?
I guess champions like challenges. Champion likes tough moments. And we don't give up, somehow that challenge is like, suppose I am there and maybe one more girl is there. Maybe it's okay for me and it is so tough for her that she's not able to handle that kind of pressure. And I'm like, why can't you handle it? It's so easy. So these are the mindset as well. Sometimes for you the problem is small, but for her it's big. I think that way, champions are very few. And the moment they enter onto the court and the matter is like 20 all, and that 1-2 points if you are so strong mentally that you can take those 2 points, it depends on all the matches. You have played so many matches. I have seen so many players who are physically so fit, but the moment they are playing matches, the moment they have to show performance in the last 3 points, that is where they crack. So I think these challenges make you even more strong, but people who enjoy them, enjoy the pressure, enjoy the toughness from their coaches and parents, you realize it later why they did this to you, because you were capable. Otherwise, why will someone scold you just like that? Maybe I am sitting behind and I can tell you 10 players playing on the court. I can easily tell you who will be capable to achieve at the highest level and who are going to be okay. But you will not obviously tell them on the face, but you will directly go to that person who is doing well and maybe try and push them more because they are capable of doing that. And later I realized, when I was 15, 16, but by then it was already in me that I want to achieve it. So that initial years when you will forget what is happening, when even if she hits me, even if my papa scolds me, next day I'm like, okay, I'm alert at 4 a.m., I'm ready to go and challenge myself. And it will happen even on Sundays. That is when, you will, these challenges will become okay for you. Otherwise, if you are always scared of pushing yourself, scared of, people like scared of pushing yourself or coming in front and saying that I'm ready for these challenges, you will be there in your safe zone, and that's okay. That is what you want. That's fine.
Never
I didn't want that life.
Never be in the safe zone. On that note, thank you so much, Saina. That's great pearls of wisdom, and I hope all of you enjoyed this just as much as I did. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Saina Nehwal, for joining us. Such a honest, transparent, and lovely conversation the two of you had. Thank you. Thank you. All right, now moving forward with the innovation that's no longer measured by startup numbers alone, but by how effectively ideas move from labs to markets and from prototypes to globally competitive businesses. Karnataka has indeed built a very strong ecosystem linking entrepreneurs, researchers, investors, academia, and the government. The next challenge is to deepen leadership in AI, biotechnology, deep tech, and quantum computing, while also expanding opportunity beyond Bengaluru city. How can the state really build the next generation of global enterprise and reinforce its position as India's innovation capital? And to take that conversation forward, please join me in welcoming Nalin back on the stage, of course. And joining him is a leader who's been very instrumental in advancing Karnataka's startup technology and innovation ecosystem, strengthening its digital economy and creating new opportunities for entrepreneurs across the state. Please welcome Shri Priyank Kharge, Honorable Minister for Electronics, IT and BT, Rural Development, Panchayat Raj, Government of Karnataka. A huge round of applause.
A great pleasure to have you here, Mr. Kharge, on the stage of Rising Bharat. Thank you very much for joining us. Sir, Karnataka, Bengaluru is, of course, both India's technology capital and some say also its traffic capital. So as the minister in charge of both IT and of the Bengaluru Home Department and the Karnataka Home Department, how do you view this paradox?
Well, earlier I was holding the portfolios of IT and BT and rural development Panchayat Raj. But invariably, any conclave I go to, the first question was to be asked about traffic. And I used to bounce it off saying that, look, it's a question for the urban development minister. But now I've got the portfolio of the home, but traffic also comes to me now. So I can no longer wish it away. But having said that, I think Bengaluru is growing at a phenomenal pace. We have a population of over 1.4 crores, and we have a vehicle population equaling that. And the infrastructure is playing catch up to the growth. We are growing at a phenomenal rate of 8.5%, which is higher than the national average. And More importantly, we are scheduled to grow at this pace till 2035. So quite naturally, the infrastructure is playing catch up, and we are doing everything we can. We are setting up the north-south tunnel roads, east-west corridors, and we are adding close to around 95 kilometers of metro, 160 kilometers for suburban rail. We are ensuring that more people use public transport systems, and we are trying to get in new policies to ensure that more people use mass transit systems. And now what we are also doing is that we are putting up a urban mobility mission. So while the bigger infrastructure like making the peripheral ring road or the business corridors or ensuring that we bring in the tunnel road, all that will take time. But what is it that I can do right away with the problems plaguing mobility? So we are forming a very quick mission mode committee which will involve all stakeholders. It could be your e-commerce or quick commerce people. It could be people like Move and Sync who are fleet managers, think tanks, the traffic police, the BBMP or the GBA commissioners. So everybody who is involved in mobility will be on that mission mode committee. And the idea is not to give something very fancy which will be 2050, 2060. There is a problem now, how can I sort it out? So we are trying our best to do that. And like I said, because we are creating so many opportunities through technologies, through GCCs. So we are also absorbing the highest migrant population here. So it's a challenge that any government will have to face, but we are ready with it. And probably in the next few months, you will see a little more easing of the traffic with the systematic changes that we are going to bring in through this urban mobility mission that we are planning.
Mr. Kharge, the minister from Telangana, Mr. Babu, was here earlier this morning at Rising Bharat. I think he met you as well, separately. He made the point that one of the reasons why Hyderabad has been getting a lot more GCCs in the last year or 2 years and he traced it back to infrastructure and the investment they had made in the ring road around Hyderabad, which was a large investment, but over a period of time that's helped ease congestion and so on, and that led to a lot of other gains. Any thinking around something like that for Bengaluru?
No, see, firstly, I don't know where you're getting your data from, because the highest office space leasing that has happened in India is in Bengaluru for GCCs. Just last year, more than 12 million square feet we have leased out. And the highest number of GCCs that are in India, over 40% of them are in Bengaluru. I'll give you one small example, not my data, Modi ji ka hai. So close to around, we have close to around 6 lakh crore IT exports. You know who's my closest competitor? My neighbor, Telangana. And theirs is approaching 2.8 lakh crores. 40% of all engineering and research and development, human resource are here. Startups, out of $303 billion of the funding that we have got, $180 billion is in Karnataka. So while we love competition, the data speaks otherwise. And we are fiercely competitive, especially the south states. So as soon as we get to know that you are investing in Andhra, we'll give you more subsidies, we'll give you more incentives. We'll try to recourse some of our policies, some of our incentives. But Karnataka is very clear that we would not want to come up with any incentives, subsidies or policies that is a race to the bottom, like some of my neighbors are doing. We are very clear that we have what it takes to build world-class innovations and inventions. We know how it is to cater to geographies across the globe. We have India's most agile human resource, and we are ready to skill, reskill, upskill them, and do whatever it takes to ensure that we deliver on scale sustainably for geographies. And I think that's something that we are doing immensely well. We have like the Queen City that is coming up. We are treating the old IT parks as brownfield so that we ensure that we give all the civic communities for them, whether it is digital infrastructure or mobility or last mile connectivity. And we are talking to GCCs directly. We are talking to, we have a global innovation alliance with 40 countries. So while any city, any state can claim that they are competing with us, we are happy, but we are competing with in the global scenario.
In terms of the global scenario and also in terms of talent that you talked about, there has been some conversation around setting up an AI university, I understand, in Karnataka. Can you tell us a bit more about where that conversation is, and also is Anthropic going to play a role in that?
We have the second highest talent in AI in the world. And the good thing about our demography is the agility that we have. Like I said, they're ready to be reskill, unlearn, relearn, unlearn again. And this is something that the demography here is good at. And the government intends to support it. So that's why we are coming up with just not AI in all emerging technologies across sectors. So the AI university will not only have academic value to it, but also we intend to have research and development in there. We want to have incubators put in there. We want centers of excellence in there. See, right now AI is being used in a very limited way to disrupt processes in enterprise solutions and other things. But it's just a matter of time that it will come to governance, it will come to health, it will come to space sector, it will come to defense sector, it will come to manufacturing. And are we ready for it? If I need to be ready for it, I need to ensure that we have enough trained personnel, we have enough trainers, we have enough faculty, we have enough research that is going on, and more importantly, there are enough startups who are going to work on these innovations, who are going to work on the knowledge that is available. So the AI university will be a phygital, all-encompassing, disruptive university for emerging technologies across the sector.
So any possibility of collaboration with Anthropic or other companies?
Anybody, we are agnostic. Anthropic, Gemini, any OpenAI, anybody who wants to collaborate with the government, we will be interested in. Because I have the appetite. Right from agriculture to aerospace, anything that you want to do, I'm capable of doing it here in my state of Karnataka. So I run 20 centers of excellence. Cybersecurity, animation, your fintech, agri-tech. So we are agnostic. Anybody who wants to have the next generation of models built using government public infrastructure or government data sets, we are ready to experiment with them as well in a very regulatory sandbox environment.
So in terms of infrastructure, coming back to infrastructure, the Beyond Bengaluru initiative has been discussed for years. Now there are many projects like the proposed tech park in, say, Bengaluru, which they remain at a proposal stage. Some tenders have also fallen through and so on. So how do you plan to encourage companies or investors to expand beyond Bengaluru for a wider development across Karnataka?
Like I said, please go by the data that is there. Mysuru is delivering close to around 4,000 crores in IT exports. Mangaluru is delivering 2,500 crores. Hubli Dharwad sector, Belgavi sector, close to around 2,000 crores. And we have more than 8 GCCs in Mangaluru. We have one of the biggest setup of a Denmark health science company, which is working out of Bengaluru. 800 people work there. More than 30 Danish nationals reside in Bengaluru. They go surfing in the morning and they come to work in the city by 11 o'clock. And we are seeing this shift. So the idea of the government of Karnataka is, instead of investments coming or talent coming to where investments are, investment should go where talent is. So today we are setting up nano GCCs across cities, we are setting up incubation centers, we are setting up geography-based, demand-based centers of excellence, so that innovations happens across the state. And no state in India has as much as we do. So when you speak, let's say quantum. Now, quantum center is in IIT Dharwad. Artificial intelligence is in IIT Raichur. IIT Dharwad, Mysore in cybersecurity. My marine biotech center of excellence is in Bengaluru. So we are spreading ourselves everywhere. Chikbalapur has the Drone Federation of India's testing center. We are coming up with the EV testing center in just outside Bengaluru. So like in Kalburgi, we have the Agri-Tech Accelerator. So based on the geography, based on the talent available, and based on the interest of the local people, we are building these institutes. And it's working well for us.
One of the areas where both your portfolios intersect is in the area of the gig economy. Things like with QuickCom, with 10-minute delivery startup and so on, which sometimes can lead to traffic violations. There have been issues around that in Bengaluru in particular. So how do you view that particular challenge? And any measures the government is considering to balance road safety with the growth of the gig economy and save the safety of workers and so on?
Well, that's a very difficult thing to do because in the era of quick delivery and 10-minute delivery, quite naturally everybody is in a hurry. Although we have advocated this to the quick commerce company, there's still a lot of violations that happen. So although we find them, they do it again considering our civic senses. So this time what we have done is उनको बिठा के 4 घंटे का lecture देते हैं. I'm serious. So we give them 4 hours lecture on traffic safety. 4 hours they are not on their bike, it hits their economy. We don't want to do it, but unfortunately we are forced to do it. You know what is the fines that the city of Bengaluru owes the department? Anybody wants to take a guess? Anybody? Sorry? Yes, you can give me a number, please. Sorry? 2 lakh crores. That's beyond it's a lot of North Indian small states budget. No, 2,727 crores. Now, if I enforce that, I will lose the next election. But if I keep quiet, you will say I'm a bad minister. And throughout the state, it is around 3,700 crores. More than 7.7 crore violations happen. And this is continuously happening. Ye itna ho raha tha that we offered 50% discount. I'm not kidding. And people paid up. But that's not the way to do things. So, while traffic violations is extremely serious, we are trying to advocate to them. We are trying to enforce this across sectors. It's just, we can't blame just the gig economy people. If you actually look at that 2,700 crores that people owe, that will be a very small part of it. I wish all of us, if we intend Bengaluru to be a global city, we also intend to start behaving like global citizens. Otherwise, it becomes extremely difficult. I know I'm going to get trolled for it, but better civic sense should prevail among all of us.
That's an important point. So, Mr. Kharge, also the civic staff recently faced attacks while removing pavement encroachments in the city, in the business district, especially in Shivaji Nagar. I think your cabinet colleague, Mr. Krishna Baira Gowda, is spearheading that drive. He was here with you a little bit earlier in the day. So, why has policing not kept pace with enforcement efforts and your plans to sort of improve coordination for things like this?
No, see, it's a stray incident, and they did ask for support, and we did support. Any encroachment demolition drive is always supported by the Department of Home. Of course, there were people, there were not enough people. Apparently, there was some guy who took up some responsibility of trying to overpower the officials. We don't accept that, and it is not. Everybody will be dealt extremely sternly with that. No, there is no kind of vigilantism that will be allowed in my state, whether it is with government officials or whether it is public. There is a law of the land that needs to be followed. If you don't know how to follow it, I will ensure you learn that. That is something that I'm extremely clear. So, irrespective of who it was who did that, where are they now? They're all behind bars. There was an incident yesterday about one of our own party men throwing an egg at BJP. We don't accept that. We have booked cases. 9 people are inside.
You take action against them?
Yes, of course. I took action against them. Similarly, one MLA threw a hollow block yesterday. A BJP MLC threw a hollow block. We booked a case. See, you cannot take law in your hands. If you are doing that, then what's my job? And if your actions are going to have a cascading effect on the society, trust me, we will not keep quiet. Whether whichever party, whoever it is, however big they are, the law is same for everybody.
So can you tell us a little bit more about how your government is leveraging technology for more law enforcement, for policing, or for traffic monitoring and enforcement? A little bit about your thoughts on that.
So we use extensive technology across all units of the police department, whether it's in cyber security, whether it is in traffic, whether it's in policing as well. So we have some of the best systems in place in India. In fact, the central government has appreciated most of our efforts. So, for example, little things like the visibility on streets during peak hours of traffic. So we have an app in which the traffic police guys should go within 10 minutes of his or her duty. If they don't log in by that time, we get to know that he's not there, and there's an alert sent saying that you're not there, you're not physically present. And we also use technology to see where there are, how we can ease out these long jams that are there. We have a portal, we have an AI system called Astram that we are leveraging to do that. So it's in process, and probably in the next couple of months you will see that easing out. And fraud detection, your deep fakes, all those things that are happening right now, your digital arrests. I think we are one of the best practitioners of using technology or leveraging technology for policing.
So in terms of things like carpooling, the Bengaluru Traffic Police has expressed support for it. The Transport Department decided existing regulations saying not really in favor of it. How would you resolve issues like that, and how does regulation keep pace with reality?
Like I mentioned earlier, for your first question, we are forming this urban mobility mission in which Transport Department also is also a member of that committee. So we are going to advocate the point that you made about carpooling. See, the act that is the Transport Act that is there is quite primitive. It doesn't allow carpooling, it doesn't allow ride sharing. It was pre-Ola, Uber thing. So there are a lot of new practices that have evolved in public transport that needs to come in as an act, and we are going to advocate that. So probably that also in the next couple of months, in coordination with the Transport Department, will be done.
So coming back to the issues around tech and data centers, like you mentioned, the large legacy Bengaluru has, there are also issues around water and sustainability around that. What is your response to dealing with those kind of challenges with data centers, one? And two, sir, that how are you encouraging investments to move to other cities such as Bengaluru or Mysuru? Because Bangalore also has a water crisis. So how do you do a holistic sort of plan around this?
So we were one of the first states to come up with a data center policy. In fact, the first perhaps. And slowly we have realized that the policy might not be catering to the entire global scenario of going green. And that's why we are coming up with a sort of a policy course correction that it will be needed to, and coming up with a sustainable data center policy. There are adopting of new technologies like liquid cooling technology. Some people are suggesting adopting nuclear technology for that in a small way. The companies have approached us saying that they have better technologies that are more greener in nature. So we are trying to figure that out, how to come up with a sustainable data center policy. It is data centers, like is it's absolutely necessary. We cannot have we cannot say no to them, because the entire AI or any other emerging technology will be dependent on that. So in fact, in Bengaluru, we have identified 50 acres near Tanir Bavi, where it is close to the sea as well as another water body, so that we'll be able to leverage technologies to ensure that we are as sustainable as possible. So I do not have an affirmative answer on how we will be going forward to make that entirely sustainable, but we are working with everybody involved to ensure that we come up with the best possible policy to have sustainable data centers.
So Mr. Kharge, when you deal with the central government on issues around investments in tech, semiconductors, things like that. What is your sense of how the central government's approach is? Do you get enough support, or is there any gaps? Are there any gaps?
You know my opinion on that. अब पूछते हैं मुझसे बुलवाते हैं फिर कंट्रोवर्सी होता है. Everybody knows that any investment that comes to Karnataka or Tamil Nadu or Telangana is diverted big time. It goes to Modi ji's favorite states, and where there is no talent, where there is no. I'm not against investments going to other states, but when the investor is saying मुझे यही जाना है, तो आप क्यों उसको बाहर भेज रहे हो? That's my only grouse. When as an investor you are saying my top priority is Karnataka, when you go for incentives to Delhi, how does that become Gujarat? That's why, see, you can't arm twist, and that's what is happening. And we have, and the ecosystem that we have here, it was not built overnight. It's taken us decades. The talent pool that we have here, it has taken us decades. If today we are the 4th largest technology cluster in the world, it did not happen overnight. But unfortunately, the Prime Minister of India thinks he's only the Prime Minister of Gujarat. That's the problem.
Right. Well, on that note, a big hand for Mr. Kharge, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Kharge, for making the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kharge, for that, and Nalin as well. What an entertaining conversation it has been. Karnataka is home to more than 400 multinational R&D centers and over half of India's global capability centers, making it one of the country's largest hubs for innovation, technology, and high-value employment. As industries evolve and new opportunities emerge, the focus must now be on ensuring that governance, education, and of course scaling keeps pace with ambition workforce. How can public leadership create the right ecosystem for opportunity, strengthen institutions, and prepare the next generation for the future? To explore these questions, please join me in welcoming Harish Upadhyay to the stage to take the conversation forward. Joining him is a leader who has dedicated decades to public service, championing education, youth empowerment, public safety, and institutional development, while helping shape Karnataka's governance agenda. Please welcome Dr. G. Parameshwara, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, with a very warm round of applause.
Sir, thank you for joining us today. The big buzz around Revenue Department has been the digitization of the department, the records, how the system work. Karnataka perhaps was at the forefront of land reforms back in the 70s and 80s. Now you're trying to digitize the whole system. How will this change things for the common man, sir? This has been on for the last few months in phases. Now we are pushing it aggressively.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Thanks for your organization for giving me this opportunity to come here and express myself. Yes, it's a very important question. As you know, land is a very important factor in anybody's life. And our history says the land was acquired and vested with only few people in the society. Understanding this, as early as 1960s, Karnataka brought in a Land Reforms Act, and understanding this whole thing, trying to provide lands to everybody. There was exploitation, there was negligence, and only few people had lands. Thousands of acres few people used to have. And government of Karnataka then realized that we should distribute this land, who till the land, and made a concept called, land to the tiller. And then in 71, when Devaraj Aras became the chief minister, he implemented for the first time in the country that land should be available to everybody. And there was a cap to have the land, not in thousands of acres, just about 53 acres per family. So this was a concept which came into existence in 71 and implemented in Karnataka so well. Today we could see a small farmer can have land in the rural areas. And that implementation has been done successfully in Karnataka. Now thousands and thousands of people who own the land. Although it's a small holding, but they do have lands.
At the same time, the other challenge that you're facing as soon as you've taken over this important ministry is we haven't got enough rains yet. The prediction looks bleak. Revenue department becomes crucial in handling a situation of this nature. What is the preparedness at this point in time, sir? I know there is a bit of a hope now that we might get a bit of rain in the first or second week of August.
See, lot of land records, they are manipulated. The owner is somebody, the land belongs to somebody, and there are, the families, there are big families who own the lands. They are divided. Their khata is not been done. Their record rights have not been done. So problems like this ended up in litigations. We have lakhs and lakhs of litigations also in the court, both in the Taluka court, district court, and assistant commissioner's court. All these have to be resolved and provide that land records legitimately to that owner of the land. This is what we are trying to do. Digitalizing the land records, number one. Providing land rights to the owner. And that is what we are trying to do at the moment. And we have already succeeded. More than 50% of the work has been done by digitalizing the land records.
But if monsoon fails, we do not get enough rain, sir. How is the government preparing? I know there has been initial round of meetings at the government level.
You have heard El Nino.
Absolutely.
And this time it's supposed to be Super El Nino, where the Pacific Ocean, the water gets heated up and that condensation process doesn't take place. So you don't get the clouds, normally what you get in monsoon. And that has happened this year, more seriously though. So that effect is more in Karnataka also. So we held meetings, myself and the Chief Minister, we held meetings, we went to divisions, Gulbarga division, Belgaum division. We are going tomorrow, we both are going to Chitradurga, Bengaluru division. And again, next week we'll complete Mysore division. Thereby we will complete the entire state, understanding what is happening at the ground level. Already we have so far understood that this year it's going to be a very bad thing. We are concerned about drinking water, not so much on crops, because crop has already failed. So there is no hopes for the crops. At least if we are able to provide drinking water, I think that would be the success story of the government. So we are focusing on that.
At the same time, one big major announcement that you made recently that has grabbed all the attention is you said we'll redevelop Kantirava Stadium at a cost of roughly around 5,000 crores. One quick question that everyone had is, especially after the Chinnaswamy stampede, many say big sporting infrastructure and events need to be moved away from the core of the city, away from CBD. You think this plan will work, sir, with that in mind?
See, Karnataka has produced so many good sportsmen, men and women. But unfortunately, we are not even in the top 10 of the national level in terms of infrastructure. I being a former sports person myself, as an athlete, we need national, international infrastructure. So that is why now we are thinking of redeveloping the Kantirava Stadium to international standard. Not only the track and field, but also other games, be it basketball, be it all the indoor games. So we are trying to develop. In fact, we are also identified, I think about 70 acres of land just near Devnalli to develop a sports city. On all the district levels, we want to develop stadiums, infrastructure in terms of indoor sports. All this we are planning. So, of course, we definitely ask the Government of India also. We'll see how much they will respond to us.
But is it a bit of a worry that in the last few years, athletes and sports people from Karnataka making it to the national, even the Olympics team, is decreasing? You look at a sport like wrestling, it's largely North India, Haryana, Punjab that is managing to get those slots. Hockey, which used to be a traditional stronghold of Karnataka, especially people from Coorg, even now we do not see too many people from Coorg in the national team.
Now we'll definitely try and focus sports which have already produced national, international athletes. So we'll focus those sports, not every other sports we can develop. Although it's general in nature, but at least we will develop those sports activities which have produced national, international athletes. For example, hockey. Hockey now in Madkeri, Coorg, they have their own system. They have family hockey. We are encouraging that. We are, maybe few comes out of that family hockey to national, international standard to represent India. So these are the kind of things we are now focusing. Try and first build the infrastructure. Then naturally the coaches will come. We are already recruiting the coaches and all that this year. So we will see how we roll out these kind of programs in the next 2 years.
At the same time, your cabinet colleague, Mr. Krishna Bairagowda's initiative to clear encroachments from footpaths, retrieve encroached lands, BDA or BBMP land, that has got a lot of praise. At the same time, there's a worry about government land encroached in other parts of Karnataka, which comes under you. Are we looking at a similar sort of a drive by the Revenue Department now, sir?
Well, footpath, I must congratulate Krishna for that. Yes, initially people also have a negative opinion about that. But then again, why is the footpath is there? Why do you build a footpath? First of all. And on that, you allow people to have shops and this, that, so many activities, which is definitely obstructing the people who are, walking on the road. So that is why I think he took a good initiative. Initially, yes, there is a resistance, but eventually people also will understand that. But your second question is it going to be throughout the state? Yes, one day if it becomes too much. At the moment it is not, in other cities it's not so much. Mysore or Belgaum, all those 2-tier, 3-tier cities, it's not that much. So when it becomes too much, naturally we will extend that also.
Let me come to the political questions now. The big announcement by the Chief Minister as soon as he took oath was the Bharat Jodo Youth Association or clubs. Comes under you. You're planning a big launch program for that. But at the same time, we've seen this criticism. Many saying, is this a youth Congress enrollment program? That's been the criticism from the BJP you would have seen. Many others saying it's a rehabilitation center for Congress workers at the district taluk levels. How do you monitor an organization or a structure of this level, sir? We are looking at 10,000 gram panchayats and other units.
See, first of all, let me clarify to those who have misunderstood this entire program. Bharat Jodo is not our party program. It's a government program to bring youths together. At the moment, what is happening, particularly in the rural areas, you could see youngsters fighting each other on a caste basis. You could see on religion basis. You could see some people don't even allow allow them to enter the temples, let alone, attending the marriages and eating together. All this animosity which has already been created in the society, we want to bring them together. Bharat Jodo, the very word, you unite people. Not on the basis of caste, creed, all those things. We are trying to push in a program where you forget all this. Come together. See, we have, I think 60% of the population is younger population. What India has to give them? A divided society? A caste-based society? Or a religion-based society? India is not meant for that. India was never like that. What happened during independence struggle? Everybody, irrespective of the caste, creed, everybody joined. So bring in that atmosphere, that mindset among the youths. And today's youths, they don't want caste. They don't want your religion. They want employment. They want their life. They want their career. So that is why we are now trying to develop that mindset among youths in the villages. So we have well structured Bharat Jodo program. In fact, very soon we are going to launch in a big way. 10,000 units, 10,000 Bharat Jodo Sanghas are going to, almost the entire state we are covering. Every panchayat we are covering. Approximately 250, 300 youths join together. They celebrate Independence Day. They celebrate national days. And they also celebrate their own festivals together. So these are the kind of activities we are going to promote about culture, about literature, about so many things. And also give them an opportunity, train them in skills. Skill development is something which today's world we need. It's not just your degree. We need skills. So all these programs put together, Bharat Jodo is going to be a very unique and a successful one.
Won't be restricted to Congress members?
No, definitely not. We don't select those 250 members on the basis of party. Definitely not.
Since we are talking about youngsters and since the NEET issue is in the headlines, you wrote a letter yesterday, sir. You are suggesting that CET should be brought back, abolish NEET, something that Tamil Nadu has been talking about for a very long time. On the other hand, you have this argument saying then how do you ensure that people or students are not burdened with too many state-level exams?
See, there are two things. One is NEET is too big to handle. And that's why you get into problems like this. One small mistake by one person, one individual. The person who has leaked this question paper is just an individual. Can you imagine how many youths have been affected? Lakhs and lakhs of youths have been affected by one person's mistake. So that is why if you divide, see what was happening when we had CET? People used to come. Those who are interested to go to Tamil Nadu, they go and take the exam. Those who are interested to come to Karnataka, they go and take the exam. You need not go to every other states and take the exam. You have a choice. You select wherever you want to go and study. In fact, CET, our CET, Karnataka CET was one of the best CET, competitive exams. In fact, I was the education minister. I was responsible for 5 years to look after that CET. Not a single incident of question, not only question paper leak or any other mistakes. So why not you give the opportunity? Why not you give the opportunity to states? State children will be benefited. See, national perspective is totally different. See, we had regional engineering college in Surathkal, right? We still have that. They converted into a national institute. Why was regional institute constituted in the beginning? It was to give opportunities to children of that region. If you make it a national one, no, you don't get this Karnataka students getting admission in those institutions. In fact, Professor Murali Manohar Joshi was the higher education minister in Delhi.
Yeah, NDA.
And I requested him, look, don't take away this. Don't make it a national institute, because this is the concept, very concept is regional. Then he assured me that 50% of the seats will be given to Karnataka. And today they don't follow it. Not even 20% of the children belong to Karnataka or are admitted in that national institute. So where is this regionalism? Why don't you consider, after all, education is in the concurrent list. We have a choice. State governments have a choice. According to Constitution, we have a choice. So you give us that opportunity. Let us conduct the CET. Whoever wants to come from any part of the country, come and take the exam in Karnataka, CET, and take the, continue their education.
I mean, that's a holistic view, because he's not just a minister, he's somebody who runs multiple educational institutions. Sir, my final question to you, what next for Mr. Parameshwar? You become the Deputy Chief Minister, your name was in the reckoning. Many say you were in the Chief Minister's race as well when the leadership change happened. There's an election in 2028, roughly around 22 months from now. What next for you, sir, personally in this political journey?
Well, I have been in politics for almost 40 years now. Yes, people have ambitions. I also wanted to become a chief minister, definitely. And, well, I didn't get an opportunity. It is the decision of the party high command. In Congress party, we follow the high command. So that high command has taken a decision and we accept it. Just wait for your opportunity. That's all I can say.
In 2028 elections, sir?
Well, I don't know. Let us see. Hopes. You always live in hopes.
Absolutely. Sir, I know it's a busy, packed day for you, but you've taken out time and joined us here. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Harish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Parameshwara. Those, as a sportsperson myself, those insights were very, very candid. Thank you. Now, Andhra Pradesh is emerging as a major growth destination, leveraging its nearly 1,000-kilometer coastline, 14 ports, expanding industrial corridors, and strategic East Coast location to strengthen manufacturing, logistics, exports, and global investment. By connecting ports, production centers, and supply chains, the state is building a more integrated industrial ecosystem. Its focus now is on developing world-class infrastructure, attracting future-ready industries, and of course creating jobs and positioning Andhra Pradesh as a key engine of South India's next phase of enterprise-led growth. To discuss this vision, please join me in welcoming Nabila Jamal back to the stage. Joining her is a leader spearheading Andhra Pradesh's industrial transformation with a strong focus on manufacturing, ports, logistics, investment, and food processing. Please welcome Shri T.G. Bharat, Honorable Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. You know, the one thing that I could think of when I was told I was going to be talking to you was the spat that Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh has been having for the last few months or maybe a year on investments. Cheeky jibes that Karnataka ministers and Andhra ministers have been taking at one another on investments, trying to draw investments, global tech companies luring them into each one's states. And so I can say for sure, as someone from Karnataka myself, that if there is competition to Karnataka, I think it is the rising Andhra. And you're the Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing for Andhra Pradesh. I'd like you to give us a sense on where Andhra Pradesh is heading.
First, thanks for inviting for this session. So you must be knowing what's happening. Andhra Pradesh is an young state, I would say. You take Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they're all ecosystems are built. It's in auto mode. For us, it's difficult because the state had split and then lots of things are happening after that. So 14 to 19, we did good job, but 19 we lost elections and then In 24, we were back with a great mandate. So people have hopes on our government. So point here is the industrialization for Andhra Pradesh is an important thing because we have a long coast. I think someone was briefing about how Andhra Pradesh is. We have a long coastline, 1,050 kilometers plus. So we are building ports, we are building airports, we are building, we have 3 industrial corridors. That is most important. And we have 3 NIGDIC projects that is going to be like a plug and play industrial zones. So you get a lot of industries. Basically of all this, we have a brand called CBN. I was telling one of your colleagues here in the VIP lounge. So I was telling that, he's a mix of IIT, IIM, IPS, IAS. A mix of that is a product called CBN. So if we are able to sell CBN brand well, we'll be able to get a lot of industries to our state, and that is happening. Today, because we are planning to build all these industrial zones, and you see any kind of projects are, it's been, we have done an MOU and they're getting grounded in Andhra Pradesh. So the good point is any kind of industry. It's not just one particular. You name defense, you name aerospace. You go to any particular sector, we can accommodate to Andhra Pradesh. Chemicals, pharma, anything. And I think for 19 to 24, the trust was lost. So after we are back, we build the trust, the confidence, the goodwill is back. So today, once the cabinet clears, the projects we have WhatsApp groups where the minister, the secretary, everyone are there on the groups. We have 110 plus groups which are cleared under the industries department. So the food processing must be around 30, 40. So we are continuously in touch with them, trying to clear. I think the best part is we have the caption called speed of doing business. And incentives, and anyone can compete.
Ease of doing business. Andhra Pradesh tops
Ease
it.
is on top always, but now we've gone further by saying speed of doing business, because initially when Chandrasekhar Garu, Tata chairman, and we had a meeting with the Honorable Chief Minister, everything, this caption came out and then said that you should be unique, you should think something differently. Then Chandrababu Garu told, I think if we do something like this, yes, it is very good. So speed of doing things and speed of doing business is a main thing that is Andhra Pradesh, where we are able to get a lot of projects. I think today we have projects more than 20 lakh crore worth, which are MOUs and which are cleared from cabinet.
I was reading up on how Andhra Pradesh is now ensuring a single window clearance in projects. Very difficult because there are states that are, in general, there's a perception that it's difficult to do business in many states of India. But in Andhra Pradesh, you've changed that perspective for people. Single window clearance, that's what I read about. Could you explain to us? And what are the industries that are thriving under your watch?
So basically, if you see ArcelorMittal, a project which was discussed in 2018 in WEF by Nara Lokesh Garu, the initial discussion started there. 19 to 24, nothing happened. They tried hard for other state, but nothing happened. Then after government was formed, Nara Lokesh Garu had a Zoom call just for 45 minutes, convinced him whatever you want, and we are able to clinch that deal, 1,35,000 crores of worth, and it is going to be the India's largest steel plant coming up in Anakapalli district. So how this happened is, it's about the speed. The environmental clearance, we were able to complete the environmental clearance also within 9 months. So these are something, it's like the whole machinery is working, from the ministry, from the government side, from political side, pushing things, and that's the best thing. So that is how we are able to get the deals. I mean, the steel plant, Vizag steel plant, if you take the history, it took more than a decade to get grounded after they decided. I think 15 years or 10, 15 years to. But here we are planning to complete the project within next 2-3 years. I think this is one project I'm saying. You take Google, the same thing, data center. Discussions happened, we were able to close the deal, 1.5 billion, I mean close to 1,50,000 crores worth data center is coming in Vizag. So it's about the speed, and it's like monitoring. Once it is cleared from cabinet, we are in WhatsApp groups. There is one dedicated person to him. And then one more example I would like to say is, recently I went for an inauguration for MSME Park. So he was saying, sir, in 21 days, online, everything was clear. There was no interference from the, any government officer or anything. We were able to clear. In 3 months, we are able to start the project. It's a contract manufacturing from Reliance. So I'm saying the confidence, the goodwill, and how we are able to explain them, the things, and I think that's the most important thing, that we are able to get projects.
Give us a little more on the talent in Andhra. You know, Nara Lokesh is one of your young leaders. And also, Chandrababu Naidu, he has been credited to be a visionary, built Cyberabad. He envisioned, in fact, I hear the story was very interesting on how he saw Malaysia expand, and he wanted something as futuristic here in India, and expanded, tried to extend Hyderabad to a neighboring Cyberabad. So he's credited for that. He has proof of pudding to show. So under his, and his son Nara Lokesh, the very cheeky messages on social media while he's trying to attract investors to Andhra, it's a very young, fresh take on attracting investments.
Very true. So Nara Lokesh Garu, I think he's, his qualification is from Stanford. And
You're Cardiff yourself.
Yeah, I did my MBA. So we are, even the cabinet is around 17, 18 members are first timers, young guys, so the next gen. So the point is, I think Nara Lokesh Garu has got a lot of patience, and WhatsApp, he's a person, I think he's a WhatsApp man. Every message he is able to read, he can reply, and it is known to every cadre that, what's Nara Lokesh number, and they can get in touch with him directly. Approachable. That's the, I think it's very difficult at that stature, and, second in line, and to be so accessible to everyone. I think that is one of the most important thing, and whatever issues are, that gets to him, he immediately informs either the ministers or the particular secretary or whatever. I mean, if he gets to know what's happening. And I think that is the USP, I would say,
I agree. I've had a good
highly
experience.
educated. So he's got the team, he's got the whole structure built. So he's able to handle things.
And not just, I don't know what you're saying phone number, but even on Twitter or X platform for that matter, he's so responsive. He responds to.
So a lot of things, medical things also, they request Nara Lokesh Garu tagging him, and they're all sorted out.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Yeah, those are the kind of politicians we look forward to as citizens, right? Someone who's engaging, who's responsive, interactive. And so Andhra Pradesh, we know at this point, is attracting a lot of tech companies. And I believe that there was a period where you had announced land prices as low as 1 rupee for companies like Cognizant and TCS. I mean, what a jackpot for companies to get land for ₹1.
So it is not for all the companies, right? So we had the lift policy that in that policy for 1 rupee, only the lift, the companies which are top 500 or something, they are only eligible for that. And if you see 25% from last year, April till March, we were able to attract 25% of investments either from abroad or in India. If someone would like to invest or do something, 25% we were able to attract. And this, after our state, was Orissa at 13%. So it's basically the confidence and CBN brand that has been able to, I think, push things, and they're very comfortable. And I hope our government continues for decades and decades, so that, things will improve like how Hyderabad has improved. Like if you see, second time Chandrababu Garu had come in 99. So the airports today, if you see all over India, the first airport has happened in Hyderabad, the outer ring road, the concept. I mean, a lot of thinking was done, and the Vision 2020 was built that time, and today it is all implemented. I think looking at Hyderabad, a lot of other cities have grown to what Hyderabad has done.
You know, this whole tussle between which is the capital of Andhra Pradesh, did that take away from the direction where investments were flowing earlier? Now Amravati.
Now I don't know whether you're following the new thing that he's talking. The opposition leader is talking about Mavigan.
That's another crazy one. Okay, I didn't know that.
So he's talking about Mavigan, and he went with 3 capitals. The mandate was given clearly in 2024. So we got 93% strike rate, and Janasena, who's our partner, has got 100% strike rate. So he's now talking about a Mavigan as a capital, where the parliament has passed the bill, Rajya Sabha and parliament, everything is cleared, and now he's talking. So let him talk like that. So we are comfortable. We'll continue for decades, right?
You don't believe in multiple capitals?
I don't think. I mean, every state has got only one capital, and I think we have decided as Amravati as a capital, and it is being done, and it will be, most of the things are on progress, and we have kept a target before 2028, most of the infrastructure works to be done, and I think it's online.
And all the work that had happened earlier in Visakhapatnam and...
No, Visakhapatnam is growing city. It has been, it's like South France. If you have been to South France, it will look like that only, the Vizag region. I mean, now that a lot of IT companies are there, coming there, and then you have the steel plant, the big steel plant coming there, data centers. So I think Vizag will grow on its own. I mean, it's been a good city for Andhra Pradesh, Vizag, and it will grow. There's nothing like that. I mean, for us, from north to south, east to west, every area, districts has to grow. It is not like, and you know, we are planning 175 MSME parks.
Yeah.
Every MLA wanted to, promote their assembly segment so that they have the park they can promote. You should have some industrial park to promote, right? So that's the plan. We want to complete 175 MSME parks. So that's there already. 100 plus we have done foundation, some are completed, another 30 also sir has recently done foundation. So we want to complete 175 MSME parks so that we can promote our assembly segments.
In fact, I was coming to that on the government support for MSMEs and particularly startup that are driving innovation. What kind of cushioning is the Andhra government giving to startups in your state?
So the best part is the early bird thing. So first early bird for 200 companies, they get straight 30%, no cap. If it is like 100 crore investment, you get 30 crore. I'm saying that is 30%, and then if you actually follow the rules and if you are able to fulfill, it can go up to 40-45% also. One is incentive part. The second is Ratan Tata Innovation Hub and Spoke model we have in Andhra Pradesh, where Amravati will be having the hub, and then we have the spoke in 4 places. The Ratan Tata Innovation Hub, the plan is if someone has got a startup idea, so hand holding will be done. It is just not giving investment or just the capital seed or something. The hand holding is there, and till the project is completed or taken off. So this has been built in Andhra Pradesh. It's just not, you pitch in and the thing is done, you just give the finance. It's not like that. Yeah. So the big companies who are supporting us are going to be there, and they will handhold, they'll guide them how to go about, how to plan things. So everything is there. So the Ratan Tata Innovation Hub is going to be one of the major traction for the youth.
That Google investment is still one of the biggest?
Yeah, Google data center is one of the biggest.
Yeah,
there's no doubt. And equal to that, Reliance is also coming up with a data center.
Could you list out a few of the big companies that have opened up or opening up?
For data centers, right? Yeah. So these are, I think, one is Reliance, one is Google. There is other companies there. After these people have confirmed, there are lots of people coming for data centers, but sir restricted it till 6 gigawatt. Later on, if you want to do more than that, Lokesh Garu keeps telling, I want to go up to 50 gigawatt. Chandrababu sir says, I can go up to 6 gigawatt. If you want to go up to 50 gigawatt, you have to present me how things are going to be, how the power, everything. So there is a discussion and debate going on. Hopefully, something is going to conclude very soon. But the traction happened after the Google came.
Lovely. And as I'm wrapping here, I'd like to ask one question. We are looking at AI centers developing in most parts of the country. Bengaluru is, of course, a hub, and Andhra now. We are opening up to data centers, AI. A lot of environmental, issues that have also arisen at the same time, the concerns about water consumption, etc. So how are you going to balance between ensuring business thrives and your environment is taken care of?
So I'll say environment, I think we have, every state will have pollution control board, there is norms and everything. So that we are going to be strict on it. The water is one thing I think people keep worrying, but if you see Godavari outflow to the sea, now Polavaram is going to start, then you'll have a lot of water storage there. But right now, 4,000 TMC, 3,500 to 4,000 TMC is let out. Now, for a 6 gigawatt, you need 6 TMC of water. I'm saying 4,000 TMC is let out to the ocean, to the sea. And if you're talking about 6 gigawatts that we are planning, it's about 6 TMC. So Godavari is very close by. So water is never going to be an issue. And pollution, we have pollution control board and very strict norms are there. I don't think anyone can escape that.
Great. Rapidly growing state, and ease of doing business, it tops the list. I think this is where Rising Andhra is certainly a place to look for anyone wanting to establish.
So if someone is looking for India, first Andhra Pradesh is where they should look. That is our target. And where in India also someone would like to do some expansion or anything, I think Andhra is what we are looking, and that is how we have been progressing. The investments I've already told you that we have 20 lakh crores plus.
You
so
have positioned yourself that way, and I think you have proof. Previously, your government has done a good job in the neighboring state. And we wish you all the very best, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that engaging conversation, Mr. Bharat and Nabila. Right, South India has long been at the heart of India's manufacturing story, from automobiles and electronics to electric mobility. Today, the sector is being reshaped by design, software, advanced engineering, and resilient supply chains. Electric mobility brings these strengths together and offers us a clear view of where Indian manufacturing is headed next. What will it take to move from assembly to technology ownership to deepening localization without slowing down innovation to build globally competitive products from India? To explore this very talking point, please welcome Chandra back to the stage. And joining her is an entrepreneur who has helped build one of India's leading electric two-wheeler companies from Bengaluru, with product innovation, software and manufacturing at its core. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tarun Mehta, the co-founder and CEO, Ather Energy, with a very warm round of applause.
Can we have a big round of applause for Tarun Mehta, the OG when it comes to EVs and deep tech in India. Tarun, thank you very much for joining us on the Rising Bharat platform here in Bengaluru. We've heard from ministers of many different states, and it's great to hear from an entrepreneur now, particularly one who saw success after many years. So do you feel vindicated today as the co-founder and CEO of Ather Energy? Your market share has steadily been rising. I think you're number 2 now in terms of EV market share. You concluded a very successful QIP a few days ago. So what does it feel like today?
Thank
After
you,
a 13-year journey?
13 years.
Yeah.
In the 13th year. Yeah. Thank you, Chandra. No, I think it's amazing. I think markets have been very kind to us. When we went IPO last year, when we IPO'd last year, a lot of the founder friends had told me that taking the company public, the most painful part is the road shows. meeting 100, 150, 200 investors and telling the same story again and again. We actually found that an amazing experience. We've really focused on making sure that we can explain and communicate what we are building, because there is a sense that India hasn't seen enough hardware companies come up through this kind of a grind. We understand manufacturing as how value gets created, but manufacturing is at the absolute fag end of a very long value chain, which starts first from IP, design, tons of engineering, productization, and then production. If you only go after production, that's just one aspect. You got to own the entire value chain. You got to own the tech and the design to really own the large part of the value capture there. Ather went through this journey as one of the first companies, and we were lucky to have gone public. So we feel, I think, doubly responsible to make sure we can explain to the markets, we can explain to the street, we can explain to investors why something like this can work in India, why you actually can build technology, standards, products, grounds up here and actually create phenomenal amount of value, not just good fun value, that gets sold in an M&A, but tremendous amount of public value. So we've been doing that a lot, and I think markets have been nice, kind. Customers have liked the new products that we have launched, and we're having a great time. We love building products. We continue building them.
Is it easier being a listed company than an unlisted company?
If you are a consumer brand, I think it's definitely helpful to be listed. Governance standards go up, but we had 3 sovereign investors even when we were private. So we were already quite used to the idea of fairly high reporting standards and governance requirements. In a way, I used to joke that we are paying the price of being a private company while running this like a public company. So we should just go public as soon as possible. And it's definitely helped. I can see that for a lot of our suppliers, a lot of our dealers, the brand is a lot more respectable, trustable brand because it's public. For a lot of our customers also, because India now has such a healthy public market participation, the fact that you're public is screaming that you are a reliable brand suddenly. So I think it's better to be public after a certain stage.
Got it. As the CEO of Ather Energy today, what does most of your bandwidth go towards? Is it still design, product, new launches that excite you, or is it just the scale-up part? I mean, you already have a factory in Hosur, and you will be inaugurating your second factory in Maharashtra, in a few months from now, which will double your capacity to 77,000 units a month. So which aspect of Ather excites you today? Where do you spend most of your time in?
I still like to spend most of my time in crafting the product story. We do these annual events every year where we take something as simple as a scooter and we talk about it for 2 hours on stage. 2 years ago, we had launched our family scooter, and I remember we launched Rista, and we launched something that I called the Thela. We launched something called Thela for about 5 minutes on stage. It was a carry bag. It was such a beautiful design. I think there are so many stories that we get to tell, and it's such an amazing opportunity because there's so few brands that want to tell stories in India. So hands down, the most exciting part for me is crafting these stories out, bringing them out, telling them to the consumers, participating in the design aspect of this. And the scale-up is the final payout. Like, this is the stuff that you enjoy, but the scale-up is the final payout. It would not be fun if you do all of it for 500 units a month. It is very satisfying to see, 30, 40, 50,000 customers wanting to buy it. But the really fun part is the design and the product building part. So that still is what I probably enjoy the most.
Right. Talking about, your annual event, the Community Day, and you're gearing up for that end of August. You're also launching a new mass market electric scooter at a price point of about, I think, 1 lakh to 1.2 lakh. What's that going to do for Ather? It's also being launched on your new EL platform.
Right. So, we started our journey right at the top of the pyramid. Our first product that sort of hit some scale was priced at 1,65,000.
The premium.
The premium Ather 450. And we've been able to take prices higher over the last few years. Our next product, Rista, was priced in the 1.3 to 1.5 lakh rupee bracket, and that quadrupled our sales. Today, roughly about half of the electric scooter industry is in the 1 to 1.2 lakh rupee range, and Ather has no products there. But there's a lot of demand that we're getting out of that space. Today, we are present in about 700 stores in the country, and particularly as we go towards Western and Northern India, the pull for that price point is very high. So we wanted to build something for that price point, and we did not want to build by just stripping specs down. It's not a great experience. So we built a complete new platform that took us many years, and we're gearing up for the first product on that new platform. We think electric vehicles are becoming extremely mainstream now. What the government's been talking about, electrifying cooking, electrifying transport, I think that message has really landed. I think the average customer is really concerned about the fact that petrol is no longer a reliable commodity. I heard a very funny statement once in one of the recent researches we were doing. Until even 1 year ago, even the most fanboy electric vehicle owners would say कि यार घर में एक पेट्रोल गाड़ी तो होना चाहिए, right? You need one backup, right? We can have an electric car, electric scooter, everything, but one petrol car you still need. Recent thing I heard a few months ago is, somebody in an interview saying, घर में एक electric vehicle तो होना चाहिए, right? Because it's so, people are genuinely so afraid. It's not about price. It's not about the fact that, petrol's gone up 5, 7, 10 rupees. It's the fact that, listen, what if petrol is not available tomorrow? Courtesy social media, all of us are suddenly, very aware that India has 20 days of reserves and stuff. Nobody knew that 30 years ago. Now we know it. So now we know it. We've got to flex that knowledge, right? So we are all becoming extremely afraid about the fact that petrol may not be available. So it's making electric vehicles really mainstream. If electric vehicles are going mainstream, we need to be present across all price points. We think we built a great brand. We want to just now be present across multiple segments. That's what the launch is all about.
Got it. And so this will basically eat into, like if I look at your ICE competitors, your Activa, Access, that segment.
Yeah, we call them Aajka scooters because they've been honestly the most successful scooters in our country. Fantastic products. And if we want to go mainstream, we obviously want to, that has to be the aspiration. We've got to convince that customer that buying electric is a better alternative. So yes, for us, building and selling this new platform, this new scooter is our attempt at going fully mainstream now.
Got it. Tarun, I want to focus a bit on the policy front now. Now, there is no doubt that one of the enabling factors in, boosting EV or mainstreaming it were government policies from FAME 1 to FAME 2 and the PM e-Drive, which, has also benefited companies like Ather. But one aspect of policy that you have been very critical of in the past is the auto PLI, because it has excluded startups like yourself, like, River, Euler, and so on, because they did not meet a certain revenue threshold, net worth threshold. But on the contrary, many of the innovations that we have seen in EV, whether it comes to, battery management, vehicle software, etc., have come from the new crop of startups. Now, you have had multiple meetings with the Heavy Industries Minister, H.D. Kumaraswamy. What's the sense that you're getting? Do you think the government will rethink how this auto PLI is structured? Do you still need the benefits of auto PLI? You seem to be doing so well.
No, I think getting excluded out of automotive PLI is a pretty big thing because it's essentially 16% cashback that our competitors are getting. Essentially, as a country, we are sending money back to legacy players who are tremendously well-funded and don't need more money to build an electric vehicle. But startups who are really pushing the envelope, who are really the first ones, who are really leading on the R&D side, on the capex side, think of the large capacity enhancements that have happened since Auto PLI has gone live. And Ather will probably be one of the largest ones out there. So if the purpose of Auto PLI was to create new capacity, create jobs, spur R&D and investments in R&D, I think it's startups that have led this entire cycle. And the funny thing is, automotive PLI actually wanted to do all of this. If you see the Auto PLI policy, it actually has a section for new companies. It had a revenue threshold of 10,000 crores for existing players, but for new companies, there was a policy available. It's a quirk of the policy where they said that if you are an existing company, you should have 10,000 crores of revenue. Fine,
And if you're a startup,
makes
you should have
sense.
zero.
If you are a new company, you should have zero revenue. Sounds right until you realize, but what if you sold one vehicle? You have 1 lakh rupee revenue. Oh, then you are an established company. Please come once you have 10,000 crores. It makes no sense. This quirk of the policy is why lot of, almost all startups have got accidentally excluded, which is the point that we've been trying to bring up to policymakers. And to be fair, every policymaker that we met across the spectrum completely get it, that this seems insane. This is not the intention of this policy. Probably why Auto PLI hasn't seen the traction that it should have seen, because it's otherwise a fantastic policy. So our argument has been simple, that please expand this. You need startups. If electric vehicles industry is a train, imagine this is a train, you need, the existing legacy players are all the bogies, right? You need the bogies, you need their capacity, you need their network, you need their distribution. But there is no reason for an existing automotive company, a ICE legacy player, to go and disrupt their 30% gross margin business to sell an electric vehicle. The only reason they are forced to do it is because a startup comes around, challenges them, and does not die. That's when a legacy player is forced to say, God damn it, now I've got to also respond, we can also do it. Amazing, and that's the best outcome for the country. Startups force legacy players to fight the good fight. Startups are the engine for this train. The bogies won't go anywhere if you cut the engine out and say, ki bogies ko paisa deta hun, they will build electric vehicles. They will not have the incentive to build an electric vehicle.
What do you see happening next?
I can't predict that. Our job is to,
What are you
karam kar
hoping
and
for?
fal ki
What are you
chinta mat
hoping
kar and all. Our job is to basically bring the issue up, help policymakers see the upside of expanding the policy to cover genuine startups, the ones who are truly investing and creating scale. And we hope that, people are able to make this solution emerge.
Right. Deep tech also seems to have, reached an inflection point in India. The government has a 1 lakh crore RTI fund. We are seeing many good success stories. Will you be looking at the RTI fund in some form to, fund your own deep tech initiatives? How are you thinking about it?
I think RTI has been a spectacular success by the government. It's rare to see a policy land so correctly and so rapidly in India. 1 lakh crore is a huge corpus. Aimed at R&D is the perfect thing to focus on. And I think they've selected a fantastic group of early companies to back. In fact, Ather is one of them. We've been also one of the early recipients of the RDI low interest loan. And it's coinciding really well with the timeline of, when deep tech startups are just absolutely exploding. I think in my 13 years of running Ather, I've never met so many deep tech entrepreneurs, hardware entrepreneurs, as in the last 18 months. Like the first 11 and a half years and the last 1.5 years is probably
and this
comparable.
is across EVs, space tech,
Everything.
drone tech.
There's so much action happening in drones and defense and obviously electric vehicles and energy, batteries, space tech, production, like equipment design, process design. There's just tremendous amount of activity. And it's for a change, not activity that is driven by VC interest. Right? Like, let's be honest, we are in Bengaluru. A lot of the startups that are born and grow successfully are ones which are on the right side of what VCs want to fund, right? And it's just nature. But most of the deep tech startups that are emerging today I'm very proud to see they're not coming up, because a VC found them fashionable. So VCs are now forced to figure out what's so freaking fashionable about them, right? What's so good about them? And luckily, companies like us and many others now going public, generating returns, is creating an argument that, listen, this model can work. Investing for 5 years, like Ather was born in 2013. We launched our first product in 2018. We had our first positive gross margin in 2021, right? 8 years after launch. But we went from like maybe 200 crores to like 3,000-4,000 crores in a matter of 4 years. So I think, and it's not special about us. It's inherent to how hardware companies work, how they scale. So I think now there are multiple models for investors to look at, and hopefully many hardware companies will bloom.
Right. Final couple of questions, Tarun. Will Ather ever make cars?
It's a very hard business with not much of a margin. Our industry has very successful, famous players who've been picky about margins. We'll only build a car if we have something new to build. Life is too short. We don't want to be the 11th player manufacturing electric cars. If we have a new idea, we'll build. Otherwise, no.
How many Ather scooters do you own?
We have 3. Yeah, 3 at home.
No other brands?
Oh, we used to have a petrol scooter, but we sold it off.
Okay, great. On that note, thank you very much for talking to us, Tarun. Here's wishing you the best.
Thank you very much, Tarun, for those very valuable insights, and thanks, Chandra. Now, moving forward, artificial intelligence, that's rapidly becoming the operating system of the modern enterprise, moving beyond foundation models. And in fact, foundation models that generate content to AI agents that can reason, plan, and automate complex workflows. So this shift could transform sectors from banking and retail manufacturing, cybersecurity, and customer experience. As enterprises move from pilots to large-scale adoption, the real test will be balancing productivity and innovation with trust and security, governance, and data privacy. That in fact will take it for India to lead. That's what really would take India to lead this intelligence era and build AI-driven organizations that are secure, responsible, and future-ready. To explore this, we have with me Shireen Bhan. I would like to welcome her on stage. Thank you very much. And joining her are our distinguished leaders who are shaping the future of enterprise AI, digital transformation, cybersecurity, and technology innovation. Let me introduce Ramesh Lakshminarayanan, Group Head of IT and CIO, HDFC Bank. Sandhya Ramachandran Arun, Global CTO, Wipro. Swapna Bapat, Managing Director and Vice President, India and SAC, Palo Alto Networks. Nikhil Mittal, Chief Technology Officer, Zepto.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back in Bangalore. It is my favorite city. So I'm always happy to be back here. And I have a wonderful panel here with me to talk about something that continues to grab the headlines and mind space. The move from foundation models now to the agentic era and to the agentic economy. Where are we in that transition? How far have we moved ahead as far as India is concerned? And what are the checks and balances that we need to keep in mind as we make that transition? We've got a very diverse set of panelists here, and they're going to give you their very real perspective on what really is going on. There's also an interesting debate underway globally at this point in time on whether we should own our intelligence or rent our intelligence. How much should we own? How much should we rent? There are questions around sovereignty, questions around control, and very importantly, when we talk about agents, questions around autonomy. How much autonomy is too much autonomy? Will it vary depending on sectors that you operate in? And of course, cyber risks and security risks. We just had headlines being grabbed by OpenAI and Hugging Face. Of course, that was a test environment, but we did see the impact and the implications of an agent going rogue. So how do we ensure that we're not heading in that direction? All of those are very important but equally complex issues. So Ramesh, without further ado, let me get started with you. Rent intelligence, own intelligence. I know you are a big believer in owning intelligence. You've done that at HDFC Bank. Run me through why you believe it is imperative in the AI era to own your intelligence.
I think I've been very big proponent, not because, that you can't just rent it out, but the fact is that intelligence inherently has to be manufactured. I mean, if you think about it, right? And in an industry that we are in, we're not going to compete unless we are a tech-driven company. I mean, it's very, very obvious that 5 years down the line, I don't think you will have common bankers. You will have front end and you'll have only technology. And from that perspective, it's very important that you own. But also there are reasons around sovereignty that you spoke about. I'm sure we will delve upon it. But there is another thing that's happening. I think industrialization of AI, Shirin, is not easy. It's not like you just go and pull out your cloud and you start kind of prompting and things will come out, okay?
But that's the assumption almost, because it's been made to seem like that.
That's the assumption, but when you get into the real production scenario in enterprises, it's infinitely more difficult. And that's where a lot of focus, and this whole debate about India missing the AI and all of that stuff, if you look at it, there's so much of work to be done. Simply, in terms of building intelligence, building smaller models, doing better fine-tuning of models, making it so domain-driven that and in our industry, it's a 1-0. You expect 100% accuracy. You're extracting let's say, check image. A 0 gets missed out, you are done, So to get to those levels of insane accuracy, a lot of intelligence has to be done. And reasoning and intelligence are very inherent to human mind. That's why I'm a very big proponent of making it in-house,
Making in-house, owning intelligence, that's what you've done with Neve, which is the platform that you created at HDFC Bank. How hard was it for you to be able to put that together?
My entire, Shirin, the whole idea came from a visit to the US a couple of years back. And, I had a bunch, all ideas come sometimes it's very interesting to back your people. We were just going around looking at all the big techs. Everybody was showing us a lot of the platforms, which were pretty good, not that they were not good. And there was this two blokes who came and said, Ramesh, what we should probably try and build it. I said, are you crazy? I mean, this is not something that, So he said, okay, give us, we don't want too much of money. Give us 3 months. We'll put together something.
Okay.
And that's how the idea was born, Shirin. And the second thought process that I believe very truly for banks especially, you will have a situation of risk and governance catching up. Yeah. They are in a catching up mode. I'm being very honest about it because the regulator is still trying to figure out what this AI is all about. Yeah. How do you guardrail it? And one of the things I'm very clear is that the platform approach helps you to keep things very tight. Okay, it's not like anybody comes and puts a model, you don't know how the model has behaved. Yeah. So I think these were the two foundational aspects and Neve was born, And then we kept building on it. In fact, like I said, I have only 40 people building Neve today. But each one of them is very, very deep techie. I mean, they're not typical bankers. The conversations are not around finance, around, margins.
Honest answer. How much money did you give them to get started?
Yeah. I would say about 2 crores was
That's it?
That was the seed. That was the money, seed money. In fact, totally we have probably not spent, I would say, a couple of crores here and there and a little bit. That's it.
So in this world where everybody is talking about spending billions and billions of dollars, you're saying you've been able to do this in a couple of crores?
Yeah, because the billions are required only for the large LLM tokens, Shirin. And that is the biggest myth, that you need LLMs and running at insane frequency and burning insane tokens. And that's why I said building smaller models, sharper models is where the institutions will have to focus and be smart about it.
Okay, well, that's a good point. So, Sandhya, let me come to you now and talk about what you're doing with this at Wipro. And, rent intelligence, own intelligence, or partner with people who you can collaborate on building intelligence. And Wipro's done that. You've just inked a partnership in January of 2026. But How are you approaching this entire issue of intelligence and agents as you build things at Wipro?
So it's not so much about rent intelligence or own it. I think we all know that the differentiator is what the business brings, and that's what keeps them competitive. However, from Wipro's perspective, the first thing that we did, we said this is about trust, right? It's not about me telling you something and then the trust is broken, as opposed to you have your intelligence, I help you build your systems, but then what do we need to do to be responsible about it?
Yeah.
So the first thing we did was set up a Wipro Intelligence Council. Everything that we do in AI is branded under Wipro Intelligence. Our leaders across the various business units and support functions are a part of the council. We have appointed a leader for responsible AI, a very eminent, known personality in the industry. And we stay ahead of the curve in terms of making sure that every one of our 230,000 employees understand what it means to be responsible in terms of AI innovation, AI experimentation, which we do want to encourage.
Yeah.
Right? And speaking about the large language models, I think initially it was essential for us to learn, to master, to understand the possibilities of what we can do for our clients, and our clients are experimenting as well. Right? And coming back to what Ramesh said about having smart engineers, good engineers, deep engineers, who don't really cost a bomb in India, relatively speaking, but it's important for them to build models that are more contextual with narrower context.
So the small language
The
model.
small, the micro small, right? So the smaller it gets, the more accurate it becomes. And the latency is a lot less. The speed of response.
Will that be the key for larger enterprise adoption, you
Absolutely, absolutely. So you, like, if you take any large language model, it knows general knowledge, right? It knows everything in the internet. But what you really need to know is how does loan work? What is the language around loans? What are decisions being made? And all of that is a very specialized domain. And therefore, small and specialized domain models are very, very important. And that's what we focus on significantly. We're also focusing on transforming our engineers into what we call internally, in a fun way, as exponential engineers.
Exponential engineers. I hear you engineering term every day now. We've got forward deployed engineers, we've got reimagineers, we've got exponential engineers.
So exponential is about exponential speed, exponential impact, exponential business value. So it's an attitude we are trying to cultivate. And of course, we're training plenty of forward deployed engineers the formal way.
So how much of the code is now being done primarily by AI?
See, our whole business in terms of IT, I don't want to talk about code, right? Because coding is something which is like saying you're in the business of manufacturing sweaters, how many lines did you knit, right? So for us, it is more about IT processes, business processes, customer processes, corporate functions, all of them moving towards many agent systems. And of course, human on the loop, human in the loop in different places, because autonomous doesn't necessarily mean the agent takes accountability. Yeah, so it's the human who takes accountability.
That is an important debate to have as well. But let me reframe that question. What is the human to agent ratio currently at Wipro?
Wrong math again.
Okay, wrong math again. What's the right math?
Right math is outcome. Right math is, have you defined your business goals? And are you achieving those business goals faster, better, and cheaper? Right? And we are working towards that. Ours is a very diverse organization, as you can imagine, across the globe. Different industries, from traditional manufacturing all the way up to high tech, right? So from that perspective, it's difficult to put one number on it. But yes, and HDFC is a client as well. So to that extent, there is a collaboration and there is transformation.
Okay, collaboration and transformation. Swapna, let's look at the big picture now, and let's talk about adoption at the enterprise level. What is the data telling you in India today? Also, how safe is this as we move forward to this agentic economy? Are the guardrails in place at an enterprise level? What's the data telling you?
So first of all, thanks for having me, Shireen. The data is based on all the conversations me and my team have with customers across verticals in India. And the adoption seems to be in some pockets when they're having chat conversations with their customers for B2Cs. And for B2B, generally, if they have a developer environment, they're using a lot of model development use for their application development by engineers, right? Now, the security concerns are definitely there, and that's a good thing. To be concerned about security is good because the difference between a normal traditional application that we used to have in yesteryears, which has been, first started on-prem, then it started getting developed in the cloud. Unlike those applications which, even with microsegmentation, would allow to be engineered in such a way that you could upgrade certain components. AI applications are constantly alive. They're constantly morphing. And then when you start building agents, they are ephemeral. So they will come, they will go. Having control over what these agents do and how much freedom they have in the enterprise is, I guess, the biggest concern of customers. And that's a good thing. Because we have seen when agents are allowed to do more than they should, and they're allowed to be free, they actually try to do more because they think it's a good thing. So I'm using the word think a little carefully, but the intent of the agent is to do more. Yeah. They're built for that. Now, what does more mean? Is more good that I'm allowed to go and change database entry in the CRM, but hey, I'm smart enough to go and change 10 at a time. Should the agent be allowed to do that? So basic principles in security continue to be extremely important. Things like zero trust. If you can't trust, I won't say you can't trust, but you always verify a human interaction with an IT system. You must doubly verify agents when they interact with an IT system. And it should be constant because they will die and they will come up. And in that time, each time, they should be verified.
Absolutely.
So,
but you brought up a very interesting aspect, Swapna, and that's what I want to address. This question about autonomy, because we are talking about agents being at the execution end. Now, how much autonomy should be given, and should it vary from sector to sector? For instance, for Ramesh in banking, I mean, the RBI is going to be breathing down his neck. Should he give any autonomy at all? And for Nikhil at Zepto, I mean, can he or should he give his agents much more of a free hand? How do we look at the issue of autonomy based on whether you're a regulated entity or not?
see, regulated entities, and I would say rightly so, have come under a lot of learnings right now. Our regulatory bodies in India are asking to understand what models are being used. How are these models constantly being fed? What type of data are they being fed? So there is that understanding phase that is happening now, which will ultimately translate to how these agents are going to be used. Are the agents coming? Absolutely, they're coming. Now, we spoke briefly earlier. One of the things that is still not very clear are regulations around who is responsible if the agent misbehaves. Yeah. Is it the enterprise that is hosting the agent, or is it because the person who was interacting with the agent gave a wrong prompt? Where does the fault lie? Yeah. So, unless that is very clear, having agents exposed to a non-employee and not having all those guardrails around from when you use an agent to build an agent to at the end that agent accessing any item in the enterprise, that's a problem. So
I would imagine that is a big problem that you're speaking of, and one that we don't have the answers for at this point in time. But Swapna, before I get Nikhil into the conversation, I know one of the things that you've been sort of highlighting and talking about as a key risk is the CEO doppelganger. For everybody here in the room, explain to me why that is a specific risk and whether you've sort of seen instances of that going up significantly in the last few months.
So that phenomenon is really around, again, I would say it's the role, right, that the CEO plays in the organization. having identity as a core foundation of when AI is being used will allow such incidents to really minimize and be controlled. So identity dictates what a person or what an agent is allowed to do. So those principles, if continue to be used and enhanced at a much higher speed, because the speed at which one agent, 1,000 agents are going to be working is going to be much broader than one human. So,
absolutely. Nikhil, are you delivering agents in 10 minutes as well at Zepto?
So, for us, the biggest focus has been, how to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this whole AI agentic wave. And be it across both, across consumer experience, how do we deliver them better consumer experience, across their shopping, let's say through search, through browse, or like showing them relevant ads or like making their delivery perfect. And similarly on the enterprise side, all of the internal processes across operations, like FinOps, procurement, planning,
But is it more internal today than external for you?
It's both. So there is like very significant presence across both the surfaces, both internal and external.
Okay, like Ramesh, I believe that your move into the AI world and specifically into the agentic world was also on the back of an interesting meeting that that the internet says you had with Demis Hassab. Is that true?
I mean, we obviously started adopting AI way before that, but obviously those meetings definitely help you set perspective for what's about to come. And you definitely end up, sort of forming your views and strategies on basis of that. But obviously, like we have been one of the very early adopters of AI even before the Gen AI and the agentic AI became like the talk of the town.
And the talking point. But, you've got, what, 600 engineers at this point in time, and you were telling me along with the product team, it's about 800 people. Is this a Gen AI ready, equipped employee base, engineering employee base?
Yeah, so in fact, when we talk about, modernizing our workforce with the Gen AI or agentic AI capabilities, we don't limit it to just tech and product. We rather think about the overall org as such, because there are ample opportunities across all departments that exist in a company where they can leverage these capabilities in their workflows and like be able to automate a lot of their work or augment a lot of their work and be able to do a lot more. So that's where not just tech and product, obviously there the investment has been a lot more, but even beyond that, there's a lot of investment that we have done across finance, operations and planning. And we have been able to like get very meaningful outcomes out of that.
Give me a sense of the meaningful outcomes that you've been able to achieve.
Sure. So some of the examples like finance operations, we get like hundreds and thousands of invoices from the vendors that we procure from, right? So how do we like sort of process those invoices with very minimal human intervention? Similarly, we have like thousands of dark stores across cities, and you have to plan what to procure, where to procure, how much, get it shipped across those dark stores. So all of that planning, coordinating with brands, getting those items first delivered to our larger facilities, and then getting those delivered to the smaller facilities, etc. So
is this being done by agents?
So today, majority of it is like fully automated in terms of what needs to be procured, how much, where, and then some bit of coordination is being done by agents today. The idea is there to almost make it exception-based, where humans should only get in when something breaks or when some intervention needs to be done, but the business as usual flow should be managed by agents fully.
Business as usual should be managed by agents. What about for you, Ramesh? I mean, we're talking about humans in the loop, humans on the loop, whether humans should be involved in a particular transaction at all. I would imagine at the bank, it's very different from what we just heard there from Nikhil, but give us an example of some of the key use cases as well and what you're being able to do on the agent front.
I think you're right, absolutely, Shin. We have to be more careful, right? But the way we've approached it slightly different is not by build use cases by use cases. Like I said, we have a capability layer in Neve. What we do, for example, image extraction is a capability.
Okay.
So whether reading a trade, LC document or let's say CRL letter, or whether you're reading an Aadhaar card, it has to come from the same engine.
Right.
The logic is not different in that sense. So what we have done, we've deployed, for example, trade has been one of our biggest success cases where a lot of our trade processing today, where the customer CRL comes in, some of the other documents come in, import document, export documents, we're reading that, converting that into an accurate kind of a model. Of course, there's a human in the loop, but an A type becomes a 2I kind of a disruptor. Similarly, go to the branches today, search is a capability for us. So when you search for a particular product, a credit card search, or let's say a current account, a CASA search, and a particular matter on that is the same. And what happens, we put agents behind a search today. So for example, very interesting example is credit card, service charges.
Okay.
Everybody hates this saying, how can I be charged on a minimum amount due? That's something like this. So if you call up, we've not put this agent directly right now, but if you call up our center, they will send you within a minute. The agent actually calculates this whole calculation within seconds. It also explains that if it's a 100 rupee calculation, how the daily balance would look like. And in a very neat way, the human agent is able to use the agent to kind of communicate that back to the customer. So that's a very interesting use case that you deployed.
It certainly is an interesting use case, and it kind of sets the tone for the conversation that I want to have, because I think at this point in time, everyone's grappling with what this hybrid workforce is going to look like. This combination of human and digital labor, what is it going to mean in terms of opportunities, but also what kind of challenges it will throw up, not just for people, but also for organizations, because you're not tailored to dealing with this digital workforce as well. Ramesh, let me start by asking you, we just did a report on CNBC TV 18. In the last 2 years, headcount all you guys, the poor IT sector bears the brunt of not hiring, but even the banking sector has not been hiring. In fact, it's stagnant for the banking sector in the last 2 years. Is that what we should now realistically expect, even for banking, that net addition headcount is going to be at the bare minimum?
No, I think you would, but look, there is a human angle here. Let's be honest. We are a different country. We just can't just go and blast out, and that's been our vision. That redeployment of skills is a very, very, I think we should start focusing on that conversation rather than replacement conversations. And the example that I gave you, the trade officer in the middle who spent 30 years doing trade documentation, put him in the front, and you see the magic that he can do in terms of helping the corporates to go deeper into the trade problems, right? So I think the way we look at it is as the solid line attrition, kind of straight line attrition kind of starts tapering down, you're not going to backfill, but you are going to reskill. So your organization is definitely going to, the numbers are going to go down, but they will go down in the natural conviction and not an artificially forced, that's the right model for India, we believe.
No, fair point. So you're saying that you would rather reskill than replace, but you're also admitting that you're not going to be hiring the kinds of numbers that you were hiring previously. And that is just the reality that one is going to have to not just accept, but one is also going to have to build for. It's a problem for government. It's a problem for civil society as well. So given that, the expectation is that because of the use of AI, we're also going to see, hopefully, a significant rise in business, which will lead to hopefully better margins, better profitability, more revenue growth. So on balance, it may work out to be plus for the economy. Do you buy that?
Yeah, I buy that, because you don't see, today you don't see that, Shirin. It's not visible. But open up a Jira, board for any company and see the amount of backlogs that one carries. It just tells you the amount of work that's pending and you are prioritized. You go to every single corporate in India and you will find, and I'm not saying, you can ask anybody in the panel, you would have huge amount of backlogs. Each of that backlog has not been done today because we haven't had the priority and the bandwidth. And if that can be dramatically, changed, and the frontline, productivity can be increased, you will see a dramatic change, to my mind, and that will play out in some years. It's not going to be visible. Pain will be there for a few years.
That is the big question. How much pain do we endure? What does the short term mean, Sandhya? How long is the short term going to last? And what happens to jobs? I mean, it's a genuine fear. It's a genuine concern. And to Ramesh's point about reskilling and so on and so forth, we were talking about that. Now, coding is on the back burner. You've got FDEs as being the sort of way that you're looking at engineers going forward. What should we realistically factor in from a jobs point of view?
Look, I think from Wipro's perspective, we look at 4 quadrants. Job roles where AI can easily replace the human, right? Which are probably lower end jobs, automation. I would also say low risk kind of jobs that it's okay to let AI take over. And then there are spaces where AI is going to augment the human, make the human more powerful, more empowered, get them to, humans can work with a bunch of agents, and instead of being a lowest rung worker, can actually start getting a higher quality of life, higher quality of work, that sort of a thing, get work-life balance, be augmented by AI. And then there is another quadrant where those jobs are not going to exist anymore. Right? Which is true. It is true of every era that we have seen in terms of evolution. And then there are jobs where only AI can do better than humans. Right? So those are the 4 quadrants we are looking at. And obviously we are looking at reskilling, upskilling, transforming our workforce. In the middle, there was a little bit of a thing about bottom of the pyramid jobs are going away, but we are hiring actively from campuses because the new generation is born AI today. I don't think they fear AI. And all
They
of
don't seem to fear anything, by the way.
which is true. Which is true. Speaking of the recent events that we have seen in the industry, in the world as well. But I think, so we are hiring. So I don't think the young people need to fear, am I going to have jobs? They're going to have a different need of what a job looks like. There are going to be different roles that they can occupy. The middle levels are struggling, as always. So there's a lot of training, transformation, KPIs, goals that are changing for them. So that is happening. And AI only, my team specifically focuses on future. So as the CTO, my job is to try and make Wipro future ready. So we're doing a lot of interesting experiments, particularly with the doppelganger type of scenarios. And not that we're going to unleash it on the world, but we want to know what happens when.
I can't wait for you to give us a glimpse of what that could potentially mean. But Swapna, let me come to you now and address for everybody who's watching here and who's watching us online on TV as well. What should companies brace themselves for? We've had several incidents grabbing headlines. You know, we just saw one from Apple's data being put out in public. We've of course seen what happened with Tata Motors. You know, which are the sectors that find themselves most vulnerable today, and what is it that you believe companies need to do to be ready for this AI future?
Sure. So I'll start with what companies need to do, and I think Ramesh referred to it earlier very rightly. See, there were times where companies bought different security products for different areas in the enterprise to protect one element versus the other. The problem at that time was you had different data sets to look at when an incident actually occurred. To actually perpetrate an incident and exfiltrate data or ransom that environment, it used to take a lot of days, 4 days. It started with 10 days, went to 4 days, hours. Now, to exfiltrate data is under 25 minutes.
Wow.
So how can you expect a human to look at 10 data sets and figure out what's happening in the environment? And when a bad actor actually exfiltrates data, they do a lot of activity. There are 5 stages that the attack life cycle goes through. The goal is to catch it well in advance, not wait till exfiltration has happened and then find out what happened. So what enterprises really need to do is bring all their data into one place so that they can use AI to understand what's happening in the environment and prevent bad things from happening. That's, I would say, table stakes at this point. You call it platformization, you call it a single data lake for security, but that's an absolute must. And since we were talking about the application of agents, a very good use case for agent use is in the SOC, what we call the Security Operations Center. When something bad is happening, it's very hard to figure out what happened when you have thousands of servers which are on-prem, in the cloud. There are networks. There is so much happening in an IT environment in any company today. Which company doesn't run on tech? how do you know what happened where? You need an agent who can help you look at the network. You need an agent who can help you look at identity. So agents today are being used in the SOC to help humans solve problems faster, just as a use case. Now, in terms of industry, sorry, I know I'm giving a longer answer. We definitely are seeing a rise in the manufacturing space. They are being targeted, but there's no industry that is spared. I mean, we have seen hospitals in the past. We have seen airlines. And so it's really, readiness is extremely important.
Absolutely. Nikhil, I'm going to give you the final say. Of course, are you, one, all set for your Dalal Street debut? Zepto is, of course, heading to the stock markets very soon. And B, what should we now expect as far as your AI future is concerned?
Sorry, the question is about?
One, your IPO, and how ready you are now to be able to head to Dalal Street, and second, what does the AI future for Zepto look like?
Sure. So first one should be heading there soon. From an AI future perspective, the idea obviously is, and that's what our philosophy has been in last, I would say, 2 years or so, especially with the whole Gen AI and agentic AI, is how can we build for the frontier capabilities that would be available 6 months down the line. Because it is always, if you just build for the capabilities that are there today, by the time you build it, ship it, like the model would have already moved ahead of where it was. So that's our attempt has been that how can we sort of extract far more value, be it in customer experience or like, internal productivity across engineering, coding. How can we sort of, we have been running initiatives around, can we have, let's say, product managers themselves building the first prototype and, sort of getting their hands dirty in terms of, how does it look like, and sort of running some small scale experiments on top of that, etc. So the idea there is how do you sort of like enable the organization to be able to do, exploit agents to do more and more autonomously without, let's say, getting into troubles. So that is where
stay out of trouble. That is the key. That's the key message that each of our panelists is throwing up. But I don't know how many of you have actually picked up on the thought that's coming to my head as I listen to each one of them speak, and everybody's talking about urgency and the speed and autonomy. I think artificial intelligence has to be looked at from the lens of adaptive intelligence as well. How adaptive will each organization be to an era of artificial intelligence? You can have technology for the sake of technology, but how you actually use it for your benefit is the key question. Ramesh, Sandhya, Swapna and Nikhil, many, many thanks for joining us here. We wish you the very best of luck with each of your efforts, and thank you very much for your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, all of you, for an engaging discussion there, and thank you, Shireen. All right, moving forward, Bengaluru is more than India's innovation capital. It is a city that powers the country's technology, its economy, startup ecosystem, and global ambitions. But with rapid growth also comes equal significant challenges. From mobility, infrastructure, to sustainability and livability, also urban planning, all of that come into the mix. And as the city now prepares for its next chapter, the focus is on building a city that can keep pace with its aspirations while also continues to attract talent. Investment and innovation from around the world, that's what we're aiming at. To take this conversation ahead, let's welcome back on stage Chandra. And joining her is the leader entrusted with shaping the future of one of India's fastest growing cities, driving initiatives across urban development, infrastructure, sustainable growth, Sri Krishna Bairegowda, Honorable Minister of Bengaluru Development, Government of Karnataka. Thank you.
Can we hear it for the Bengaluru Development Minister, Krishna Bairegowda?
Thanks, Chandra.
Sir, in a way, you have the most exciting portfolio and also the most demanding one. No matter what you do, people will still say there are potholes, there is traffic, we are not getting to office on time. Bengaluru is broken, and you have a few years to fix at least some of this. How are you going about it?
So the problems that we have inherited today are compounded over at least 30 years. It is unregulated growth that we have tacitly allowed for the last 30 to 40 years. Unplanned growth. We looked the other way when a lot of illegal developments were happening. And today we have to, account for all that. Somehow, shirking from responsibility at one time with a short-sighted approach that, look, this is a low-cost model, we should allow affordable growth to happen. It compounds itself. So you will have to pay back with not only the interest, but you have to pay back with compounded interest. So that is what we are faced with today. We allowed a lot of illegal development to happen over the last 40 years. We thought that was giving affordable housing to a lot of people and affordable commercial space and whatnot. But today, you have a challenge which is almost unsolvable. Almost, right? So, as you rightly said, we can try. We can try and try and try. But still, there will be always challenges in Bengaluru. But that is no excuse for not trying. And that is no excuse for not solving the problems that you can actually solve. Right? And you give it all you've got, try to fix whatever you can, and keep trying every day. Get up every day and take a shot at what can be done and hope that some improvement comes through.
You're sounding like a startup founder now, hoping to see some outcome.
But it's not a startup city. It's almost going to be 500 years old in another 10 years' time. We are a 490-year-old city. But yeah, the challenges look like a startup environment.
I remember when you just got the portfolio and we met you, you said you touched upon the same issue, that some of the issues are structural, too long-term, in terms of illegal construction, unregulated. But you said there are also 3-4 things that you can do in the next 6 months. And, we will see those developments visibly as we go about our lives in the city. How are you progressing on those 2-3 things that you promised in 6 months?
So you have problems which are like, to talk in the business language, verticals, right? You have the traffic problem, you have the road surface quality problem, then you have the garbage vertical, and then you have the rainfall, the flooding vertical, all that. But these are all, vertical problems. The horizontal problem that cuts across all these is the governance problem. So we have had I'm sure I will upset a lot of people by saying this, but because they're all either my friends, colleagues, or whatnot. But we have had very weak governance for last 20-25 years in Bengaluru. We thought that was okay, or we thought we could live with it. And we thought, somehow that is not the major problem. But so the one problem that cuts across, which is sort of foundational, which causes the other vertical problems to arise, is the weak governance. So the first thing we need to get right is some improvement in the governance and administrative system, right? And without fixing that, you can't fix any of these verticals because, see, ultimately Bengaluru has to be run by a good administrative system. That's the source. If you don't fix the source, you will always deal with the consequences of a broken system.
But fixing the source, how will you, I mean, how long
It
will
can be done. Now, how
can
do
be
you now I will get into a long-winded answer, but I don't want to, but, you know, without sounding a little, you know, I have dealt with several departments while in government. I believe some moderate improvement in administrative system is possible. So that is going to be my number one priority, to make the system at least reasonably functional. It's possible. I have done it in my other responsibilities, and I'm confident we can do it here also. Second is, because you asked, when we spoke to you last time, I was optimistic that some improvement is possible in the next 6 months. I am confident that in the next 6 months, we can reasonably improve the road surface quality in Bengaluru. Thanks to my Chief Minister and my government, we are going to invest about close to 4,000 to 5,000 crores in Bengaluru's road infrastructure in the next 6-month period, plus or minus, 2 months.
That's good to hear.
Right? 4,000 to 5,000 crores on road infrastructure over the next 6 months, give or take 2 months.
Right.
So, and we will not only invest that money, we are through the first horizontal structure, which is the administrative system, we are hopeful that the investment that is going to go into roads will deliver a better quality of roads than the past. So that these roads that we build will last longer and the surface quality will be better. Right? Otherwise, in Bengaluru, we always seem to enjoy building and rebuilding the same roads.
Some agencies always digging.
Yeah. So we will do a better quality of this investment so that the output is going to be durable and a better quality. So that is the next 6 month, one of the verticals. The second is, we are confident that we can reasonably improve the garbage problem, meaning solve the garbage problem to a reasonable extent in the next 6 months.
How?
We are bringing in an entirely new garbage management system. That is again thanks to the current Chief Minister. When he was in charge, he has restructured it and he has floated the tenders and they are in the final stages. So with a new garbage management system, which has better technology involvement, which is founded more on scientific methods, we are confident that our door-to-door garbage collection can be improved, and once the door-to-door garbage collection improves, you will see fewer and fewer black spots in the city, and we will ensure that, the garbage management overall performs far better than it is performing today. So that also is a target that we have set ourselves for the next 6 months.
Just one follow-up to garbage before you move on to the next vertical. I remember the current Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, when he was Bangalore Development Minister, he said, he alleged that a mafia was operating in the city's garbage collection system. And, one of my colleagues recently did a story saying that, even GPS installation in garbage tippers has faced resistance. How do you plan to counter this?
Okay, the current garbage management system dates back to 2006. Between 2006 and today, Bengaluru's population has grown by almost 70%. However, between 2006 and today, we haven't been able to institutionalize a new garbage management system that is more equipped to deal with today's complexities. Why? Because there are various interest groups. You call them whatever name you want to call.
Mafia.
That's your choice. I'm calling them a more acceptable, less rancorous interest groups, right? And they leveraged various institutions, the political institutions, the judicial institutions, whatnot, to make sure that a new system doesn't come into place. And here part of the credit should go to the current Chief Minister, that somehow he has fought all of them, and now we are ready to put in place a new garbage management system, right? So 2006, many governments tried in between to put in place new systems. They floated tenders several times, but none of it attained finality. So after 2006, today we are running on ad hoc garbage management systems, flouting all norms. So if we are able to institutionalize it in the next 6 months, this is, mind you, after 20 years.
You're changing the system again.
We are actually going to a proper system. Now, if we are able to implement it better also, then at the end of it, we will have a better management of garbage. And I'm confident that with our government, with our Chief Minister, we can do it. I'm confident. So, of course, it will be a test whether we can do it or not. And I will be held accountable. I will be answerable also for it. And we will see. I'm confident we can do it.
Okay, so you mentioned road surface quality improvement, garbage. What's the third or the fourth?
So the other one is this. Another mess of the last 30 years is the title management of properties we have in Bengaluru.
In terms of the khatas.
Khatas, right? It's all written on paper. We don't know what was genuine, what was not genuine.
And if you pay money, your khata gets upgraded also.
Sorry?
I said if you pay some money, your khata gets upgraded also.
Well, yes, that too. And in the past 30 years, many properties have been registered and transacted without actually having a property entry in the property register of the municipality. So meaning without actually having a khata, without actually having a title certificate, many properties have been created and transacted. We allowed this for 30 years. We shut it down in 2024 after our government came. Now, having shut down these illegal transactions, now we need to make sure that we have a proper title management for all the properties in Bengaluru. And that we have institutionalized with e-Khata. It is the gold standard in the whole country for title management. So that is something we are confident that in the next 6 months, we will be able to reach it to every property owner in Bengaluru who is willing to join hands with us to get a gold standard in title management, title record. So that is also something we are confident we can do it in the next 6 months. I put a rider caveat that anybody who's willing to join hands with us, because a rough estimate indicates that there are about 35 lakh properties in Bengaluru. However, if you look at the number of properties who are actually paying tax, it is only 18 lakhs. However, we believe 35 lakh properties exist, right? So only half of them are paying taxes. The other half are free riding on the taxes paid by other half. It's free riding on the commons. Secondly, if you look at our past paper records of how many khatas exist, it is only about 24 lakhs. So the rest 10, 11 lakhs have never made an effort to get a khata. So that's why it depends on people's cooperation also. So if they come on board, we can ensure that all the 35 lakh property owners have proper title documents also. That is something we are confident we can do in the next 6 months. So these are some of the things we are hopeful that we can do in a short term. Then, of course, we do have plans for the medium term and the long term as well.
Sounding like a CEO now. Verticals, horizontals, short, medium, and long, but I hope you meet all your targets. One other area that, that's been making a lot of news in the last week is the crackdown that you've kind of launched on encroachments on footpaths. How do you balance the right to walk with the right to livelihood?
right to
livelihood.
Look, today the biggest challenge that the whole country is facing is of lack of livelihood opportunities. That's why so many youngsters are out on the street today as we sit here and discuss, right? So the squeeze for livelihood opportunities is a very serious one. Whether you admit it in this forum or not, but that's the reality of the country today. Why are so many kids on the street today? Because they feel a squeeze. The opportunities to higher education, opportunities to livelihoods are severely constrained. So I cannot underestimate the need for livelihood opportunities. But having said that, I need to take care of that as well. However, Honorable Supreme Court has said, our laws say that, pedestrian access is a fundamental right as well. How do we balance these two is the question you are asking. And we believe that it can be managed. It can be managed. Now, I am focusing on pedestrian rights in about 15 to 20% of the Bengaluru's road network alone. Right? So there is still 80 to 85% of the road network that is available where I am encouraging people who are making their living on the roadside to use those spaces, use those opportunities as well. Because I really don't want to take away anybody's livelihoods, especially not the livelihood of a person who is working day and night under the sun, under the rain, sweating it out, earning a hard day's living to take care of his or her families and their children, right? I don't want to take away their livelihoods. Let me be very clear. But I believe a balance can be struck between these two. Now, at the same time, I should remind you that since our government came, not that, it is only related to our government, I can give you data of previous government also. About in the last 3 years, about 1,000 people have suffered death in Bengaluru. These are pedestrian casualties. So this is a matter of life and death for them also. They are forced onto the roads and there they face, accidents leading to deaths. You have another 3,500 people who have had severe injuries, some of them, permanent. And then you have another 3,000 people who have faced other injuries. So there is a life angle to this also. Coming to the next point, why is there so much vehicular traffic in Bangalore? One of the causes of that is that your pedestrian mobility, the micro mobility is constrained because of encroachments on the footpaths. So that also causes increase in the vehicular traffic, right? Let me also frame the issue here properly. It is not only the street vendors who are encroaching on the footpaths. It is actually commercial establishments, buildings, which have encroached on the footpath by extending their property onto the footpath. They have made permanent or semi-permanent encroachment of the footpath. It is also those people. Actually, in the 10,000 encroachments that we have removed, only 2,000 are street vendors. There are about 2,500 properties which have, the commercial properties which have encroached on the footpath. Then there are 3,500 people who have put advertisements on the footpath, which also cause disruption. So let us not, condone the other segments which have encroached on the footpath. So it is those people also. So we are going after them as well. Then now we have started a drive to clear the cars which are parked on the footpaths. So it is those people also. So overall, if we can improve pedestrian access, it will bring down the deaths, it will bring down, to some extent, maybe 5%, the traffic congestion on the roads. So it is part of making urban life quality better, improving the urban quality of life. So this fits into that, but to answer your question, I'm reasonably confident that we can strike a balance.
Got it. We have time, I think, for one or two more questions, sir. One of the other areas I remember we spoke about was, how can we hasten the pace of metro expansion in Bangalore, which is one of the slowest in India, the number of kilometers we add every year. You have kind of taken BMRCL to task. We have seen some of those videos also. What happens next? Have they committed that, we will increase the pace, we will add more kilometers?
Definitely. But first, let me dispel another Bangalore urban myth that I am equally dissatisfied as you are or as an average Bangalorean is. I believe that the metro network expansion should happen at a faster pace. But it should. There is no, I'm not trying to cover it up or deflect that attention. But also, let me also remind you, in the entire country, as of today, we have the second longest metro network in the entire country. After Delhi, we have the second longest metro network today. And our expansion is also not slow compared to any other city except Delhi, I admit. Right? So, nevertheless, why should our rate of expansion not match Delhi? That is a question I'm asking my own people, and we will work towards that, and I'm confident. And by the end of next year, that is 2027.
Calendar year or financial year?
No, December.
December 20.
2A, 2B, all of those can be operationalized. So I'm confident that, by the end of 2027, our metro network will cross about 170 kilometers. Right now it is at 96 kilometers. We are confident that by end of 27, we will reach 170 kilometers. It's not an easy target.
Because technically you've been adding only 6 kilometers.
Yeah, but mind you, we are still the second fastest in the country in terms of total length and also capacity addition per year. We are still the second highest in the country. Don't keep bad-mouthing Bengaluru forever. I mean, that's a favorite pastime around the country, but...
Only because we care so much about this city.
Yes, but we should be factual also. We should be... we are open to criticism, but it should be fact-based. That's all I'm saying. So we have the second longest network. We are adding, and yes, I admit your disenchantment with the pace of the work. I am equally disenchanted as well, because I've spoken so. So we will make sure that by end of 27, we cross 150 kilometer network distance in Bengaluru. And ultimately, we are working towards 250 kilometers. And by 29, suburban rail also. 29, we will start rolling out suburban rail to operationalize it. And by 2030, by the end of 2030, we want to operationalize about 148 kilometers of suburban rail also in Bengaluru. So we are equally committed to expanding metro as well as suburban rail, which are the mass transit solutions. We hope that will in turn bring down the vehicular traffic in Bengaluru in this time horizon.
Great. Final question, on the civic polls, again, which have been delayed for years. I think the last BBMP election was in 2015. And the Supreme Court recently directed that elections must be conducted by December 2026. Do you think the SIR exercise could, interfere with that timeline, or will it happen by December 2026? If you can just leave us with that.
Well, we were committed to holding the election sometime very soon, but we requested for additional time because of SIR.
Yeah.
Right? And you may ask why? Because all our human resources deployed for SIR, right?
Correct.
And SIR is going to produce a new voters list, right? And if we had to hold the local body elections in the month of August or September, we would have had to do it on the old voters list. Once the SIR is finished, that old voters list will have no validity. So you would have ended up with a real legally unjustifiable contradiction of holding an election on a defunct voters list. So it would have thrown up a real legal challenge. It would have raised questions about the validity of the election process itself. So hence we sought permission from the Supreme Court for the SIR to complete, which will produce a fresh voters list and allow us to hold elections on that voters list rather than a scrapped voters list by the middle of August, right? So that is the reason, and we are confident that with the Election Commission's timeline, where they hope to have the final voters list in the month of September, we will be able to redraft the voters list for the GBA elections, and that we are confident that in December we can complete the elections.
Great. Thank you so much, but I want you to leave us with your favorite part of Bangalore, or something that you like to do on a Sunday morning or a Saturday evening when you have time and you're not taking officials to task. What's your favorite peak Bangalore thing to do?
Look, the coffee in MTR, there is no match for it.
The Lal Bagh MTR.
Yes, the original MTR. So, but I don't get to go there that much. But there is still, for me, no match for a cup of coffee in the original MTR. So, when I do get a chance, there is still no comparison for me. And you can't really put a value on a good cup of coffee.
Good cup of filter coffee.
Yes.
On that note, thank you very much, sir, for taking all our questions and being very candid and open as always. Thank you very much. Huge round of
Thanks,
applause for the
Chandra,
minister.
and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Sir Krishna Bairegowda and Chandra, for joining us with that enrichful discussion. Now, moving forward, thank you, sir. Bengaluru has long been a city of reinvention. From India's IT revolution to its startup boom, it has consistently adapted to the changing times and set new benchmarks for innovation. Today, however, the city's next chapter will be defined not just by the technology, but by its ability to build world-class infrastructure, improve livability, and create a future-ready urban ecosystem. Reimagining Bengaluru is not just the responsibility of the government alone. It calls for collaboration to ensure the city continues to thrive as India's innovation capital, and we're all responsible for it. To discuss what it will really take to build the Bengaluru city, a city itself for tomorrow, a futuristic city, I request Chandra to come back on stage and please welcome our distinguished panelists. We have LK Atiq, Finance Advisor to the Chief Minister and Chairman, Bengaluru Business Corridor. We also have with us TV Mohandas Pai, Chairperson, and Aaron Capital Partners, and Malana Sasalu, CEO, South Purvankara Limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great to get all three of you after a very power-packed session by Krishna Bairegowda, where, to be fair, he took all our questions. He also gave some near-term milestones with respect to the quality of the road, a new garbage management system. And he's also said that, on the title registrations. And also he said that, he will improve the pace of construction of the metro. Well, I have to start with you, Mr. Pai, as someone who feels very strongly about Bengaluru and its civic infra. What do you think? Are you more optimistic this time around with a minister who's very connected and on the ground?
Look, we have a minister who is working on the ground. He's a young minister, very enthusiastic. And I think he's going to do a great job. All of us support him. He's got a good set of officers. And if anybody can turn around Bangalore, it's going to be Krishna Bairegowda. We've seen him take action. We should all support him. All of us support him and are working with him. Because look, Bangalore is suffering from prosperity. All governments in India don't know how to handle prosperity, especially Vidhan Sauda. Because, you know, all of them sitting in Vidhan Sauda live in nice bungalows in the CBD. They got their cars, no traffic. A former chief minister told me when I complained to him long back, he said, traffic, Ellie, they vary the traffic. I said, you got a police car in front and back, they clear traffic, we have to go in traffic. So, when you have 27 lakh cars, 35 lakh houses, like the minister said, everybody wants to buy 1 car, 2 car, 3 cars, they want to go for holidays, they want to go on the weekends, you're going to have a traffic jam. The government is 15 years behind. Now, Atik is building that business road. That's going to really help matters because it'll take away some traffic from South Bangalore. Yesterday I was in Mysore and they're all saying we want connectivity. I said, you go meet Atik and, you know, once he built the road, airport to Mysore will be 2.5 hours. It will be like suburb of Bangalore, like going to maybe JP Nagar otherwise, you know. But I think a lot of good things are happening. We have to clean up and we want civil society to work with them. For example, Chandra, there is ORR, 18 kilometers, 9 lakh techies work there.
Yeah.
1,500, 2,000 companies. There's no road like this anywhere in the world. Go look at all the logos there. Unbelievable, greatest companies in the world are there. Now, we must give them a good road. Clean it up. Now, there are 23 tech parks. All these tech park guys are counting money every day. Why don't they join together, clean the road 1 kilometer each side in the front and make it up like Electronic City? Electronic City, we are spending our money, running it. It's beautiful. Go see it. Why can't these guys do it? I want Atik as an officer to call all of them and read the right act and tell Jitu Virwani and others, you better do the work. I mean, it doesn't cost them money. They got all the staff there. Let them do it. See, we have to participate in building. We have to do the same thing and we have to do it. We need a one-time cleanup to make Bangalore walkable. 2, very importantly, we have to fix the metro issue. You know, now I think Atik has promised us 500 kilometers of metro. So no house in Bangalore is more than 1 to 1.5 kilometers from a metro station. I hope he pulls it off. We want him to work 7-8 years, 24/7 to make it happen and give the money. He knows how to raise the money. He'll draw the bank and get the money. So I think we need that. And we need a very strong management in the metro. It's a failed management. It's 5 years behind schedule. They're not giving any date. Before I end, I'll say one thing. There's a yellow line to, Electronic City. Train 11, 12. He's been in Bangalore for 45 days, 13, 25 days. They're still not releasing it, Atik. What is wrong with them? I don't know why they're waiting. Let them put every train will save 2-3 minutes. They should put that. Train 14 is come. Train 14 is come. I follow it. Where is Christine? I keep messaging that guy. He doesn't reply at all to find out. Christine should reply. So look, Bangalore is a solvable problem. Minister Krishna is doing good work. We're all working with him. Atik is building that big road. And I think once he builds the peripheral road, it'll take away a lot of traffic. And let me tell you, all this doomsday sayers Bangalore is going, all that is rubbish. We have, let me give data so people should know. 26 lakh techies working in Bangalore. Largest collection of techies in the world. 65,000 IT companies. Where do you get the data? Look at income tax return. How many companies are filed under software and hardware and all that. 22,000 startups. 56 unicorns. $130 billion of software service exports, including $100 billion. And we hire 125, 150, 200,000 people a year. The whole world wants to come here. You ask Exfino, Kamal. Where do the GCs want to come? They want to come here. Why? You can hire 1,000 people with the best technology, AI, BI, all that, in 6 months. You can't do it in Hyderabad. You can't do it anywhere else.
Okay. Mr. Atik, Mr. Pai has
Very
given you a lot of
I want Shirin to
things
listen
to
to all this.
He's given you a lot of things to do, but let me start with your role as not only financial advisor to the CM, but also the CEO of the Bangalore Business Corridor. What's the current status? What's the timeline for implementation?
Good evening to all. Thank you, Chandra, for the question. I think Bangalore Business Corridor is, it's a SPV which is building the peripheral ring road. The peripheral ring road was planned actually quite in 2004, 2005 they started planning. The final notification for land acquisition was done in 2007. Now we are in 2026. It's 19 years. In 19 years, a lot of delays, nothing really moved, and finally we are now at a stage where we have started building. So timelines is because we have divided this entire road, the peripheral ring road north, is about 68 kilometers. The first package of 21.5 kilometers has already been bidded out. Agency has come on, Shankar Narayan Construction, and then they have already started the work of marking the land, and they have started preparation. We have given them 3 years, but we have requested them to complete in 2 years. Package 2 and 3 are going to be tendered in August. We are in end of July, which means in the next 2 weeks we will tender package 2 and 3, which is another 31 kilometers. So, and the last will be package 4 that will take it up in September, October. So I think I'm confident that in the next 3 years this road will be completed, and this road actually is going to be a game changer for North Bangalore, not just North Bangalore, West, North and East. It starts from Madhavara near Nelmangla. It will come to the Collins Aerospace Business Park near Yelahanka. Then it goes to Whitefield, it goes to Chanasandra, then it goes to Sarjapur Road, then it goes to Huskur, and then it comes to Electronic City. So basically this will, it will complement the other half of the NICE road, which is a private road, which is already operational. Then we'll have a complete circle. And I think this will move a lot of traffic from Gargonta Palla Cross, from Hebbal Junction, from KR Puram. And therefore, I think this will decongest not only decongest North Bangalore, but will also open up a lot of lands for further development. We are also thinking of doing transit-oriented development. But answer shortly, I think in next 3 years, we should see this road through.
Okay, let me also get a developer perspective. We have Malana Sasaru from Purbankra, the South India CEO. What role should developers play when it comes to rebuilding Bangalore? Not just in building projects, but rebuilding a city into a more connected, sustainable, livable city.
Good evening, and I have the luxury of living in this city for the last 50 plus years. And I was born and brought up in this city, and apart from living in other country for some 10 years. So I have quite an understanding of what has happened and what is going on. As a developer, we need to understand that we get undue credit for everything that has gone wrong in the city is for the development. As a society, I think we need to take a call, whether we need the development or we don't need the development. Whether we need the housing or we don't need the housing. Whether we need the offices or we don't need the offices. It's a call that the society has to take. We've embraced development, and so if you embrace development, then you have to enable the development. See, as a developer, we need to, I have to tell you this one, whether you're developing a 2 acres land or a 5 acres land or 10 acres land or 50 acres land, I am confined, and my span of influence rests within that 50 acres or 10 acres or 15 acres. And my approvals are 12 approvals that I'm supposed to take, governed by strict governance, and I'm supposed to be within that. Outside my property, I'm not even supposed to touch the road. So, having said that, within that, if you say that your FSI is 3.25, you can build an FSI of 3.25 or 2.25, 2.25. At least in the last 15 years, I don't think any of the listed developers have built 1 square feet more than what we are allowed to build. So having said that, but we still have a role to play. What is that role to play is participate more in this public-private infrastructure and other things where we do not participate as much as we should be participating as an industry in having our views on development of whether it is the peripheral ring road or the inner ring road or outer ring road, whatever we develop, we do not participate that much. And so I think that is where I think we should participate a little bit more.
Mr. Pai, you seem to disagree with the initial part of his answer.
Well, the developers will always crib. They have to pay big bribes to get all approvals. The standard tariff card is there. I mean, everybody knows that. It's gone up in the last 3-4 years. But they have a problem. But what I would urge them is, the footpath in front, please make it up. Keep it clean. Whatever you can do for the public area in front of your building, please do it. Because we got a failed governance system. It's a failure, whatever you do.
But he says it's not something that he can control.
You can clean the street in front. Nobody's preventing
As Mr. Pai was saying that I don't mind. For example, I've got a Bangalore North property, 50 acres, and I want to do a 5-kilometer road by myself.
Yeah.
And
then
that's
if you
not
want to
possible.
build a road,
If I build the road, people say that he built the road because he wanted the FSI.
no, if you build a road, go to Mr. Atiq, he'll give you approval. Go meet our chief minister, he'll give you approval. Please build. You know, Prestige built a flyover in 9 months. It has been a boon. We are not supposed to build, but you know, you do it because we are in a crisis. And keep the footpath clean. Make up the footpath
Mr.
in front
Atiq,
of your places.
public infrastructure, should it be the responsibility of private developers? Does that mean the government has thrown up its hands?
I don't think it's the responsibility of private developers. What Mohan is saying that they should develop their own in front of, at least keep it clean. But I think public infrastructure has to be done by public agencies. It is, the government is not throwing up its hand. We have to plan and we have to do our own infrastructure. We are, in fact, we are not, where private developers are coming forward, like Prestige flyover that Mohan mentioned, etc. It actually helps them, their campus also, and it's a kind of a win-win for both. Therefore, if there is a private participation that's coming forward, then there is nothing wrong with it. But the primary responsibility of public infrastructure is with the public institutions.
Right. If you can also give us a quick update on when this AI university is coming up. Mr. Kharge also spoke about it today.
Yeah, actually, this is a very bold announcement we have done, and Mohan disagreed. And the other day, should I quote the private conversation we had?
Please, please.
He just called me saying that, Atiq, what is that you prepared is going to be a failure. I said, no, it's not going to be a failure. Why not? Then he says, it's going to be a failure, but it can succeed. How it can succeed, that we discussed. Basically, this is a aspirational goal that we have achieved. And I don't think it's going to be a failure because in the past also we announced a triple IT. Even before the central government started the triple IT, the triple IT-B was started by Government of Karnataka. Government of Karnataka has been pioneer in many policies, and triple IT-B was one such. And this, I believe, is our next big announcement. Actually, there are not many AI universities in the world. Actually, there is MBZ AI University in UAE, and Stanford and MIT have AI schools. But I think I strongly believe that AI university is something that we should have. And we have now a plan for it. In fact, today morning I had a detailed discussion with Chris Gopal Krishnan at West End. So what we are going to do is we are going to put together a group. Then we are going to allocate some land. And we are going to start a university, but even before the university comes in, because university needs a legislation, it needs infrastructure, etc. But we are not going to go wait for that. In fact, this is a suggestion actually Mohan gave, and we entirely agree with it, that we are going to kickstart offering courses immediately with the existing institutions. Those could be Triple ITB, we could request Indian Institute of Science. I have already requested the University Vishweshwaraya College of Engineering. They are very excited about it. We will ask VTU. We will initiate AI courses. In fact, one of the problems that we have now with AI is that there are BTech engineers, but they don't know AI. They are not, because they have passed out of the college, but they don't know AI so much. They have heard of it and they know a little bit. If you can offer finishing school kind of a courses, which could be 3 months certificate course, or 6 months for certificate course, or a 1-year diploma, which will actually introduce them on the entire the gamut of how the AI is to be used, and then they will be immediately very valuable. Let us start with that, and then we plan diploma courses, degree courses, and eventually we also look at PhD courses. We have multiple use cases. What are the use cases of AI that can be used for business, for governance, for etc. Those can also the work on those can be done by this university, both as a business models as well as a research project. And eventually we should also start looking at our own models, the sovereign AI, etc. Yeah. So we believe that we will start looking at, and it's a kind of a package deal. We have announced 2-3 things. One is the AI university, then we will have a AI hub. And then the AI hub and AI university will be located on a, let's say, 100 acres campus, which will have a IT park with predominantly AI-based industries. So in fact, that park can actually partly fund our AI university. And therefore, we'll start with an institute, we'll start offering the courses, we will eventually set up a university. We have a roadmap. Maybe in 3 years, we have a university. But immediately, we'll start focusing on AI education, AI entrepreneurship, which AI hub will do, and then we will basically will contribute to AI skilling, AI training, and eventually AI research.
Got it. A quick word from you, Malala. As someone who's sort of seen operations in all southern states, the infra problems that Bangalore keeps cribbing about, is it just more amplified? Are other southern cities better off? Because, you know, there were also videos going viral. One rain in Hyderabad and there was like a never-ending traffic jam. People in Chennai keep complaining that, you know, their airport is not up to the mark. So just give us a South India perspective as we wrap up.
I think all urban cities, face similar problems, whether it is Hyderabad or Chennai or Bangalore, and Bangalore is more amplified. In fact, the urban problem exists across the world, except for Tokyo. There is no other city in the world where there is no traffic block. Everywhere there is a traffic block, and maybe it's a little bit more amplified here. Having said that, for example, in Hyderabad, they built the entire ring road, apart from the ring road, to reach the ring road from Gachibowli in the evening at 5:30, it takes 1.5 hours. Problem. Bangalore does not have a problem. Bangalore has a problem of really governing. That's what one good thing that came out of Mr. Krishna Bairagoda's talk was, governance is the problem. We are very factual and we are very good in statistics and telling the problem and where are the solutions. I can lay out few solutions for you, what can be done. If you really observe the BMTC buses in the morning from 11 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the evening, they are so large, so big, and they are unable to accelerate. There will only be 10 people, 12 people inside that bus. And then we have several buses after the metro came in, and the people traveling in the buses significantly reduced. If you look at city like Bombay, we have something called an orange circle. And why don't we have within the ring road that autos should be taken off from the road? Our roads, people say that there is no discipline on the road by the people. If you really follow the discipline, you will never reach home. Because you have such non-homogeneous traffic on the road. You have from 3 kilometers per hour a bicycle, to a YOLO, to a goods auto, then to a passenger auto, then you have a BMW which is trying to overtake that. Then generally there cannot be any lane system that can be possible. Which means that we need to take away that non-homogeneous traffic out of the city. You have to make the buses faster. You should be having buses which are only 15-seaters, which can accelerate faster, which can pick up faster and go. And every day there are more than 50,000 buses which actually ply to the intercity, interstate. They all come to Majestic. For what? Now we have got the metro going into all the radial roads that goes out of Bangalore. We have stations, right? Whether it's Mysore Road or Tumkur Road, and people should be able to travel to that place and have an integrated transit system where the buses should stop there and that they should not be coming inside the city. So there are several such things that we can take to reduce the congestion in Bangalore. Not that the London roads are wider than Bangalore, they are not.
Got it.
Yeah.
We're out of time. Last 30 seconds for you, sir.
I will answer 3 questions. First, you said why is people about Bangalore talking about traffic? We in Bangalore are free citizens. We talk, we complain all the time. Government responds to us. We don't get beaten up. Try complaining in Chennai. See what they'll do to you. Try complaining in Hyderabad. See what they do to you. Try complaining in Delhi. Try complaining in Bombay. You look at beaten up. Here we are free. Government talks to us. We complain. They respond to us. And they're very slow in responding up for. They're nice people. They'll call you for tea. But they respond. And we are vocal citizens because we love our city. It's the best city in India. It'll be one of the best cities in the world. And if we get good officers like Atik, it'll work. Okay? That's one.
Okay.
Second, wait.
Only 20 seconds.
No, second. Look, don't be like my friend in Delhi, Okay. See, Shireen gives me time. Now, I want to tell Atik, AI, give us 5,000 crore fund to fund AI startups. The application layer for AI is going to be the growth area. My office saw 1,000 AI startups come for capital in the last 9 months. We funded about 10. We must give them grant capital. We must give them seed capital. And that's the way to grow. In 3 years' time, we can have 3,000 to 4,000 AI application companies coming up. Let them create a 5,000 crore fund. 5,000 crore fund is 1% of the annual budget. Spend over 2 years. Okay? And the last thing about public transport, he's right. We need public transport. We got 7,000 buses in Bangalore. 10-20% don't work because they're broken. They all go on leave. We need 15,000 buses. Allow private sector to come. Allow private people to run. Allow private startups to come and run 100 buses, 200 buses. Solve the problem. Then we'll not go in that two-wheeler. There are 70, 80 lakhs two-wheelers in Bangalore. It's terrible. Your life is not safe. We want an open government which will allow and trust his own people. We quarrel with the minister, said only public sector should do, private sector will make money. This is silly. Give it to the people, trust them. You as a regulator, clear regulations so people can run buses. For example, the 1,000 buses which bring people to the technology parks, run it for the full day so they can run a public service. Open up. We got a problem. Our lives are miserable. We spent 2 to 3 years. Please solve the problem. Don't be stuck on ideology, public sector, this, that, and this, because you got no money to invest. Allow others to come. We need an open society.
On that note, sir, I'll have to wrap up. I'm really sorry, but thank you very much for being candid as always. Thank you very much, all three of you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, all of you. Really appreciate all of you joining us here. Thanks, Chandra. All right, let's move on to India's space sector. That's now entering a defining new era, powered by private innovation and enterprise. A landmark moment in this journey was the successful launch of Vikram S, India's first privately developed rocket, proving that Indian startups can build world-class space technologies and opening a new chapter for the country's commercial space ambitions. To take this conversation forward, I'd like to welcome on stage Shireen Bhan, and also joining her, entrepreneur behind the historic boundaries of innovation and strengthen India's position in the global space economy. A huge applause for Pavan Kumar. Pavan Kumar Chandana, co-founder and CEO, Skyroot Aerospace. Thank you.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, they put a rocket in space. You can surely do better than that. Pavan, congratulations once again, and thank you so much for joining us here on Rising Bharat. I don't know how many of you understand the enormity of what Pavan and his very young team at Skyroot have been able to pull off. To start with, it's a company that was founded only in 2018, so it's an 8-year-old company, and it has managed to create history. The average age at Skyroot is 28. Ladies and gentlemen, let that sink in. 28 is the average age at Skyroot. And it clearly shows you that when you have a clear vision in place and you have a clear execution roadmap, nothing is impossible, and even space is not far enough. But Pavan, let's talk a little bit about your journey before we talk about Skyroot's journey. I saw a picture that you tweeted of your father and you celebrating your birthday, and you talked about how you were terrible at math, something that we have in common. Of course, you went on to do better at it. I still am terrible at math, but it was your father's belief in you that pushed you to not just sort of get equipped in dealing with math, but really live out the dream that you eventually had. Take me through that, because very often, before we believe in ourselves, you need somebody else to believe in you. In your case, it was your dad.
Yes, absolutely. And thanks, Shireen, for having me. So in fact, after the launch, as you know, I just flew to London for some stuff, and like just coming back to India. And first event is this.
Thank you so much.
So thanks a lot for having me. And so basically I was a very slow student to start off with, and I was not doing very terrible at school, and almost up to my 8th standard I was probably among the last people in school. And even then my dad thought, my son can go to an IIT. He dreamt that my son can get into an IIT, I should make him get into an IIT. And then he joined me a foundation course, in 7th or 8th standard when I was doing terribly at school. And in fact, I had to get into a recommendation to get into a foundation course for IIT. He got me a recommendation, got it there. And then because of that, slowly, and then I changed my school, so many things. And then my teachers encouraged me, my parents encouraged me, they thought they didn't give up on me. And somehow, the interest in math and science has grown and completely U-turned to, from the last in the school, I got into the first in the school, got into an IIT, and then of course joined ISRO as a scientist, and now we have launched India's first private rocket to orbit and made India the 3rd country in the world to do so.
Made India the 3rd country in the world to do so. But Pavan, we were talking about this, and I think it's a very unusual thing for somebody, a young engineer like yourself, who'd already managed to get into ISRO, to give up on that job, to give up on that career, and imagine that you would be able to create a company in India when the private sector wasn't even encouraged to be in the space sector in India. What gave you the courage to start up in this sector when the private sector was not even encouraged to do so?
Yeah, fantastic question. So in fact, I always wanted to start a company from childhood. So I had entrepreneurial dreams. I really liked people building companies, creating impact for society. And I thought one day I would start my own company. And in fact, even in college in IIT, I thought I would start my company, not sit for placements. But there was no idea which was a calling that, I should start something. I just followed my passions. I really like rocket space. And ISRO came to campus. I didn't think twice. I just said I want to get into ISRO as a scientist, got into ISRO as a scientist. I was part of the space program. I was part of the team, which built India's largest rocket. I spent good time there. And then as a streak of lightning, one fine day I felt, because this entrepreneurial bug is always there at the back of the mind, and I just got an idea, why can't we build a world-class space company from India? And then that I couldn't sleep that night. It was so exciting to me because it was like marriage of two passions, entrepreneurship and rockets. But at that time, it's a very different time when there was no policy, there was no funding environment, there was no talent in the private sector for space. Literally, odds of success seemed almost zero. But that's what I liked. I liked taking risks. I felt this opportunity. I felt this is a time to start where you get an early advantage. Eventually, it's going to open up. We'll be the early players. And that's exactly what happened. The government opened up the sector a few years from there, and we became the first beneficiary of it. And today, we are standing the leading company in India, one of the leading in the world.
Absolutely. And of course, also India's first and only space tech unicorn at this point in time. Hopefully, that picture will change. But, from the time that you got your first check in, which was courtesy a Bangalore boy, Mukesh Bansal, who decided to write the first check for Skyroot, to turning unicorn, how hard has it been to convince people to bet on you, to believe in the dream that you've always believed in?
So in fact, speaking about Mukesh Bansal, I was just with him before this.
Great.
The moment I landed, I met him. I had lunch with him. And we were just revisiting the memories of starting Skyroot 8 years ago, where he wrote our first check. In fact, one of my friends was helping me raise capital. He just got an idea that why don't I ping Mukesh. He pinged Mukesh on LinkedIn, immediately responded. He generally doesn't respond to LinkedIn messages. That day he happened to see it, he responded. The weekend I met him along with my co-founder Bharat, and he wrote a first check, 10 crores. He started off the company and gave us runway for 3 years. And literally, that's one of the prime reasons we exist. And that risk capital took us a long way. And then after that, we made decent progress. And the policy came in. Then we had other entrepreneurs backing us. Anil and Mahesh of Greenco, they put in 50 crores of their personal money. And then GIC came in. Then Temasek came in. And all early believers. Even GIC doesn't invest in such an early stage company like Skyroot. Everybody took leap of faith. And now, now I think they're all with us celebrating the success so far. But it's just the beginning. I mean, we're not even. I told our team after the launch that we just warmed up, so the race is just going to start.
Just warmed up. The engines have just started to fire. But I want you to relive for all of us in the room what happened that day on the launch day itself, while you were making history. And I was watching it online. I don't know how many of you were watching it. It was scheduled to launch at 11:30, and then it was delayed to start at 12:05. And while that period of waiting was on, I had my heart in my mouth waiting. I don't know what that feeling was like for you, but we could see shots of your control room and everybody looked calm. And you said that a job of a rocket engineer is that you have to be as cool as a cucumber. So what was going on in the control room? What was going on in your head as you went through that period between 11:30 and 12:05? Did you ever, even for a minute, think that you may have to abort?
This is a good question. So in fact, this is the first time ever a private rocket is sitting on the launch pad ready to take off to orbit in the country. And in most of the launches happened globally. They scrapped on the first day of attempted launch. And whenever they launched, almost all of them failed. So this is the global statistics, you know. And then on the day of launch, I was fully prepared. Our entire team was fully prepared. Everybody's excitements were high. People were thinking we are going to win, we're going to make it to orbit in the first attempt. And I said that, you know, let's keep our expectations low. Rocket science is rocket science. Anything can go wrong. And then probably, you know, we should pray if we lift off the next day. So we reduce the expectations as much as possible, and we were ready for anything which happens on the launch pad, anything which happens before the launch, any hold comes, scrub happens, we're all prepared for everything, fix the problem, move forward. And luckily it happened to be a very small issue, you know, and like in India, you know, if something doesn't work, what do? We switch it off, switch it on. We just does
You really, is that what
Yes,
happened?
that's exactly
You
what we
switched
did.
it on and switched it off?
We call it an automatic launch sequence. You know, this is a computer which takes over. And there was an old memory which was floating in this software, which we mismatched with the existing number, so it put a stop. So the moment we restarted, that issue got sorted because the new number was matching then with the existing number. So it was just, what we did was we just restarted. It was simple trick we used. And then it was back to all, and we lifted off and we reached orbit.
Yes, you lifted off and reached orbit. And as Pawan is pointing out, that in itself is adding to the historic feat that they've achieved, because as he pointed out, not many do it in their first attempt. So that was the other special aspect of what happened there as far as Skyroot is concerned. But let's talk a little bit about Vikram 1, which is the rocket that you've sent up in space, and the significance of this launch for India, the significance of this launch for Skyroot. What kind of doors and windows does this now open up?
Yeah, so there are, just imagine, like, you know, the first satellite was launched in 1957. And today we are sitting in 2026. There are only 2 companies which launch regularly to orbit. There are only 2 companies. And of course, the number 1 is SpaceX. And both are American companies. And then there is no new access to space which is regular, you know, so, and in the entire world. And everybody else launches just few numbers a year, you know, all legacy vehicles, etc. So this is the first time a private company from India designed an orbital rocket which can put satellites into orbit, came to the launch pad, and lifted off and achieved orbit in the very first attempt, which is super rare in the entire industry. And then, like, you know, we launched 2 satellites, you know, in the first attempt. In fact, most people in the first launch, you know, they put dummy satellites. For example, Elon Musk put Tesla car in one of the launches. You know, this is getting to a real satellite launch is very difficult in the first launch. But we put real satellites, launched to orbit.
Because you were that confident from the get-go.
We thought we'll just take the bet. You know, we said like, let's take, go all in and see what's going to happen.
One was yours, so, you know, I can imagine you wanted to take the bet, but one was somebody else's and they decided to take the bet with you as well.
That's it. I think that's a fantastic customers we had. In fact, I'll tell you, one of the customers which had this successfully launched their satellite, they lost their previous satellite in a different private company. They launched their satellite, the rocket failed, and they couldn't put their satellite into orbit. And they had so much of pushback from their investors. Why do you want to take a risk on another private rocket? But still, they believed in us, put it in it. Finally, they reached orbit. You know, so I think that's a very unique. It's a very unique thing which happened that day, and just the faith of the people. They just thought that it could happen. There are decent chances of it going well, and it did.
And it went spectacularly well. But, you know, let's talk a little bit about the space economy now and the kind of addressable market that you're going to go after. You've got plans of putting a rocket in space every month. That is the target, and you're hoping to be able to get to that at some point next year. You're also building your rockets. You've got a large manufacturing facility, so you're building your rockets as well. You're designing them and building them. Take me through the monetization roadmap as well, and what the space economy could potentially do for India over the next 5 to 10 years.
Great. In fact, like space today is $600 billion market globally. It is set to become $1.8 trillion by 2035. But these are all slightly older numbers because after like Musk came out and said he's going to launch 1 million satellites, you know, so now the whole market numbers are changing. In fact, the recent SpaceX IPO proposed a TAM of 28 trillion.
Yeah.
28 trillion, can you imagine? So I think, so space market is like far bigger than what you can imagine. It's a blue ocean, you know, you can create your own market if you want to. So I think the only thing
others, I mean, what do you make of those numbers? I mean, all the analysts are making what they have. We saw how SpaceX listed. We've also seen the correction as far as the stock is concerned. But what do you make of those numbers?
I think they're small.
They're small.
I think it can go bigger, it's just like how much more you can do, how much more you imagine, because I've been watching the sector every year. There is a reboot every year. Every year there are new opportunities, new things which you cannot imagine the previous year. So I think, of course, they're very ambitious, but probably, it could be even bigger. It could be even bigger. It just doesn't match our imagination
But
today.
what is going to drive the kind of explosion in demand that you're anticipating?
So one is like, communications. Billions of people will get access to, high-speed data. For example, I was flying back from London to, Bengaluru. I did not get internet in Air India flight. I mean, it's like 2026, we should get like high-speed internet in flight, which are there in many airlines across the globe. So there's so much this is just one example, but there's so many pockets of Earth, so many people, not getting connected with high-speed internet. Just imagine billions of people getting connected always with high-speed internet that transforms life. That itself is a multi-trillion-dollar market, just communication from space. And direct to mobile is another thing, is another big application where directly satellite gives signal to the phone, and there's again like continuously no portion or no place where it is unconnected. And the third thing is data centers in space.
Yeah.
And I strongly believe that the lowest cost of compute will be in space, because you have 8 times more energy for the same area of solar panel. In space, you get more energy and you get 24/7 electricity. You have no atmosphere to filter your energy. You can exactly put the panels right to the sun. So many advantages.
Yeah. When are we going to see that happen? I mean, Musk has already announced his plans, and another Bengaluru boy, Pixel, Aves, and Sarvam, both Bangalore-based companies, have decided to partner to put data centers in space. When do you believe that is going to be a reality?
I think in 2-3 years, the initial prototypes will go, and it'll start like, having good maturity of the tech. And in 5 years, it should be like quite common.
5 years, it should be quite common. And is that something that you would want to look at?
Yeah, definitely.
At some point.
At some point, yeah.
So, how do we get to that one rocket launch a month, which is the cadence that you're working with? What are you doing to build internally to be able to achieve that target?
See, we have taken a lot of risks, Shireen. One is like, we invested in the infrastructure even before the first launch. And as we speak, we're building parts of the 3rd rocket, 4th rocket. The 2nd one is already, almost getting done. So I think this is something very unique globally, where like, you're industrialize the product even before the first launch, and that's what we have done. So we took the risks, and now it's paying off, and now like the first launch was successful, and we want to like repeat it more often, and we're already in production. In fact, the latest factory was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister himself, and in fact it was also great to hear him after the launch. He's the first one to call us and congratulate on the successful flight. So I think this is more like a national milestone, and there's no stopping from here.
No stopping from here. The 3rd rocket, the timeline for that, and it's going to be much larger than Vikram 1 as well. So you're moving up that trajectory also.
Yeah, that's right. So the next launch we're targeting this year, and we're going to build bigger vehicles from next year onwards, and also like down the line, large reusable vehicles as well. So it's a very interesting pipeline, so we want to like, become, literally meet our dream of opening space for all.
Reusable. You use that word. When is that going to be a reality? Are you fast tracking that plan?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it'll be a few years. We'll probably, we are making decent progress. We'll share more details soon.
We'll share more details soon. But, for those people who are watching, and for young scientists and young engineers who, like you, have an entrepreneurial kida, and everybody in Bangalore seems to have an entrepreneurial kida, if they want to start a space company today, what should they be prepared for?
So I think prepared for the super long-term, super hard journey. It's a 20-year journey. So it has to, first thing is start a company. First thing, most people, get stuck at the idea, go make the first step, 50% done. And second is go after the biggest idea of your passion. Space is vast. There's so many ideas you can look at. For example, data center is one, communication satellite is other, data from space, Earth observation, so many things you can pick. You choose what is the biggest thing in that particular sector which excites you. Go directly bang on with the most important and the most biggest thing, and then persevere, make it happen. That's it. I mean, like it's, as I mentioned, like nothing. I mean, sky is no limit for space.
Sky is no limit for space. Clearly, you've proven that. But I want to come back to the point about 28-year-olds building Skyroot. when we were chatting earlier and you said that when you first started sending out ads, getting people to want to join Skyroot, people thought that this was a joke, that this was a prank that you were playing on people, but that you've now managed to get engineers who've relocated from locations outside like the US to come to India and work at Skyroot. What has it taken to build this team of young, talented, passionate engineers?
So I think rockets and space is super fascinating. People, young engineers really want to be there. We're just creating that platform, creating that opportunity. And then we have now, I think even before the launch, we have for every one position, we have 1,000 plus applications happening, so we choose one from 1,000, probably is going to go an order of magnitude more now going forward. So it's like, it's a very rare opportunity for anybody to come in, experience this, and you see 1,000 people celebrating yesterday. They're all at the spotlight when the launch happened. And this is what who gets this opportunity to build and launch rockets to space, orbit, and then create history. It's very, very rare opportunity. So I urge more and more engineers to take up space, and we're all open. So I think please apply to Skyroot, and then let's create history together.
Yeah, so there you go. He's an open invitation. You can send in your CVs to Pavan at Skyroot. They're looking to hire bright Indian talent. Pavan, the dream is already fulfilled in many ways. You've started up, which was your childhood dream. You've sent a rocket to space, which was also a childhood dream. What is the dream that you now have?
So I think we have to literally make space open for everybody. So how many of you gone to space? That's explained. So it's an unfulfilled dream. So want to see all the hands up one day. I think space should become as accessible as anything else. So humans are exploratory species, and our life should go beyond Earth as well. We think that today we're geocentric is what we think. We think Earth is everything, but out there the resources are vast and infinite in space. And it's just a matter of time. Once we crack the tech on a regular basis, and we will see people across the world, maybe for tourism or across the world, living across the universe. So I think that's transition is going to happen hopefully in this lifetime, and Skyroot to some extent, if we are able to contribute, that will be of great satisfaction to us.
So you're sticking to your Uber for space vision, your Uber for space idea that got you to start this company?
Absolutely, so I think we want to watch more, we want to open space for more and more people and
but
make it accessible.
The economics of it, to make it accessible to each and every person who's sitting in this room, how will the economics work?
See, the dream is to maybe a foreign holiday, equivalent to a foreign holiday, a trip to space. That would be interesting, it will be great.
So start saving if you want to go to space. Finally, have you caught up on your sleep? Because I know it's been a lot of sleepless nights ahead of the launch. And has the big party happened? The celebration happened?
No, in fact, as I flew outside and then I just returned today. So because I was continuously traveling, couldn't catch up on my sleep. Probably tonight I'll have a good catch up with the sleep, and we'll have a celebration hopefully in the coming days. We'll have a big celebration at Skyroot, where I think the people who made it happen, it's the time to celebrate them and ensure that this history gets repeated and that enthusiasm and the drive exists for decades.
Is there any risk that you won't take?
No, I think all in, always.
all in, always. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Pavan Chandana, going all in to create history, not just for his company, but for India. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again, and we wish you all the very best of luck as you put all of your plans into motion. Thanks very much, Pavan, for joining us here today.
Thank you very much, Pavan and Shireen, for joining us with that very enriching chat, certainly making the nation proud. With that, we've come to a close here of HDFC Bank presents News18 Rising Bharat Summit 2027, South Regional Edition. A special thank you to our presenting partner, HDFC Bank, co-presenting partner, White Gold, and associate partner, Reliance Industries Limited, for their unwavering support in making this edition supremely special. A heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, and our audience who've all gathered here today, very patiently heard every session, and the team, of course, that worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make the summit a huge success. The journey of News18 Rising Bharat continues to be only rising. It travels across the country. This was the South edition. Requesting everyone to proceed for dinner now. Really appreciate all of you joining us here. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you.